Thanks a lot, Zoe. Jason, date number 2, gonna be pretty damn awesome.
Yeah.
This, you know, this Group B is, I think, the hardest of the 2 to call. We've got 4 teams who, quite honestly, any of the 4 could go through. I mean, MEETYOURMAKERS, you'd probably say maybe an underdog here, alternate, maybe they're with them. Then you've got ENTUS coming out of Korea, CLG.EU, who've got a lot of fans here today, I've noticed already. But either way, are gonna be an awesome day.
Yeah, we have a great story behind today, too, with MEETYOURMAKERS. They're trying to get their first breakthrough win. They got it at Singapore, but they kind of want to keep the steam rolling. Alternate as well. I mean, they kind of just been around EPS, haven't really made a breakthrough in major events, but hopefully they'll be able to do it today. And I'm kind of excited to see if that'll happen.
Well, we're going to throw it back over to Zoe, and we're going to get the games underway.
Thank you very much, guys. And of course, apart from those 2 awesome guys, we have 3 more awesome guys. And of course, I'm talking about our experts, which are going to be Deman, Zenon, and of course, Araneae.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are live and we are backstage. This is the Cool Kids desk. And joining me, of course, is Daniel Zenon Klein, also known as Zenon the Stoic, and Araneae, formerly SK Gaming, and now looking for a new team. So if you've got a team, ladies and gentlemen, this man needs a job. That's why he's here. He's normally the homeless kid from Spain, but today he's with us.
The homeless, the troll guy, the ass, so many names.
You have so many names.
So many names.
He's from the jungle, ladies and gentlemen. What do you expect? So, first up, big game straight away. CLG.EU come into this one as a backup. Last minute call, but they have come in, and you know, they're a huge team, and now they're already favorites for the group.
I would say CLG.EU is going to be a favorite in any tournament they enter, even though they've only really won the DreamHack.
Yes. Only won one.
That's the only thing that I went back and looked it up a little bit earlier. I was like, seriously? It feels like they should have won more than that, but they placed very, very well at pretty much any event they go to. Last minute sub, but I guess these guys want to start ramping up for Season 3 already, so I wouldn't be surprised if they'd been practicing at least a little bit more than they have recently. The other thing that I want to point out, though, is their first game is going to be against MEETYOURMAKERS, correct?
Yes, so the Singapore champions.
Right, and I keep saying this, do not count out MEETYOURMAKERS. Don't run them even as an underdog in this group. Personally, my call is going to be CLG.EU, unless they're completely slumping, they're going to take this group. And I would say MEETYOURMAKERS is going to be the 2nd spot, and ENTUS is going to have a really tough time if they want to make it out of the group.
But, I mean, the big thing we always say about MEETYOURMAKERS is they are a huge level 1 fight team. So we'll see what they get in the picks and bans. But, you know, how much of a disadvantage is it? When you have that level 1 fight, they get like 1 or 2 kills. And there they are on your screen. There's some big boys, I tell you, big Polish boys out there. Apart from Czaru up the front there, he's all the hair, everybody else. He's got more hair than everyone, so you can easily spot him. Kubon, Mokatte, Makler, and Libik, the brothers actually, Mokatte and Makler. But the strong level 1 team, they will go on generally all in level 1. Now, it can backfire pretty hard.
But usually you don't need to get like kills on level 1. They used to like invade, and then if you go back, they don't get kills, but they will get like 1 buff, always. They will steal one of your buffs, and then he will go back to the jungle, so they already have some advantage.
And if anyone knows about stealing the buffs of CLG.EU, it's you.
Yep.
EU regionals managed to take them.
Actually, it's the first time. Yeah, the first time Deman says something positive, not trolling me.
It's okay.
I feel so lucky today.
But he's
still warming up.
You managed to take all of their buffs, and you know CLG. Everybody knows who CLG is. There they are on your screen. Is pretty famous. Krepo almost got the microphone up his nose there, but there he is.
God, there you go.
God, he looks
there
like,
you go.
Looks like a really bad EU rapper, doesn't he? Right at the front there.
Actually, Snoopeh is doing it.
But
Snoopeh is doing.
Snoopeh doing the snare. They're all trying to do the snare. They're all trying to do the snare at you. So it's obviously Froggen, Krepo, Snoopeh, Wickd, and Yellowpete. And you know, some of these guys have been traveling for a long time. And I spoke to them yesterday. I know for a fact Wickd hasn't been home yet. He's still been at Yellowpete. So these guys have actually been traveling for 5.5 months without being at home. They've only just gone home this week. So
that sucks.
How much of a practice schedule would that be? The fact you've only just got home to your parents for 5.5 months. You surely want to sit back and relax.
Yeah, still, I feel like CLG.EU is one of the most successful team on Europe with M5, right?
Yeah.
It's like M5, CLG.EU is like winning or at least going everywhere.
They've always top 3 placed, and you know, obviously the OG and Spring, the OG and Summer, sorry, the top. Well, they got second. They should have won it. They threw it.
Yeah, man, they pretty much threw it. And not. I thought, yeah, there we have the bans and picks.
Well, we do have the bans and picks underway. You can see them on your screen there. So it is
I was
going
to do my prediction, but
Well,
they completely put it before I can say anything.
And they're fast bans and picks, which means these teams are prepared for it. They've practiced against each other. They know what they're expecting. So Aurelia, Nunu, and Rengar being banned out. Obviously, Aurelia being taken away from Wickd. It's kind of what he always wants to play. Doesn't get it. Although, interestingly, Season 3 is all about Riven, apparently. But Diana, Zyra, and Orianna being banned out by CLG. Orianna being taken away from Czaru, and Katarina insta-locked.
We saw Czaru with Katarina at Singapore.
Snowball.
He's doing some crazy things there. And that's another thing I wanted to say. MIM do have a very strong level 1 fight. They have a very strong level 1 strategy. But the game that amazed me most was a game they were 10-2 behind against, I think it was Itagumas. And or might have been Absolute Legends, yes, Event Potion. And they just played it very calmly. So on top of having a very strong early game, they also have that coordination. They can play the long game, as can CLG.EU.
They had a twisted fate. It was 7-1-3. I think it was Ititakimasu, I think, but they were against. But
something it's surprising me now in the bans and pick is MYM banned Rengar against CLG.EU. I never seen any guy of CLG playing Rengar.
It's certainly not Snoopeh.
Probably Froggen is the only one that can play Rengar, because I never see Wickd and I never see Snoopeh. But then the most strange thing is that they ban Rengar and they let open an Anivia.
But yeah,
they did leave open an Anivia,
Yep.
so we could be seeing an Anivia. Maybe they want to play against
Yeah,
Anivia.
of course, they are baiting that pick because they feel comfortable.
They've also left Lee Sin open.
Yep,
that's true.
As well as Jarvan.
That's strange.
Or Corki.
And the famous unveiled, not to be unveiled yet, actually. I don't think they've played
There's
him
a
in
new
a
one?
tournament yet. There is another one that
Alright.
Froggen really wants to play in a tournament, so maybe this is the last tournament of Season 2. This could well be the one they unleash him in, but you can see what they're going to come out with. They're going to just counter it at picks there. I think it's going to be the AD carry, probably a Corki being locked in as well, maybe. What would you go with normally in this picks?
Against Lulu, Ethereal, Sana is by far the best pick you can do, as well as Soraka. Like, you need some sustain on lane, you need healing on lane, because Lulu is all about like poking all the time, like dealing so much damage, and you need to heal constantly. So Sana, Soraka are the best picks against Lulu, most probably. I'm not super, but that's my thoughts. And then we have Corki, is probably the most standard pick, most safe pick you can do against anything, right? You don't know the top laner, you don't know the jungler, you don't know the mid. They can try to counter pick any AD like Bane. If you go Bane, they can go like really much CC on you, and they can like try to kill you easy. But with Corki's safe pick, you can always pick it without knowing any other pick. It's fine.
And not to get confused, guys, that both these teams are obviously sponsored by Razer, so that's why you can see them both looking similar in similar outfits, because they're both wearing their Razer jackets, which is kind of confusing for some. But
there it is.
Well, we could maybe see things out. Fiddlesticks Jungle's what Snoopeh's been playing quite a bit of.
It's in Summit.
It's
in Summit.
I know it is. That's the secret champion that I was not going to say.
He has played him. He has already played him in the qualifier.
There it is.
He's already played him in qualifiers. So I don't think. Yeah, I don't think.
I played against him.
Basically, IPL 5 is like, I want to play Xin Zhao, I want to play Xin Zhao. Then they were just they just went, okay, we'll let you play Jarvan, not Xin Zhao.
Right.
We give you the option, play one of your backups. Wow, and Olaf Udi have been locked straight in.
Udi, of course, Mokatte.
What will Wickd take on that top lane against? I guess.
I will say Malphite.
Malphite, of course, yes.
But Olaf is a counter to Malphite, but still, I feel like Wickd
hates Malphite.
Yeah, but I mean, I want to say, or probably Zen as well. It could be Zen, it could be Malphite. Still, I think Olaf is a counter to Malphite, and there we go. And it will probably be Xin Zhao top then.
Yeah, and then it could be the Lee Sin in the middle, because I've not seen Wickd play a lot of Lee Sin, have you?
No.
No.
There you go. There you go. That's
okay,
more
okay.
reasonable.
That's Wickd then.
And this is actually, I would say, probably my only criticism against CLG.EU is that actually I think they have a small champion pool in that top lane.
In top lane, yeah, absolutely.
Is the main problem of CLG.
And it could
with Irelia, he's a beast. He's the most famous Irelia in the world, and he can do whatever he wants with Irelia. He's the master of Irelia, we can say. I remember when we played the first Sebit, we got invited, we were SK, and he was the only guy in the world trying to play Irelia. The only guy in the world. It was like, he was the only one trying to play Irelia, and we were like, nah, don't play Irelia, he's a bad champion. And now we realize how many nerfs she got. So she was already so powerful, and we didn't let him play it.
Yeah.
So it's amazing. And he's famous here earlier. He's also good Zen, good Malphite, and good Rumble. But they are not at the level of his earlier, and it's probably a really small champion pool, like probably 5-6 champions he can play at a high level. So let's see how it's gonna work. I still think Rumble is really good against Olaf. You can zone Olaf really fine, but still I prefer Olaf for team fights and for late game.
Last minute thoughts, who do you think is going to win it?
CLG.EU.
I would have to give it to CLG as well. It looks strong. I don't know. Toward the end of Season 2, yes, there's been some jungle fiddle, but I honestly did not expect jungle fiddle to make a comeback before the introduction of the machete. Because
it's something he has been running. He did it in the Katowice qualifiers, but of course they were on Season 3.
Yeah,
but he did do it in the cross-round qualifiers as well. I have seen him playing it a few times, so it's nothing completely new to him.
He's slow in the jungle, though, isn't he?
No, he's not. He's not. Really? I mean, he's not the faster, but also he can run without potions. That's something really good. And the other point is, if you go Bruiser mid lane, you need some AP.
Right. Yeah,
and without deciding Rumble top, you need some AP on jungle, and it's perfect. Fiddle is the most AP jungler.
Which actually means, you know, they've synergized their champion to go with Froggen changing away from the AP and getting straight into it. So there they are. You can see them on the screen. You can see them starting to play. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get over to the casters, Joe Miller and Jason. But I love you, Kaplan.
Just had to, Deman.
So here we are then, MEETYOURMAKERS versus CLG.EU, game number 1 of Group B of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. We know it's already been said over at the Cool Kids desk how good MEETYOURMAKERS are, how aggressive they can be at level 1. CLG currently pretty spread along this top side of the jungle there, so maybe anticipating something going down on that side from MEETYOURMAKERS' point of view. They've actually got 3 the bottom lane plus. Katarina is on this bottom side currently for MYM. Mokatte with his Udyr. I think he's one of the only people that still really play Udyr, to be honest, at this top level. So we'll see how he does with that one today. Kubon, of course, with Olaf in that top lane. Doesn't look, at least for now, like they're going to be pushing up there. But I wonder if we're going to be seeing a lane switch coming in here, Jason, because Sona is on the top side, and we've also got Corki headed in there. And we know that Olaf in that 1v2 is not half bad.
Well, Libik currently only sitting on 1 ward right now, since we did put one down towards the blue buff just to see for any early ganks or any aggression. But yeah, we could see that lane swap. And Joe, Czaru on Katarina. How many times are we going to end up saying that today?
Well, if you're a MEETYOURMAKERS fan, you're probably hoping that we'll say nothing but Katarina through this one, but we'll have to see how that one goes. Looking forward to see what Snoopeh can show us here in the jungle with that Fiddlesticks once again. And we've just seen CLG there checking that bush in the top side of the river, and they are going to be going in for this one. Actually, Czaru there just leashing that blue buff out. They're actually not going to see him. Actually, Czaru did just see the tail end of that push coming around, but blue buff already being done there by Mokatte. Nothing for CLG to be taken away.
Yeah, well, now they still have those 2 creeps that are left. They have to clear that out so they'll have the timer. But Froggen in the mid lane on Xin Zhao, as they were saying at the expert desk, I mean, he always wants to play it. We typically see Jarvan or Lee Sin. I'm really curious to see how well he does here. And against a Katarina, I mean, you have your own interrupt. You have really good upfront damage. If you see Czaru Snoopeh in, you can easily put a lot of aggression onto him. But top lane, we are seeing a dual lane switch. So we're going to have solos at the bottom and the dual lanes at the top. And where do you think all the action is really going to go down in terms of lanes?
I think this middle lane, especially once we hit, level 6, precisely, that Czaru is going to be playing aggressive here. Interested to see how Froggen does against Czaru. We know how good Czaru is with his Katarina. We've seen it time and time again over at Intel Extreme Masters Singapore. One thing that's interesting here in this, which is the bottom lane now, obviously Rumble versus Olaf, is that Kubon did take away those big golems right at the start to give him that little advantage with that one, and he went back home to heal after that, actually picking up a mana pot, plus a good amount of health pots and a ward as well to keep him safe in this bottom lane.
And speaking of Olaf, he actually ran exhaust for this game, which you normally see in Ghost Ignite or Ghost Teleport, because of Snoopeh. When he ever ults in, they want to exhaust him, really limit that damage just so they can handle the AoE. But we do have a gank coming down the spot lane and a teleport.
Yeah, that teleport going to come in onto the wall. They're going to be looking to camp out Wickd here, and that is a low HP Wickd and a first blood going over onto Olaf. And it's not an uncommon strategy, I'm sad to say, against CLG, which is camp Wickd out and put the pressure on him. We saw it time and time again. That was a lot of teams' kind of secret thing, not really that secret, but their thing against Wickd and against CLG.EU is to have the jungler camping him, pretty much the whole early game to throw him off his game, to stop him getting that CS in there and feeding the kills to his opponent in that lane. And so far, working out nicely for MEETYOURMAKERS. And as we said earlier, this group, in my opinion, is a lot wider open than the other one, the Group A that we saw yesterday. And I think if MEETYOURMAKERS can start off with a win here against CLG, they could certainly be a team that tops this group.
Yeah, very true indeed. And Mokatte being very aggressive, like we were saying before, one of the few junglers left in the game that actually still plays as Sudir, but he plays it so well as you see him right now. Going for invade, going to be taking away some race, and really trying to limit Snoopeh from getting level 6, because that's where his ganks really become deadly. As we do see him in the mid lane, trying to go for counter, but in the top lane, as you're seeing, a lot of harass coming down, but not really too much damage in the end, because they have that sustain on MEETYOURMAKERS. And CLG, I've actually seen Krepo playing a lot of Lulu lately. And with Yellowpete, they actually have really good synergy in terms of how they kind of run the lane, but Libik, wow, getting pretty low up there.
Yeah, we are actually going to be seeing Mokatte coming around this backside. There was a ward in that tri-bush, but I'm not sure they've seen him. There's a flash stun. Yellowpete going to get destroyed. Libik gets the kill. Not the ideal situation for it to go over to the support, but they've got rid of that AD out of the lane for a while. That's going to give Makler some nice free time to have his farm train going. And Mokatte there taking a hit from the turret, which I don't think he really meant to do. But that's 2-0 for MEETYOURMAKERS. A nice little early gold lead, and they may even be able to have a turret away with Mokatte in there as well to strengthen it up.
And we all know MEETYOURMAKERS has been a really strong early game team, but then you have CLG, who's a very, very, very strong late game team, and they have the kind of composition for it if they need to. But can they really, take their advantage they have right now and push for it for the rest of the game? That's the kind of thing that separates a good team from a great team. But first turret will go down in favor of them, so they have that little bit of a 2,000 gold lead. I was trying to count there a little bit. But still, I mean, CS kind of pretty even. The mid lane, I'm surprised to see the advantage so far ahead for Czaru right now.
Yeah, 33-28. He did have to go back that little bit earlier on. Obviously, the AD carries difference is the real big thing. Is 37-23 in favor of Corki. He's already picked up his phage in that one. And obviously then, with MEETYOURMAKERS getting that kill, taking down the turret, they are going to send their AD carry and support back into this bottom lane and try and put that pressure on there as well. We'll see what Kubon does. They may even think about doing a dragon here. We can see that Mokatte working his way down onto the bottom side of his jungle. Just realized that Snoopeh took away that big wraith a little bit earlier on while he was in this top lane. But will they end up trying to think about going for a dragon at this stage of it? Currently, it's 8,800 to 6,900 gold, so a nice little lead built up for MEETYOURMAKERS. And these first group games are always, well, obviously they're important, that goes without saying, but always difficult to really gauge because of the whole warmed up factor, It's the first one of the day for everyone's. Wickd here going to come under a little bit of a pressure, will flash himself away. And now they know that this bottom lane is coming in there as well. But there are actually 4 in the bottom lane, and CLG might end up losing another tower from this one as Kubon is going to go in there. Mokatte does get the stun down, but Snoopeh, for now, managing to escape with this one. Did have to use his flash to get out of there to stay safe. But MEETYOURMAKERS are hammering away on the turret. Katarina would come down there as well. They've still got quite a lot of minions in there, and that will be the second turret of this game going down already for MEETYOURMAKERS, playing a very aggressive match in this one and really taking it to CLG. And when we talked about strategies against CLG, camping Wickd out is one of them, but playing hyper aggressive against them seems to be another strategy that really works out.
Yeah, and it's completely working in the favor I've just seen right now. And I mean, they want to end the game early, and that's exactly what they're going for. I love that great push on the top lane. They got the turret, and then they just grouped up at the bottom lane. Sometimes we see the lanes kind of swap. You see the solo lanes go to the top lanes, and the AD carriers drop down to bottom. But instead, they're just trying to get as many turrets, get that gold lead they can. And items, I mean, they're starting to get in their favor just a little bit. Czaru in the top lane taking a lot of damage, though, over to Yellowpete, but we'll be farming under that turret. And we have a lot of GP10 actually being built across the board, which is kind of surprising considering the advantage that MEETYOURMAKERS has. Why not build into an item and then push that aggression?
Well, one thing that I think if MEETYOURMAKERS win this game, it'd be without a doubt called an upset, that's for sure. The way that CLG have been playing in the past months, it feels like they've been on the road at every single tournament almost that we've seen from them. However, MEETYOURMAKERS, they won at Intel Extreme Masters Singapore. Definitely not the strongest field of teams that they played against to win that event. But don't forget, they also finished second at World Cyber Games back in 2011. That was the first real wake-up call, I think. And MEETYOURMAKERS ever since then have been a team that could definitely have turned it on and won events. And I'm just wondering whether this could be their real breakout event, especially if they start off with a win against CLG. That'll certainly be one that goes down in the history books as MEETYOURMAKERS now pushing for turret number 3. There are 2 defending here with XinShao and with Olaf. There's the ultimate use out of XinShao, but they're not finished just yet. There's the exhaust put down onto Kubon. Wickd comes in. Well, Kubon not finished, actually has his ultimate running there. Well, they weren't able to finish off a kill, but they've done a lot of damage. Yellowpete here in the top as well, getting pressured down by Czaru. And that is the danger with this Katarina. She's got to bounce on top of you and put that damage out, which, to be honest, Ezreal with just a Doran's Blade is not going to be able to survive. And MEETYOURMAKERS constantly pressuring here. This middle turret down to around about half HP, but I think CLG will be able to hold on for at least another wave as Froggen comes back in.
They're being so aggressive right now. They're just shoving it into their face. We see Snoopeh right now. He just hit level 5 off his own blue buff. He's so far behind. When he gets to ultimate, CLG will finally have a chance in these team fights if they can kind of synergize that Rumble ultimate and the Lulu ultimate on top of that. But MEETYOURMAKERS looking so solid right now. And you hear them behind us. They're just so energetic. It sounds like SK's behind us yelling. And they really want this win, and why not? If you get the first win in the group stage, you'll be feeling so confident for the rest.
Red buff here going to be taken away by Froggen. Mokatte actually coming in towards the middle, going to get the stun down here on towards Krepo. There's the axe and the teleport out of Czaru. Actually will get polymorphed up there, but are they going to be able to go for any kind of fight? Doesn't look like it as Mokatte out of mana. Kubon pretty low on mana as well, but they're all 5 again, MEETYOURMAKERS in this middle lane. Froggen's going to have to come down to try and stop them with that one. They've got good poke with the axe there, with the bouncing blades from Katarina, with Corki poking in there. He is now level 6, so has his rockets available to keep them away from that turret. So not an easy one to hold out for here for CLG.
And one thing MEETYOURMAKERS has to be really careful of, if they make a mistake right here, being this hyper-aggressive, they could easily lose the game just off of that because it will snowball so hard against them. But they still are just bringing the aggression. We have the hunting guys down in Katarina, so Czaru has that 49 penetration already. So let me make sure just 49. Yep, not written differently than that. And we do have still this 2 GP 10 on Mokatte, on Olaf as well. Corki with the phage, not even going into Doran's Blade since they took that tower so early. Going to be going into that Triforce, and we see Yellowpete on the other side. 0-2 right now, which I don't think I've ever seen Yellowpete go 0-2, like just in the beginning of the game.
Well, there's no real surprise from how it's gone. Yeah, the pressure's been pretty sick so far from MYM. But you can see CLG's response to that one. Top lane, Wicked's winning that one on farm. Middle lane, yeah, it's only a small one, but still nonetheless winning that one. And we know CLG are one of the best early teams, but here comes a crescendo and they're going to dive in. There's the 1 kill. Rumble ultimate came down, but it wasn't enough. Can they get in now and finish off Yellowpete? Kubon throws the axe out. They'll be happy with 2 kills from that one, and that will leave them 5-0 in the lead. 4,000 gold. Even more than that right now is the current advantage that MYM have, and it looks like they want to take turret number 3 of this game, that middle outer turret. We've talked about before timelessly about how important this middle turret is, and there it is, taken down, and MEETYOURMAKERS are in such a commanding position. Froggen actually setting up a bit of an ambush here for anyone that may come through. He's got 2 levels on Kubon, plus that red buff as he just literally doesn't hear me and walks away completely from that area. And Mokatte going to go back about the farming. I mean, all of them must have a decent amount of gold on them there. As we do see now, Corki picking up that Zeal as well. As you said, a lot of GP10 still for Mokatte and also for Kubon in this top lane. Both got Heart of Gold, both got Philo Stone. Katarina in the middle, Salt Shoes, haunting guys, going that full penetration build that we're so used to seeing these days as well. And overall, looking very strong. I mean, it's 5,000 gold now.
Yeah, and MEETYOURMAKERS has such a strong burst team. I mean, if you notice right there in that last fight, we saw the flash crescendo come out of Libik, and then they just all piled on anyone they could find for CLG. And you have Czaru hopping on them, popping his ultimate. You have Mako with his phosphorus bomb and his rockets. And then you have Mokatte to keep them there with his stun and bear stance. And not to mention Kubon, Undertow, and the reckless swing doing that true damage. It's really hard with how squishy CLG is right now to compete against that at the moment until they get a few more items to actually tank them in a fight. But still, MEETYOURMAKERS trying to farm up right now, and that's since they were grouped up in the mid lane, they did lose a lot of farm. As you did see, Froggen was getting quite far ahead in the top lane. Actually, as he was farming the top lane, we do see Wickd still with the CS advantage, and the AD carry is pretty much even, but still 5-0, 19.3 thousand gold to 14.2. MEETYOURMAKERS looking very solid right now, and we might even see another play on another turret or dragon, which should be up very shortly.
Yeah, about 30 seconds, I think, 4 dragons coming there. We've actually got the timers here, so I should probably take notice of them. I forgot they were there the whole day yesterday, so trying to work stuff out in my head, which, if you've ever watched any of my casts, you'll know that I can't count for toffee, so good that we've got them up there. But that dragon will will be coming up here soon, and that's something that MYM certainly won't be wanting to give away with that kill advantage, the I2 advantage that they've got running in there as well. That's not what they want to do. There's an Oracle as well on Mokatte, and they're going to use that to clear out this jungle areas. We are seeing Wickd now may have a bit of problems coming in, puts his ulti down. He's losing a lot of HP. Look at the crescendo to stop the rest of CLG coming around. We will see Mokatte go in there. Froggen has the ultimate right now on him from Lulu, but Kubon doing masses of damage. Czaru is in there as well. Finally will get exhausted up, and they did take a 1-for-1 there. Rest of CLG though escaping with hardly any HP, and they need to be real careful because there was a ward there. There goes Czaru over the top. Again, can't quite get over onto Yellowpete, but that reset did come in, and now the kill is going to come down onto Yellowpete from Kubon this time, and Makler not finished just yet. They know Krepo's position. Will he go in for him, or will he just be happy with what they've got with those 3 kills coming down? Dragon is there. Kubon not got the health to tank it up right now, but again, MEETYOURMAKERS turning on the aggression, and it was all about these wards, which myself and Deman saw MEETYOURMAKERS back in the early days, 2011, and they were one of the first teams around to really be using these pink wards, and we saw them here. That gave them all the vision of that counter push from CLG, who were low HP themselves, trying to stop that blue of being taken.
And that fight, you mentioned it during the actual fight, Libik, that crescendo was so spot on. It allowed Wickd to be caught off completely. Unfortunately, Mokatte did go down, did lose that Oracle, but I mean, 1 death for the 2 or 3 kills they picked up right there. I believe it was 3, yeah. So they're obviously not going to care too much about that, but MEETYOURMAKERS still looking very solid. Dragon still is up right now, but we do have them heading over towards it. And CLG, I mean, with the amount of coverage you see on the map for MEETYOURMAKERS at the bottom side of this jungle, I mean, it just covering... Oh, actually, I thought I saw a couple words anyway. Anyways, they will be going in for this Dragon. They will be able to spot CLG coming in either way. And the gold is just really getting out of hand. I mean, what's happening? GA down on Czaru right now. And we see Olaf going for Zerker Greaves. Don't really see Olaf go for that too much, but as an Aegis on top of that, just to help out with the team to stay a little bit tanky since they are being so aggressive. The farm, I mean, 15 minutes in, do you typically see these numbers on carries? No.
No, not particularly.
You see at least 100 most of the time.
I mean, it's 1 kill that's come for CLG. They've not been able to pick up a turret as of yet. And that's going to be the real worrying factor. Is actually Wickd having to use his ultimate in this bottom lane to try and force Makler away, but again, MEETYOURMAKERS just going to be piling on the pressure, trying to keep the vision as high as they can so that they can push these lanes out wherever possible.
Yeah, and MEETYOURMAKERS, they kind of slowed down a little bit on their pushing. They've just been trying to team fight, trying to get a little bit extra gold, and they can complete a couple of major items. But still, we have Makler and Libik at the bot lane, still pushing away. And we have Kubon. He's in a position to really roam around to any lane he needs to. He's sitting in the middle kind of a little bit. If MEETYOURMAKERS in the bot lane gets attacked, he can easily run over there with that ghost if he needs to. But their spread is really good. Wickd, I mean, he's having a hard time farming here, as you do see Makler trying to poke as much as possible. And this turret hasn't really been poked down too much. Snoopeh there has his ultimate up and doesn't have that flash if they do potentially want to engage. However, we do see Krepo coming down into this lane just to help out. And Czaru is still farming up at the top lane, which is kind of surprising. You know, with this lead, you want to see them team fight as much as possible, and yet they're still trying to farm and still trying to make CLG make a mistake.
And they're going to spot them here thanks to this ward, pink ward put down there by CLG. That will clear out a bit of vision from MEETYOURMAKERS. But if we look at the goal between the 2 supports, 3,900 to 2,800, that is a lot of wards difference coming in there. Double GP10 obviously already finished by Libik. And here we go, pushing again. More damage to come down onto the turret. Meanwhile, in the middle, Kubon actually pressuring Yellowpete, who's forced to arcane shift away there to be safe. Mokatte coming around to this bottom lane as well. Doesn't want to be losing that Oracle for a second time, but they can almost afford... I mean, you never want to give Oracles away, that's for sure, but the lead that they have, it's not the prime thing that's on their mind right now, that's for sure.
But they will make a push on this tower, getting down to half health. However, they could be engaged on pretty hard here. To have Yellowpete coming around into this lane. MEETYOURMAKERS still looking pretty healthy. They have Sona there to able to heal them up if they need to. Still, they're not able to get that turret yet. They need to group up as 5. Czaru still in the top lane, has a teleport, and Joe, we mentioned, you know, if you run teleport, you have to make it useful. We did see Czaru helping get that first blood at that bot lane onto Wickd, and it played very well. However, after that, not really much teleport used too often, but still, they are trying to 3-man push this. They're just knocking at the door of CLG and forcing them to defend these turrets.
Yep, actually, Czaru here being pinged in the middle. I'm going to go around to him because Kubon and Froggen are going to go head-to-head. There's the ulti popped out by Kubon. He comes back in. Actually will die, but there is Katarina going at it. Not huge amounts of damage done to Froggen as Mokatte now coming around this bottom side. Should be able to get the stun in there. And actually, we did see Froggen go back in, but that was his life. And that's another kill for Katarina. 4-0-3 now. really snowballing hard in this one. What damage did they do to that turret? It's less than half HP remaining, and MEETYOURMAKERS now, well, I guess they're sat on quite a lot of gold between him. 1,000 on 1,300 on Corki, so he's probably going to get himself home, finish off that Trinity Force by now. And then they've just got another power spike coming back in towards that next fight, and there it is. Trinity Force done for Corki.
And not to mention Czaru, he's going to finish that Abyssal Scepter, going to have 69 spell penetration now. I mean, Froggen with that ultimate was able to keep his MR up high enough to, you know, not take too much damage, but obviously saw in the end he died. And there it is. And, you know, MEETYOURMAKERS with these key items finished, you currently look on CLG and no major item finished except that Haunting Guise. They could force these fights. And I'm a little surprised they haven't even tried going for a Baron yet. Yeah, it's a little bit early, but with that Oracle, with how little gold that they know Krepo has, they easily could bait it out and force CLG to get a team fight that they don't want to engage in.
We can see that blue buff being done by Mokatte. Last time that blue buff came up, we saw a massive fight for it. This time, CLG not in a position to even think about challenging for it. And you can see the amount of wards that they've got down on this top side. There was the Ezreal ultimate just used to make sure that Baron wasn't actually being started by MEETYOURMAKERS. Kubon now with that Aegis, with the Giant's Belt, and those double GP10s in there. He is very tanky already. 314 he currently has, is behind in CS, but the kills more than making up for it, plus those global objectives that they've managed to take. 3 Taras down to 0, and obviously they have had all the dragons up until this point in the game.
And you're mentioning their ward coverage in the bombs on the jungle. That just shows the strategy they're kind of go for. They want to make a push on this mid and bottom turret. If they get that bottom turret, they have a lot of free control over Baron, and they're just poking this turret as much as possible. You see Libik every once in a while just comes in with the Q, you know, with the 3 proc of it. Czaru taking some damage from Froggen though, but he has his team in pursuit.
Yeah, we see there, actually Froggen will get himself away from that one. Didn't want to stay too involved, but MEETYOURMAKERS with minions are going to be going down for this turret. Froggen low HP, which is maybe why they're thinking we can have this one. Rumble ulti comes in, here comes Snoopeh, he's ultied up though, couldn't get away there. He was stunned completely by that crescendo. Again, a great one coming out from Libik. Can they find any more? Kubon will get ignited here by Yellowpete, but I still think the MEETYOURMAKERS could turn this one around, especially with Czaru off towards the side. Will they try and get around? Yellowpete is going low. There was Czaru diving in on towards Krepo, who used that ultimate to keep his teammates, keep Rumble alive in that fight. And they're still poking back and forth here. Health is low pretty much across the board, and MEETYOURMAKERS decide enough is enough. Let's back away from this one. We've made it 10-2 here. We've got 4 turrets. We're almost at a 10,000 gold lead. And I can't see, I mean, CLG, I've said this I don't know how many times as a caster, CLG are never going to come back from this one. Prime example being against Moscow 5 back at DreamHack Summer, where me and Deman had that incredibly long game full of all sorts of awesomeness, but more importantly just an incredibly long game that CLG managed to somehow come back from. So you can never count this team out. Doesn't matter how far behind they are on gold, they somehow still seem to have a chance, but their team this time around isn't really the best set up to stop that happening, in my opinion. I mean, that whole factor that they had Nivea in there in that last game was a really big factor in how they got back and stopped Moscow 5 pushing down turrets. They just don't have that on this side.
You know, every team fight I look at MEETYOURMAKERS right now, Libik, his back has got to be hurting. Every crescendo has been so spot on. He's definitely going to be the MVP here. Dragon to be up again for MEETYOURMAKERS. They're going to get the 3rd one of the game. And this gold lead really get out of hand. A lot of items going to be completed very soon. We have the Giants Belt on Olaf now. And you said earlier, Corki, with that Trinity Force, we have Katarina. Actually, almost enough gold for that GA. When that happens, I mean, they cannot stop him, period. We do have Froggen pick up his own red here. Will be engaging, but just going to back out instead.
Yeah, but we see Czaru going in there. Doesn't go full combo onto Froggen. Happy to take him down a little bit lower as MEETYOURMAKERS now pushing in towards turret number 5 here in the middle. Mokatte trying to get in there and stun Yellowpete up. That doesn't quite work out. The rest of CLG pushing from the other side. Ezreal ulti doesn't do too much, and they're going to focus in. Snoopeh going quite low, forced to flash away. Froggen is actually recalling in the bush towards that top side. But MYM again, they've taken their objective here. They wanted turret number 5, and they've got it. 36,000 to 25,000 gold. Incredible play out of the polls.
And take a look at levels a little bit. We do have Snoopeh still really far behind in the jungle. He's 3 levels behind at the moment, and he needs that level 2 ultimate. If they want to have any hopes, he needs to, well, first of all, get his ultimate off, not get stunned by Libik, and then have level 2 of it, because the damage they have right now, CLG just can't compete. We've seen MEETYOURMAKERS, even after taking a turret, taking a lot of damage from it, taking a lot of damage from CLG, they still push, and yet they're still survive. You see Makler here, going to be going for blue buff, getting that extra mana for those rockets, and all they're really doing is, I mean, a standard turret push. They poke it down as much as possible with that Trinity Force proc with Sona, and then they sit back. But gosh, MEETYOURMAKERS, I have not seen them play like this in such a long time, and it's really good to see new teams coming up.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Intel Extreme Masters Singapore, we mentioned it before, yeah, not against teams like CLG, CJ ENTUS, alternate in their group, but I think that gave them a much-needed confidence boost to, you know, just to prove to themselves that they can win tournaments and that they're going to be a threat to these bigger teams coming forward. They're doing a very standard thing that we've seen MEETYOURMAKERS do right from the very start, when Kubon wasn't even in the lineup, when they had Kkinsh in this top lane, when they, back in 2011 in that World Cyber Games. They always warded incredible amounts, and they're doing that again. I mean, if I just look at the vision here, that's what they can see currently, which is the entire CLG jungle. They can see everything that's going on that side of the map. CLG, well, there's their vision. They can't see anything. They are pinned back currently and are just having to farm up as much as they possibly can. We can see it, MYM taking that jungle away time and time again. Blue buff here going to be done by Mokatte for the 3rd time in a row, actually, since that blue buff has been coming up. And they're just in a very, very strong position right now, which, to be honest with you, they're going to have to throw this game to lose it.
Yeah, and then you were mentioning the wars, but the snowball factor currently for Libik. I mean, he's 3-0-4. We haven't even looked at the kills in that sense. Corky's 0-0-6, but because of how many kills he has, how many assists, and you look at his entire team, everyone is buying wards. They want to be able to see where CLG is going just to catch him off in their own jungle. But CLG finally going for a push here as 5. I don't really think they have the tankiness or the damage to really go against MEETYOURMAKERS, though.
No, certainly. We saw, you know, that Fiddlesticks ultimate in that last fight, which could have been a big deal from CLG if they'd got in there with it. I mean, they were really low after the fight anyway, so with that Fiddle ultimate in there as well, it could have been a different story. But again, the crescendo came out of Libik and stopped it all from happening. Did the same in this top side of the CLG jungle, and now MEETYOURMAKERS working their way over towards that Baron. There is the ward in the back, which may stop them going for it. They spot the ward, going to carry on with the Baron for now. What are CLG going to do to come back from this one? Krepo actually coming out. That's Czaru a little bit further forward than his team. Didn't want to go out there without that tanky front line to really help him. They back away. Baron now down to 2,500 HP as there comes the crescendo. Only on towards Froggen. Ezreal ulti comes in as well. There is the shutdown, but the rest of CLG are taking a lot of damage. Czaru going help for Leather, going to flash in there. Takes down Yellowpete. Double kill for Corky, and that will be an ace for MEETYOURMAKERS. 5 men out, losing only the support, who ironically was shut down since it was 3-0-9 in there, and they are going to kick off Baron. Let's see if they can finish it. Makler is pretty low, but he's got Kubon and Mokatte there, both with him to offer that tankiness to get that job done. And they are looking so ridiculously good. And I said at the start of the game, this is a real chance for MEETYOURMAKERS. First game of the day, CLG, I'm not sure how much they're practicing. I know MEETYOURMAKERS were the first, if not one of the first 2 teams that arrived today for Group B. They arrived very early on in the day. I actually got an email in my from the ESL staff saying, can we let MEETYOURMAKERS in? Because the doors are all locked. So that's how early they were here. Then I think the staff weren't really ready for that. So they put in a lot of time this morning to get warmed up. At which point, when I came in, CLG was still just 2 guys. Only Krepo and Froggen were here. So MEETYOURMAKERS just showing that that bit of warm-up here in the day can go a very, very long way. But overall, their style has been very impressive, and they've earned this massive lead that they have now.
Oh, Czaru on the bot lane going to be getting caught for Froggen here. Does get Knight, has that G available, though.
And Shumpo's away.
You hear the scream as you know he got away.
Actually laughing behind us, I think, there, Czaru.
But yeah, MEETYOURMAKERS definitely. Yesterday they were here. I think they watched every single game just scouting out every team because they really want to prove themselves, and they're putting in the work. They're putting in that legwork that they really need to, that most teams don't seem to really understand, but they are going to go for a pusher. They have that Baron, and they have the ability to easily dive under these turrets right now with just how tanky Kubon is, and Mokatte on top of that. And there it goes.
Look how fast the turret dies as well. As you said, that front line of Olaf and Udyr is more than enough to stop what CLG can throw at them right now. To be honest, CLG can't afford to push out. We just did see the fear coming down, and there is the kill coming down. Snoopeh going to get stunned up. There's another brilliant crescendo. 2 men dead. There is the 3rd. It's a double kill coming out of Czaru with Katarina. They're going to take the first Nexus turret. Second one going to fall here as well. Yellowpete will throw his ulti across to us to try and slow this down. Well, the Nexus will fall, and MEETYOURMAKERS going to start off with a victory here in Group B of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. taking down CLG.EU, and you can see just how happy they are from that one. Thoroughly deserved. Mega aggressive play across the whole map in that early game, and I think they can safely say they have arrived, and they are going to be, well, the favourites for the group, I'd say, coming out now after taking down CLG.EU. I'm sure that the other teams in the group will have something to say about it, though.
As Deman was saying, you see Libik on the left side of your screen, very huge Polish team, and clearly he can easily carry his team on the back, because every crescendo in that fight, or the entire game, was perfect. Even the last one, he caught the edge of Snoopeh, they blew him up, got Czaru with that reset, and they look very happy. The question is for me, Joe, have they played against any Korean teams? I don't reckon that they have.
No.
Yeah, and that's a big thing.
Well, actually, they did. Because they played against a Korean team at WCG in 2011. The game's completely different by now. But recently, no. And I think that could be one thing that maybe comes back to haunt them. But this team's dedicated, you know. They want to win things, and for sure they've been watching streams. They'll have been, I mean, ENTUS is actually, out of the two Korean teams here, the easiest to prepare for in my book. We've seen them playing a lot over in OGN Winter already. I think they've already played like 10 maps or so over there. So there's still a lot available on ENTUS. The team yesterday, obviously, SK Telecom were the hard one to prepare for, because no one really knew what was going to come out of them. But MEETYOURMAKERS here, playing against CLG, first game of the day, 18-3 in kills, 28-minute game. You can see CLG there having a talk about things. They're certainly not down and out of the tournament just yet. It's only one game after all, but their next two games are not easy either. You've got Alternate in there, you've got ENTUS in there, two very, very strong teams who will definitely be a threat in this group. But MEETYOURMAKERS, I don't want to take anything away from them about talking about CLG too much, because they were just fantastic.
They were amazing. And it looks like we're going to go back to the expert desk, the analysis desk, with Deman, Araneae, and Zenon the Stoic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne. What a stomp! And absolutely destroyed CLG.EU. Perhaps you guys should not have been shopping this morning. Maybe you should have been here practicing along with Krepo and Froggen. They were here nice and early. Where was everyone else? But I'm not too sure how much that would have helped.
Maybe they should have watched IEM Singapore as well, because I asked Krepo and Froggen this morning. They were like, no, we didn't watch those games. No, it's fine.
MEETYOURMAKERS have gotten strong.
They're kind of good.
They have gotten strong. Joe mentioned himself in the stream, you know, we've cast these guys for so long. They, in Poland, in WCG 2011, you know, they was proved how strong they were. Yeah. They got second place against Chicks.elo. They beat the Canadian team, which was Hotshot and co. They knocked them out. They were big, strong with those pink wards, and they've been an up-and-coming team ever since. We knew sooner or later, and we mentioned it when we were in Singapore, they got this victory. Is this going to give them the confidence to carry on? And you could hear them, you could see them on the screens, how much that meant to them. They wanted that game, and that maybe even just put them in pole position for the group.
I think I heard a Davai in the end, and I think that's
that was Russian. That was Russian. That was completely Russian. I just think like MYM just studied CLD, and CLD did pretty much nothing. Like, they didn't study MYM at all, and MYM like had a paper of what is CLD gonna do in every single moment. That was especially what we had on Gamescom at SK. Like, we knew pretty much what CLD is gonna do, and CLD
didn't
know what we're gonna do. So it's pretty much, I don't know. It's probably
is that an argument about the traveling? Is that an argument about just traveling too much, too many tournaments, not having chance to prepare?
It's probably more about being overconfident to a tournament. More than traveling. You can travel and you can still like get in videos, you can still like watching replays, you can still doing that. It's not about that's not a problem. The problem is being overconfident.
Overconfidence. Well, MEETYOURMAKERS. We have an interview with them. I believe it was going to be Mokatte. I saw him heading towards Zoe.
Thank you very much, guys. I now have one of the guys from the winning team joining me. Of course, it is Mokatte. Give it up for the guys, please. Give it up, that basically means the audience, okay. It's okay, they still started, so we can still practice it a little bit. And of course I have But I Love You joining me once more for the post-match interview. That was rather convincing, if I may say so. You guys won the IEM Singapore already. How much time did you have to prepare for this event now?
Honestly, we didn't prepare that much for Cologne, because we put a lot of work to prepare for Singapore. And since many teams at Singapore cancelled their participation, we didn't use everything we got there. because we didn't need to. So being prepared for Singapore made us being prepared for Cologne as well. So this is how it worked.
All right, well, walk us through the picks and bans. What did you want to really, kind of secure for your team and take away from CLG during that?
Sorry again?
During the picks and bans, what did you really want to focus on taking for your team and, for your playstyle and taking out of CLG's playstyle?
It wasn't that much about picks, I think. We just picked what we like, usually. Of course, it had to work. It had to have enough CC, engage and stuff, but it wasn't our main goal. Our main goal was the kind of play style, not just the picks. Picks were just what we like and what we do.
Was that the reason why you went for this super aggressive play style, since you were so confident with the picks you picked?
Yeah, pretty much.
That was a short answer.
All right, well, what was your kind of mindset early game? Because we did see that level 1, actually it wasn't level 1, but it was a very early gank, 3-man gank at the bot lane. We saw Czaru teleport in on a Wickd, and you shut him down. After that, was that like the, hey guys, we can do this, we can go for our hyper-aggressive play, get that top turret down, move over to bottom, and kind of work your way around?
Playing aggressive is what we like and what we always want to do. Sometimes you're just getting behind from the start and you cannot play aggressive because you will end up failing. So if we had opportunity to play aggressive, we just wanted to use it. It's more fun, it's what we enjoy, and if we enjoy the game, it's just easier.
And now that you have CLG out of the way, who else are you looking forward to in this group stage?
Now we'll be facing, I think, Korean team ENTUS, but I'm not really sure. We didn't manage to play against them ever, so it's hard to predict the outcome. But yeah, we'll do our very best.
That sounds nice. So we, of course, wish you good luck with that. Thanks a lot for joining us for the interview. We give it over for a quick commercial break, and afterwards we're back with the community talk.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I think the laptop that's going smashed and tons of damage next to it. I think I can see what they were getting at there, so I think that one wins it for me. But ENTUS versus Team Alternate coming up next. It's ForellenLord. He's back. The 3K elo man of Alternate and Kerp as well. Let's not forget, he got 2.9K, didn't he, or something like that?
2.8, almost 9, I think.
Yeah,
I think he didn't
his heart
get to
wasn't
9.
in it. His heart wasn't in it. Yeah. He didn't want 3.
Almost.
Either way, they are very high elo players, but they're against ENTUS, the kings of cheese. These guys will pull out strategies that you guys may not have watched unless you've been watching the OGM Winter, because OGM Winter is where these guys have been playing pretty strongly. There it is, LongPanda, Kkinsh, inSec, Dade, and Space. Dade, the mid laner, been playing some pretty impressive stuff. inSec, they took a game off, I think it was Zuby Frost. It was Zuby Frost. They beat him pretty strongly in the first game, but then they tried another bit of cheese that they saw Najin Saw do the day before. And it backfired on them. We don't know what to expect from this. I mean, they have literally every tactic that you guys have probably seen and more in their bags. And we're also expecting a Kha'Zix.
Yeah, that would be nice. You are expecting a Kha'Zix.
I'm expecting a Kha'Zix. I saw him practicing it, and the first question they asked the admins, can we have Kha'Zix?
Well, that's good. The first thing that everybody needs to keep in mind about the Koreans, though, is that they came up with the whole idea of this push hard, push all the time, always take towers no matter what.
No, actually, you're wrong.
Well, the Taiwanese. WE? Oh,
WE started the ball rolling.
I think the Korean...
the Asian meta came up with this. And the Koreans, I think, maybe...
Narrow it down into one region, why not?
Yeah, whatever. My point is that Alternate may not be prepared for quite this amount of pressure here. And I think we're going to get a graphic right now actually showing us the team.
Alternate, obviously, they're a team that you've played with. I wouldn't say played with, but you know all these guys from solo queue. You come up against them all so often. I mean, it's a strong team. Is that the way the team could work?
I will say, like, Alternate is most likely like a solo queue team. It sounds weird, probably it sounds not really correct, but it's true. Like, they are individually really high skill players, all of them. We have ForellenLord, who I never saw him losing a lane in solo queue. We have Kerp, who I never saw him not carrying a game, even losing, but carrying all the games in solo queue. We have Kottenx, an amazing jungler in solo queue. like carrying all the games in solo queue, and we have Metalx and now Zen. We have to point that Zen is playing for them as sub.
Yeah.
He's not the main lineup. He's not in the main lineup. They have another support called Jerry. Yep, Jerry. The Swedish support was subbing for CLG.EU on MLG. And I will say like they are pretty much like a solo queue team, still really high skill team. But ENTUS, they have something special. It's true that we were talking about the Korean meta style, the Korean like pushing style, but they are completely different. They try to do some kind of strategics like crazy strats. Like CLG call it the cheesy strats, we say. And it could work sometimes, but sometimes it can be like horrible for you.
Yeah, it could
so
be
it's like a coin. It's like a coin. You can throw the coin and maybe it works like perfectly and you destroy them. And maybe it doesn't
and that's exactly what backfired on them. They tried the strat. They saw Naj and Sword do it one day. They thought we can do that the next day, and it backfired. I don't even think they got a single kill in the game.
And that was exactly the point I was trying to make. Because of either the Korean or Asian hard push meta, or because of the cheese that you come up with, how do you react to cheese? You have to react as a team. You have to say, oh, okay, they're doing this and this and this, so we need to adjust these and these aspects in our play as a team. And that, I think, could be the downfall of Alternate, because they do have these mechanically super strong people, but can they pull it together as a team, and as a team adapt and react to a cheese that they've never seen before?
And that's it. I mean, like you say, Derp, I was nearly going Kerp carries games, ForellenLord carries games, but these are solo games. These are games that are not so coordinated as full-on teams on the comms. And, you know, ENTUS, they've come up against the best in the world. They have played the best in the world. All of the top Korean teams. They've even played, obviously, the Europeans. They were in the OGN summer beforehand. These are the team that's been around for a while. They've tried all sorts. But honestly, these guys, I'm interested to see what they're going to come out with. We saw a couple of crazy things yesterday from SK Telecom. We saw some different lanes. Evelyn versus Kha'Zix top, wasn't it? Where we saw a Kha'Zix versus Olaf, not Olaf, it was Shinzao. Top lane. So what are we expecting this time? Picks and bans are getting underway. What do we think? I mean, really, they're just going to go with, I guess, just checking straight their solo queue and just going, okay, we'll just bone straight.
I will say ENTUS is going to probably to ban this ForellenLord.
You got to think Jax maybe.
He's the famous player on Alternate, and he's going to get like all the bans. Probably he will get like, we see Orianna. Probably he will get Diana, and probably we'll see another like TF or an EVA. Yeah. We'll probably see as the third ban.
Vladimir Banda is very interesting. Do you know enough about ENTUS to say if that's aimed at anyone?
Yeah, the top laner did play it, LongPanda. He played it. Actually, to be fair, he got absolutely... He was the poor soul that was getting destroyed by Magnoon in the top lane.
Oh,
it was LongPanda.
Actually, I think like all the Korean... I mean, the Korean... they all play Vladimir. It's like probably one of the best champions, even for mid lane, even for top lane. They play both lanes. So it's like one of the favorite champions for the Korean. And we see a ban of Olaf. Kerp is probably his favorite champ is Olaf. And Olaf, I will say Olaf in top lane is one of the champions you can run against everything. He can work against everything. He's super strong top lane.
The true damage and everything. And the Blitzcrank ban is interesting to me as well, since we did talk about the fact that Alternate are coming in this. There's the Ranger ban. The Alternate are coming in this with a sub for the support, so maybe the sub doesn't feel confident enough to first pick and play that Blitzcrank, or maybe he doesn't feel confident enough to dodge the Blitzcrank hooks. And a Lee Sin first pick. Lee, how do you feel about that?
You got to ban Lee Sin every time. There's just
but then we have Diana open.
We do have Diana open, and that could get... Oh, Twisted Fate was also...
They got Twisted Fate. That's really strange.
I mean, that's ForellenLord. He's known for Twisted Fate.
Yeah, still, Diana is a counter. Diana is a completely counter to Twisted Fate.
So you expect the Diana pick up from Alternate now?
Yes. And I know ForellenLord play Diana really well. So I really expect that Diana pick from them. And also, we have to talk about that Lee Sin pick. Oh, Evelyn.
Evelyn does a similar thing to Twisted Fate, that she can roam and impact other lanes.
Burst Twisted Fate down so quickly as well.
That is another thing, yeah, that's true.
So Ezreal being locked in as well, so bottom lane is secure. I guess they're leaving their support open. They know they're going to be up against the Zyra. What are we expecting as potentially support going to come out? They're going to leave the top lane to the last minute?
I will say as AD, you need some escapability ability against Evelyn. If not, he can snowball. She can snowball really much on bottom lane. So probably we'll see a Corki or even Caitlyn is great. Caitlyn is probably.
Wasn't CG ENTUS the team that ran a support TF mid lane with Caitlyn?
They ran all sorts. They ran
I
everything.
think I heard that one in particular.
Support what?
Support TF with a Caitlyn in mid lane. That's something that I think I read earlier today when I was looking into them.
They played 2v1 mid a lot.
Yeah.
To shut down that kind of champion like Evelynn.
But
Evelynn is a middle champion. She needs to farm. And if you put 2v1 mid, probably she's not going to farm that match.
Interesting, but for now let's assume it's going to be a TF mid and a Caitlyn Zyra bot lane. That would be the sane assumption.
Caitlyn Zyra is really strong against Evelynn because you can trap everything. Like you will have Caitlyn and Zyra double you on every brush, so Evelynn cannot gank that match on that lane.
Right. So very, very standard picks here, Lulu with support and Irelia in the top lane. And that's going to go to... it's going to be a Malphite. What do you feel would be the better pick here?
Oh, he's been locked in.
I would think both picks were fine. Evan Irelia, Evan Malphite. Both are fine.
So what are you going to pick against it? Oh, Singed.
Korean Singed.
Oh, yeah.
That's something you don't really want to see.
That's scary. LongPanda then going to be...
And sadly, I saw it.
The Ghost Ignite Singed. Oh, yes. I can already hear the yakety sax playing in my ears.
I can think of many players that had nightmares about Shy Singed, certainly at the Season 2 World Finals.
Yes,
so there are your teams locked in. Pretty obscure some of the lanes, but what are we expecting here, Araneae? What are you thinking between these two? Obviously, you talked about ForellenLord already. How do we think this top of the lane is going to go? Kerp versus LongPanda.
I think it will be really early domination from Alternate because they have like Evelynn probably going... I saw ForellenLord running mobility boots, rushing mobility boots on Evelynn, and then you have the teleport of Malphite. So mainly like from level like 1 till level 8, 7, Alternate will need to dominate. Because also we have Singed, is not really good early game hero. Cho'Gath is good early game, it's fine, but Caitlyn is not really good early game hero as well. So we have... Well, actually, Caitlyn is good early game here. I don't know what I'm talking about. He's bad mid lane, sorry. Mid game hero. So there we have like the early game. I would say Alternate has all the chances. Only problem will be TF. TF can really stop that early game domination. So I would say from pick and bans, I will be cheering for CGA ENTUS. I think they have better late game and better comp.
I think I'm with him here. The only thing that I can possibly see turning this around is that two heroes in Team Alternate, both ForellenLord and Kerp, have the opportunity to make their impact felt in the entire game with mobility and with teleport, of course. So if Alternate win, it's because of these two.
Well, we shall see, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get over to our commentary team. It is going to be Joe Meller and Jason But I love you.
Alternate versus CJ ENTUS. First game for both of these teams in Group B of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Alternate on the blue side. What are you expecting to see? Anything early on here, Jason?
Well, actually, yes, because they're invading Joe. We're going to see something early on.
Captain Obvious.
Actually, he's going to catch Censure. Does have Ghost, doesn't have anything else to go away besides that. But it doesn't look like they're actually going to commit to it. But I'm actually really curious to see ForellenLord's Evelynn, because every game we've casted of him that I can think of in my head has been a Twisted Fate or an Ahri, or an Orianna. I haven't seen him besides those three champions. And I really see what Alternate can bring, because we didn't, we saw them fortunately get dropped out of EPS, but they are still a good team. When they reformed, they were a really good team, and this is their chance to really get their name out there.
Well, it looks like that little invade was just to get that ward down over by the red buff. And maybe then not any further action from Alternate side of things. Obviously, they know that CJ ENTUS have had plenty of time now to react to that one. See Caitlyn already up on this middle side of things. And it looks like CJ will be starting off here on the Wraith side. Or is Cho'Gath going to go down? Nope. Looks more like a Wolf start for him. On the other side of things, Lee Sin starting out, pretty standard start for him, round about these Wraiths. So, a little bit of back history. When we think back to when Navi played in OGN the Champions, they won one game in that tournament, Jason, and it was against CJ ENTUS. And Sand and Kottenx were both part of that team.
Yes, they're going to have a little bit of an information advantage. Obviously, though, I mean, with the time, the meta changes, the players change a little bit. And well, I guess we'll just find out in about 30 minutes to see who wins this game. But one thing, Joe, that I wanted to point out is that Kerp's running teleport. And that's a really interesting thing to run. Yeah, you're against a Twisted Fate. You kind of want to see the mid lane go with the teleport just to catch up. But we're going to see some teleport ultimates coming in from him that could really feed and really snowball a lane. And Joe, which team do you think has this game?
Honestly, I wrote on Twitter before this one, it's a really hard one to call, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how Alternate are really going to come into this one. As Araneae rightly pointed out, these guys are pretty damn strong in terms of their solo queue ability, let's call it. They have played well as a team, that's definitely for sure, but I'm not sure how strong they're going to be against CJ ENTUS.
Well, we do have a lane switch for Ultra. They will be putting their AD carry in support, and Kerp, actually, Malphite took their own blue buff and is heading down to the bot lane to 1v2 the Zyra and Caitlyn combo. So he's going to have that extra mana to actually see us under turret with that ground slam, with that seismic shard. And this is actually a really interesting play. I mean, it's because Kerp is level 2. He's not really far behind in CS or in experience in any way. He's actually ahead of Space at the moment, so he should be decently fine, especially with those cloth armor and 5 pots. But that...
It's not going to last long, though.
Yeah, not going to last long at all. With Caitlyn's auto attack range is very hard. And I was asking you in the little delay period we had, Joe, the Zyra grasping roots mixed in with the Caitlyn trap. And we were talking about how if you put the Caitlyn trap down at the exact same time the grasping roots comes down, you can do exactly what you see right there. Kerp getting double trapped, being unable to move, and have a hard time for him to have that really high mobility, though. When he gets 6, obviously, the ultimate going to be very useful for him.
Yeah, you got to be pretty quick on that combo to really land it in there. It's not quite as easy as the whole Taric Caitlyn combo for doing something like that. As we see once again, Kerp getting rooted up. I mean, with the fact that he's got that seismic shard, he's going to have an easier time, in my opinion, than Singed in this top lane. Certainly in the early levels of things as well. Just interested to see what they go for here, because we see naturally when these 2v1 lanes come in, we see ganks coming in pretty much all the time. We saw it at IPL, which most teams really were slow on countering there. San is going to get pulled over. There's the knockup coming in as well, but can they finish off? Now, San going very low, and there is first blood coming out for Singe. inSec is all over the place there. I'm not sure really what he was doing. To be honest, I'm not sure why he was walking this way whatsoever. But, well, that's what happened to him. So, now, bad news at the start of things, really, for inSec. But they did manage to get that first blood onto Singe, which will certainly help him out, you know, get up to that level of tankiness that he wants to be in for this 2v1 lane.
I don't know, I really give the advantage, actually, to Alton off of that. Yeah, they got CJ just got first blood, but Metalx has a double buff now.
Oh, in the middle there, we have seen ForellenLord actually may just die here. The minions hitting him as well. And there's the final minion coming in. The Ignited already finished off. And that will bring us back quickly to 2-2. So, we see Singe with a kill there. We see Evelyn with a kill, we see Ezreal, and we see Twisted Fate with one. So those kills spread out nicely. Alternate gonna be taking down the first tower of the game. Second one might not be too far behind though, because Space and Kkinsh are pushing quite heavily on this bottom lane. But look at Kerp, he's up to level 5 already. And to be honest with you, if they try and challenge him under this tower, he's gonna be a bit of a menace once he gets that unstoppable force in his arsenal. But they are gonna be obviously bringing this this double lane, the AD carry and support, back towards that bottom lane to stop anything really big going off that. What have we seen from this first round of going back to bite? Well, a GP10 item there, the Heart of Gold on Cho'Gath, plus the double Doran's ring coming out for Twisted Fate. Other side, Sorcerer Shoes for ForellenLord. No real surprise going towards that full penetration build that we're seeing a lot these days out of the likes of Evelyn, out of the likes of Katarina as well. As ForellenLord there just popping his W, running up towards Dade, who he's going to be scared of the power of ForellenLord, that's for sure.
Yeah, and he's really keeping him off his creeps. As you see here, he's going to force them farm on his turret, which lets ForellenLord roam around if he does want to. I mean, the CS lead, it is 6. We do have ForellenLord, like you saw before, got that kill, and he is trying to harass down Dade right there. But still, I mean, he's not 6 yet, and that's when Twisted Fate really becomes extremely scary. You know, popping the gank entry lane. Singe though on the top lane, still farming away. Has a little bit behind in CS though, has that kill, and as you see in the bot lane, as we switch the camera around, Metalx, I mean, if he does Arcane Shift in, he'll easily win in a fight against Space. Now we do have Lee Sin. Oh, Kottenx gonna get caught here.
Oh, this is bad knockup, plus the root coming down. Kottenx in trouble. He's gonna finish off there from the Ignite. ForellenLord actually using his ultimate in that situation, but I'm not sure it's enough to get away. Knockup though won't land, and with that W pop, he manages to escape quite lightly from that one. LongPanda doing what Singe does best in this top lane, which is just going straight around those creeps, farming them up as much as he can. Doesn't even care there that his poison's on. He's actually gonna flip Kerp out. Bit of damage from the poison coming in as well. But we are in a 3-2 lead in kills for the Korean side of CJ ENTUS. Just, again, have to keep a real eye on this middle lane. As ForellenLord certainly will just turn on the pressure as soon as that ultimate and the ignite is available, which won't be taking too long. His ignite is almost up and his ultimate approaching halfway of its cooldown as well. And there we see ForellenLord again going in heavily onto Twisted Fate. Just wants to keep him away from the lane as much as he possibly can. Early CS 48-44 between the two AD carries, 32-37 in that middle lane. Top lane Malphite got a nice advantage there, approaching that 10 CS lead at 41-42. He just picked himself up that Philostone plus a cloth armor in there as well. Singed, Cage's lucky pick plus the Sapphire Crystal as well for that extra mana.
Yeah, most likely going into Catalyst. Not sure if that will be a Banshees or into a Rod of Ages, but I love what ForellenLord's doing in the mid lane. Every time he sees Dade actually use... Oh, where is that actually happening?
Sand down at the bottom, getting quite low here. Space needs to watch out as well there. Metalx just putting that ignite on down to him. I think more to stop him chasing in for that kill on towards Sand Space. It's still not quite level 6 to get that ulti off here. And we are seeing Kottenx now moving in towards the jungle. Kerp is there for ForellenLord coming around the side. There's the unstoppable force. Twisted Fate goes down. inSec in trouble as well as he gets the ignite down onto him. Can he escape this one though? He's trying to dodge around, miss any force alternate to miss any skill shots, but in the end didn't matter too much. And that will be 2 kills mopped up for Alternate. That'll put them back in the lead in gold, back in the lead in kills. And now they're going to be going for a 8.5-minute dragon.
That was so unfortunate for inSec there, not to mention Dade, but inSec, his flash was up in about 2 seconds when that gank actually came in, so he wasn't able to get away. We do have Singed farming the top of, like you're saying, first dragon of the game to be taken out at 8:37. And it's going to give Alternate a nice little bit of a gold lead as we see Metalx hitting pretty much nothing there. But that teleport, like we were talking about before, I mean, that is so devastating on a Malphite coming in with your ultimate, though. I believe he actually did teleport into there. And LongPanda still trying to get this turret down, auto-attacking a little bit. And you can't really let a Singed farm, because Joe, I know he's your favorite top lane, and you just can't let him do that. He's your favorite ever.
That's just it. He is my favorite. I am a very big fan of Singed, that's for sure. And yeah, he's just doing exactly what Singed does best. Go past the turret, pick up the CS as you go, and put the pressure down as you continue to push that one through. They've managed to save this middle turret out there, though, Alternate, but it has taken a lot of damage, so we'll maybe see that one go down in the next couple of minutes. Kottenx here coming down just to give a bit of support to this bottom lane and make sure that wave of minions doesn't go to waste. Middle lane, Cho'Gath was just covering off for Twisted Fate, but ForellenLord now back into that one. The blue buff is actually up on the Alternate side of things, which you'd expect will be going over to ForellenLord here as soon as they get involved and get that one started.
Look at the ward coverage. I'm a little bit surprised out of Alternate. They have no ward spotting if Dade leaves the lane and tries to ulti into bottom or ulti into top. And that's kind of something you never really want to let a TF do. You typically see the ward in the lane pretty deep, but ForellenLord going for his blue here, going to help him harass that much harder against Dade there. He has that flash and ignite up still, or sorry, for Dade, and has the ultimate up as well. He hasn't actually used it once this game, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he hasn't.
And that's the thing about TF. I mean, ForellenLord, if anyone knows TF, it's him. Since he's that, high CLO.
We are going to be seeing that ultimate coming down, though, from Twisted Fate. There is the first kill. Second one will follow. It's Cho'Gath that picks that one up, and that's the danger. I mean, you've got the knock-up out of Cho'Gath. You've got the knock-up out of the ultimate of Zyra. You've got the trap to keep him in position after that. Then you've got the stun cards of Twisted Fate when he comes down as well. So a big, big combo that if you get caught out on, if you're not ready for that one, you are going to be in a lot of danger, and that will give ENTUS again the kill lead. So swinging back and forth on that front. They are 1,300 gold currently in the lead, and they may have this bottom turret away now as well. They're going to leave it here for these minions to finish off, but Metalx is going to try and stop this one from happening, but with that siege minion there, should be enough to just finish it off. There we go, just about done. And that will bring us to 2-1. ENTUS got the turret lead.
Not looking too good for Alternate at the moment. They have, I'm trying to look at late game composition. That Malphite ultimate is so big for Alternate. If they can't land it correctly, it's going to cause a lot of problems. Mixed in with that Lulu knockup, it's going to be very devastating to their team. But the other team is so tanky with that Singed and Cho'Gath. You're just able to run past the entire enemy team. They're going to be focused down. Singed, obviously, as we all know him, just does whatever he pleases, running in circles around the enemy team. But still, I mean, how are they going to get into TF and Caitlyn and Zyra if if the Malphite ultimate misses? And it's pretty much up to ForellenLord to follow up with the slow from his ultimate. How Kerp teleporting on the bot lane.
Yeah, we are going to see him coming in space now on trouble and underneath his turret. That's not even a contest. 4 versus 1. That one being Caitlyn for a little while at least until she went down, and now they're going to be looking to even this turret score up. There are 4 of them there. As we said, Lulu actually is just going to be headed back there for a bit of shopping time, and that will be the second turret of the game and brings us back to a 500-600 gold difference. CJ ENTUS, though, are currently pushing out this mid lane, and they've got 2 men there. Not sure that they'll be able to really get the turret down, especially with Evelyn coming back over to stop that one from happening, but damage here, damage there usually leads to something some point down the road.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to give up that mid turret, as we always talk about, Joe. The map control it gives you is insane, especially when you're at TF. If you can take that mid turret down, that leaves you so free to roam around. And we do see 2 pink wards being invested into that middle lane. Dade doesn't want to let ForellenLord roam around and actually get out of the lane stealthed up. Trying to protect his other lanes, though. He still hasn't really been around the map too much with his ultimate. Was in the bot lane gank, as you saw there, picking up those 2 kills. But CS, I mean, overall, it's pretty even. It's pretty much exactly the same, except in the jungle with that 30 CS difference in favor of Cho'Gath with his 2 GP10s. Gonna have a lot of gold rolling in, sitting at 4,400 total compared to the 3,600 total of Kottenx.
See their space just racking up a bit more of a total. ForellenLord now coming down into this bottom lane. But unluckily for him, everyone's gone. He'll be happy just to have that extra bit of farm and then probably head straight back in towards that middle lane where Dade is just finishing off his wave of minions. Dragon will be coming up 16:37, so still a good 3.5 minutes to go for that one. Blue buff going to be gifted over here on towards Twisted Fate. And top lane, Kkinsh, you know, he has been pushing quite a lot. And there is the ultimate coming out. Oh, and he's managed to steal it. Brilliant stuff from Metalx there. Actually, they didn't have a ward in position whatsoever, right? So that was just done on feeling. Nicely done from Metalx.
They had the timing down around because they did check it once they got that double kill on the Dade and onto inSec. But CJ is just trying to go for a push on the mid lane there, going to back out. And with space, with Caitlyn, you have the ability to hit this towers from such a long range. All you have to really worry about is Kerp with that ultimate going to catch you, or going to potentially be able to catch you, as we do have him heading down. Does have that ultimate available, and is actually building into the Abyssal Scepter to help with Kkinsh's damage.
See that pink ward being put down by CJ ENTUS. That's just to give that vision to Evelyn when she's around. And our alternate actually going to go for a turret here. Singed up in this top side of the river. Did just get hit, but after all, he's singed. He'll quite happily take a few hits and just run away because, well, like I said, he's singed. That's what he does. Alternate here are going to be bunching up once again in the middle. A little bit early for that Dragon. It's still got 2 minutes, 20 seconds until that one comes up, but they certainly don't want to be losing this middle tower. We've talked about that before and how important it's going to be in this early to mid-game stage to have up there. As Metalx actually going to get hit here with the knock-up ultimate. Comes out of Kaylin. LongPanda is there as well. And it looks like they may just give up this middle turret without anything, as we do see the Unstoppable Force comes down. Kerp's going to be flung around. He is finally going to die. Actually, he didn't use his Unstoppable Force. He did it there right at the end, which was just far too late. The crowd control was too much for him, though. And that will be a 1-for-0 exchange. They're going to turn in now towards ForellenLord. That is the pink ward, the power of that pink ward coming in as well. And their CC is just ridiculously strong, as there's a flash coming down as well. Can they finish off? Sand going low. The root, actually, of Kkinsh will pick up that kill for him. And that surely now will finally be that middle tower going down after picking up 3 kills, losing none. They're going to drop down towards the Dragon, which is now up. So our timer of 16:37 was pretty far off of that one. So hopefully we get it right next time. Hint. But Dragon being started here, not really much, or not anything really that they can do about it.
Your pet peeve, we're seeing mid lane actually be pushed out of alternate right now. And that last team fight was such a great play out of Dade. I don't know if you caught it, but he popped that ultimate just to see where ForellenLord was. And he saw him coming around from the, or the Wraith camp. Actually stunned him with a gold card over the wall just to prevent him from getting in there, because that W movement speed, he could have turned that fight completely around. Great play out of him. We're going to see ForellenLord pick up his own blue here. And we are even in Dragons to 1-1 now.
So, Dade going to go back. Let's have a look at the gold that they currently sat on. 900 for him to spend as he heads back off. And he's going to finish it off those Sorcerer's Shoes. We've got the Haunting guys already out here of Evelyn. Abyssal Scepter done for Cho'Gath. That's going to be a nice item for him to have. In terms of LongPanda, got that Negatron cloak in there. Building a little bit half here, half there, to be honest, for the start of this one. But well, he's singed. He's allowed to do that.
That's a satisfying sound as well, Joe, besides Jax. Just hearing the psst and then hearing the cling, cling, cling of money. Not bad. But the mid lane probably
ForellenLord getting stunned up here. Actually will flash away, pops a W. Should be able to escape that one. The rest of the team actually coming around. Kerp there did get rooted and stunned afterwards. Well, ForellenLord just about living at the end of that one. Real close stuff, though.
Yeah, that ultimate just saved his life completely. Hit as many targets as he possibly could. Gave him that shield. And survived that feast. Got away. So pretty much no kills being shared there. But Kkinsh in the top lane still just farming away. Trying to keep his CS as high as possible. Going to be going into that Banshee's Veil. Even looks like a revolver on top of that. Just get a little bit of life still, or spell vamp. And she does pick it up. So Kkinsh going to be very scary. I mean, you really underestimate the damage he can do if he stays alive long enough in a team fight running around you.
There's the extra bit of cash from the Wraith being picked up by Ezreal. AD carry still pretty much bang even on the creep score. So good for both sides. You've got 6 assists on Caitlyn, being a bit of an assist king in this game so far.
We saw with MEETYOURMAKERS that AD carry had all the assists and no kills pretty much through the entire game.
Okay, yeah. And that's at 1-0-1, obviously, on Ezreal. Got the pickaxe and that BF sword in there. So looking like he's headed up straight towards that Infinity Edge, which we have been seeing a lot more common on Ezreal's going for that, that build rather than the more standard Trinity Force straight off the bat. And now ForellenLord hanging around the side. It's never a good sign
Dade
for the opposition team when you've got an Evelynn just hanging around there waiting to get in on the action. But Alternate may have done enough here to force them away and take down this middle turret. That would be their 3rd of the game and will leave us tied up as well. So all outer turrets on both sides of this map are still down. But Jason, as we move in towards that mid game and getting into the late game, who do you think's got the stronger comp for this one?
I would say Alternate. You heard during the expert desk that Caitlyn kind of falls off mid game very early on, very strong. Mid game kind of weak, but late game can get that power back. And there's a lot of tankiness on CJ ENTUS, but you have a lot of damage out of Alternate, a lot of control with Kerp, with Kottenx, and with Sand. I really have to give it to them. What about you?
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, they've got those kind of ultimates to win the game, but they also have to hit them. Yeah. It's not like something that comes very simply. It's going to be a lot about positioning, making sure that unstoppable force comes in, the Ezreal ultimate going over the top, ForellenLord getting his ultimate in there as well. But if they manage to string everything together, which they're certainly a team of high-skilled players who can do that, then it's going to be dangerous times for CJ ENTUS. But it looks like they, again, trying to force some pressure on towards this inner turret in the middle. Kerp, does he have that ultimate? Yes, he does. ForellenLord has his as well. Metalx just uses to clear out that minion wave, though.
Oh, we could see Engage coming here very soon. We have TF pushing that bot lane right now. Also needs to do something. They can't let that bot lane keep pushing. Yep, they do send ForellenLord down there to deal with it. And Kerp, yeah, he had the ultimate up. They could have engaged there, but they're just a little bit worried. They don't want to really throw the game right now since they are down a little bit of gold, sitting at almost actually over 4,000. But CJ ENTUS, they're making a push on that mid tower. They're not being punished for it in any way.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they can do with that Evelynn down on the bottom side. They're actually focusing in onto LongPanda. Kick used there out of Lee Sin to try and get him away. There is the unstoppable force there coming in. Here comes Twisted Fate. Zyra ulti goes down. Kerp is dead. Kottenx getting thrown into the air. But ForellenLord in the middle. He's going to die. He picked up Zyra. That was a 2-for-1, but they're not finished. Metalx goes down. The AD carry picked off there at the end of the fight. That is the Eno turret going down. And they may just have an inhibitor turret as well.
Man, supports today. They're the MVP of every game so far. That was an amazing Zyra ultimate. Caught ForellenLord, knocked him up. I believe it caught Metalx as well in that. And now they're going to get inhibitor turret off of it and an inhibitor. And this gives them such a good advantage in this game. Yeah. Having that inhibitor down, they can easily force fights with Dragon. Or sorry, not Dragon, Baron. And I mean, just with that 3-for-1, they shouldn't really be afraid of team fighting anymore.
And that can really be the fight that tips the balance in this game, really to be honest with you. The guys over on the expert desk might be having a look at a little bit later on. But that leaves us at 5-3 in turrets, 34.7 to 27.7. So a nice little 7,000 gold lead coming out for CJ. Let's have a look at their gold. Yeah, they've got a lot to spend. Over 1,500 and everyone. ForellenLord got 2,300, apart from Czaru, who obviously died and spent up in that last time. We can see Negatron cloaks all over the place.
Yeah, it completely destroys ForellenLord. I mean, that's their main damage out of them at the moment. With that ultimate to really, they'll take one down, pop that W against, gets that reset and keep going. Taking him out of the game, you're dependent on Malphite with the Abyss Scepter, not going to be doing too much damage. And then the Ezreal, who has Infinity's Edge, needs to be able to stay alive long enough in these fights to do damage, and he's currently not because of the CC that ENTUS is putting out on him.
I saw one wild card there, almost stripping half of Sand's health away. That's how strong they're going to be from that one. Metalx also taking a good chunk of damage. CJ look like they're going to be saving this turret out, at least for now. But Dragon is going to be coming up here very shortly. And there it is. And this is going to be an alternate Dragon because CJ, well, they're pretty much nowhere near it. They've got 2 men going back. And they don't have vision of that area either. And that will give alternate something to cling on to here. I mean, a Dragon here and there can really help you come back into a game like this. And now LongPanda could be in trouble, but again, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but this is the kind of thing that I have in my head as well when I'm playing Singed. You just think, I'm singed, it's fine, I can take some damage, and I'm just going to run in there, fling them back, because we are going to see Kerp now taking a lot of damage. Will they be able to finish him off? Yes, they will. It's Singed that gets it at the end of the day, and there is Dade actually teleporting himself into the back of them. Can he get the stun card down? Flash away from Metalx. Well, that's again another 2 for nothing. And CJ, they're just going straight down the middle from this one. Who cares about the top and bottom lane?
That was the second time this game we saw Kerp get shut down with Ivan using his ultimate. They're locking him down, they're bursting him down before anything else can happen because he is their initiate. He's the strongest point of their team. They get to win these team fights. But yeah, with these super minions, they should be able to win this. 10 seconds left on Kottenx.
Oh, they've managed to get Metalx there. And the ultimate is going to pick sand into the air as well. ForellenLord coming around the side. Looks like CJ may want to back away. There's the unstoppable force coming in. Dade goes down, shut down by ForellenLord, who's also taking a lot of damage with the focus. Not brilliant here out of CJ. LongPanda going low, but he's singed and he's not dead just yet, running away with that poison trail going. Another knockup comes in. Caitlyn with a Piltover. Peacemaker comes down. Kottenx tried to get in on towards Singed, but that will be a double kill. Singed survives once again, and now he's going to run straight through and try and get in onto Sandy, who's actually been blocked by the minions there for quite a while. This second Nexus turret is going to fall in 16 seconds till the AD carry comes in. There is Sand being rooted. They're going to start focusing down on this Nexus. Kerp coming into the middle of them. He's probably going to die before they manage to do anything out of that one, but CJ ENTUS focusing right in on towards the Nexus. They're going to take it down and win the game in 23 minutes 50 seconds here. 16-7 kills. Fantastic performance, ignoring those the top and the bottom lane and just going for the win straight through the middle with that kill advantage.
Yeah, really surprised. I mean, the game was in Ultimate's favor early on, but they came back with those team fights, with the mistakes that Ultimate was making with mostly Kerp, unfortunately. Those ultimates, he couldn't get them off in time, ended up dying there, but CJ ENTUS, I mean, looking pretty strong. We didn't see really any cheese coming out of them. I don't want to analyze the game, too much, since we do have people for that. But the Force of Nature on Cho'Gath, we haven't seen that item in forever. Kind of happy to see it here. And the magic is this: where's the armor? They don't have any. They don't need to because, unfortunately, Metalx just didn't have the damage he needed yet. He didn't have the items, and they were just preparing for that ForellenLord. And in that last fight, Caitlyn wasn't even touched.
Yeah,
I mean,
not touched at all.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw how low Singed went, which showed you how much they focused Singed, which you've almost forced to do it a little bit because he's just running around and constantly poisoning you, flinging out the target that he wants. So you're almost forced to do something to Singed to at least force him away. But by the time they spent all that time trying to get him down there. I mean, he's got that Negatron cloak in there. He's got that Rod of Age as well, so he's pretty tanky. That's a lot of time spent trying to pick him off. He survives in the end anyway, and then they managed to take out another 3 with a counter push from Alto, which I think was their last hope anyway. I mean, if they'd not have gone for that one, they probably would have lost it outright anyway. But a good, strong performance. CJ ENTUS going to be tied at the top of the group with MeetYourMakers at 1-1. I'm just trying to bring up our list of games here and figure out exactly which is our next one, Jason, because I'm not 100% sure, but I think it might just be that top of the table clash. Oh no, it's not. It's MEETYOURMAKERS versus Alternate coming up next.
That's the next one.
Damn it. That game will be actually after CJ versus CLG.EU. Then we'll have MEETYOURMAKERS versus CJ and CLG.EU and Alternate going on at the same time as the final game today. Obviously, we have to do that to make sure there's no funny business in terms of winning or losing games to go through into the next round. But that's enough blabbering from us. We're going to throw it over to the expert desk. Number 1, to analyze the game, and number 2, to see which cool pose they're going to throw at us this time.
We only do cool poses for Zoe normally.
Yeah.
But anyway, pretty convincing win at the end there. Kind of how we expected it to go out. And we got a couple of replays that we want to show you guys, because there was a few moments of pretty good skill involved there. And really anticipation is the main thing. So the first one, if we can get over to the replays, it's at 6:15 we saw it. And it was really down the bottom lane, actually.
We see ForellenLord. At this moment, he was visible. He wasn't invisible at this moment, and he was trying to move bottom lane to a gank. And they saw him. At that moment, Cho'Gath, we can point on Cho'Gath, he was teleporting, but they called it, and he went back. And he was waiting for Lee Sin. And right after Lee Sin appears, he was just destroyed. Evelynn couldn't do anything from that. It was just perfect combination, like, hey, Evelynn is moving bottom. Let's kill her. And Lee Sin appeared before her. So it was like the Backsplat.
The Backsplat came in.
The Backsplat came in.
That's
destroys our replay love.
No pixel Backsplat.
It's a tournament realm only thing, but yeah, that's what you get with 0-second replay delays. Sometimes we still get that little thing. So unfortunately, we can't show you the rest. But
hey, it wasn't during the game. Trust me, I've had worse.
It's true. Have you really?
I'm pretty sure
Actually,
there's been a few other games.
Let's talk how won the game. I mean, at that moment, they get 1 kill, but probably the most important moment won in bottom lane. It was Lee Sin ganking bottom, Cho'Gath counter gang, and at that moment, TF counter gang as well, and get a double kill in bottom lane. That was really important for CG ENTUS. At that moment, they were even, they were equal, but at that moment, they stand and get the superiority and get the leader of the game. And then there was a team fight on mid lane, was really important team fight where they were getting pushed, alternate on the second tower of mid lane. And at one point, Kerp tried to get Caitlyn because she was completely out of position. And in terms of like milliseconds, Caitlyn managed to flash away and just keep hitting Malphite.
Just as unstoppable force came on,
exactly.
He was gone.
Sorry, the Malphite ultimate. She flashed away and they just destroy them. And
it would have been better if we
kills.
had showed you on screen, but we have this lovely Spanish player explaining to you in words.
He can paint it to you in words.
He can paint it in words. In English, not Spanish, though. He could do it in Spanish to you if he wanted to. But
I can.
It can. I'd rather he didn't, because I probably wouldn't know what you're saying.
But it could be fun for the Spanish community.
The Spanish community would absolutely love
There
it.
is a Spanish stream, I think. So.
I'm not sure the German community
I
would be
think
too
the
pleased.
Spanish community is watching for me. You know, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Every one of them. Every one of them.
Yeah, we couldn't get Peke or Ocelot, so we got Araneae.
Wow. Wow, man. There you go. See, he's warmed up now. He's ready to go.
I'm warmed up. I'm really hot.
He's Trundle.
But
he's my Trundle.
Yep.
There was also, there's the Blue Steel ulti. Ez ultimate was nicely done.
Yeah, it was really nice by
Metalx, but there was so many back and forth. There was a great 3-0 tower fight for CG ENTUS, though, but they always felt they were in control, really, didn't they, CG ENTUS? So CG ENTUS looking strong here. They have picked up a win, so that's 1 for them, 1 for Meteormakers. Next game will be Meteormakers versus Alternate. Alternate?
Alternate?
Well, technically it is the right word, but you call them Alternate.
It's a German mail order company for computer parts mostly. I've bought many computers there in my youth.
Thank you very much for the breakdown of the sponsor.
Thank you for the information.
That's
We love that. We love that.
Alternate.de.
We love that.
FYI.
There you go.
There you go.
I am not actually getting any computers in return. Unfortunately, we should maybe fix that.
Do they do Benki monitors? Intel?
I would hope
Intel
so.
processors?
Very well done, sir.
You
Very well
know.
done.
I know the stuff.
I'm pretty sure they do, yes.
Yes, you're pretty sure they do. Okay, so we can't really show much replay, but we can talk about the teams. So CG ENTUS, what are we thinking here? I've seen Monte Cristo saying, LongPanda, wow, this is a different player than we normally see in the OGN championships. He's normally been tormented by McNoon or Shy or... I mean, he's been up against some of the top laners. Seemed to deal the 2v1, seemed to handle it pretty well, considering he was unsinged.
Actually, I won't say he dealt that well. It was most probably like the super fail. I think San misplays there. He got killed by Singe. And the biggest misplay was right after.
Jungler, inSec.
Yeah. It was like they get the first blood, and then you see a wild Cho'Gath running like, I don't know, I guess he get unplug out the mouse or something. Because it was really strange what he was doing. He was going like the completely wrong way. From tower.
We looked at it.
He died there.
We looked at it again in a replay. I was like, look at it. Explain to me.
We couldn't understand what happened.
Well, I mean, if you're not sure of the desks, they have these awesome USB slots they can just plug into. So maybe LongPanda just reached over and went, you're dead. Pulled his port out. It's just like, looks like I'm off.
In Spain we do it. In Spain we do it. Just for a lot, yeah.
So one thing I want to say is one prediction of ours that didn't come true that really surprised me was that both Ara and myself predicted mobility boots on Evelynn. And we really wanted to see that Evelynn having an effect on the other lanes.
Almost a counter to Twisted Fate as well, to get in there to try and keep up with him.
A, not only did ForellenLord not get the mobility boots, but rather go for Sorg boots. B, the one time he went for bot lane, it was the world's least sneaky gank. Honestly, he should be in the Guinness Book of Records. By the way, I am not going bot. It was so obvious.
I feel like casting with 2 trolls, like real trolls. I have one guy just trolling me, I have one guy trolling the team.
But the funny thing is, we're the trolls, but you live under a bridge.
Oh, burn. But, I mean, Jason mentioned it. Well, there was a bit strange that there was no awards for Twisted Fate as well in the mid. You know, obviously we saw it. You guys have all been loving it on the Reddit post, by the way. The SK Telecom mid laner, mightily ultimate down. What you actually didn't see on the stream was XPeke spinning to win, literally on top of him while he ulted down to that bottom lane.
That gif is perfect.
And Rage just went, thanks.
It's all the time, the gif is perfect. But I want to talk about other stuff. We always see this kind of strategy from CLG, I was going to say, Asubo Frost. Also, right after CLG took that strategy, it was when you do blue buff, for example, and you do the swap lanes, and you said that 2 guys top lane, there is one strategy really easy to do and almost like every team does. It's, you do the blue buff, at this case it was Malphite doing the blue buff and then he teleport bottom, Lee Sin doing the red buff, then you can right after invade enemy red buff, because they had a ward.
They did have the ward,
They had the red buff warded, so Cho'Gath started blue buff. And if right after...
And they also had a 2v1 at top.
Yes,
they had a
so
3-man
it was like perfect. It was a dream. A dream become truth. It was like Lee Sin just needed to go to enemy red buff, top lane needed to back up that Lee Sin, mid lane can back up as well, and then you have a 4v3 in the enemy red buff with Lee Sin. You are the strongest level 2 champion in jungler, let's say. So it's so easy to steal enemy red buff. I actually don't know why didn't Alternate do that. Because I thought that. I was calling, okay, they're putting a red buff ward, they're going to do this, but then suddenly I saw like Lee Sin doing red buff and then bottom jungle.
The reason, once again, is of course that they are a team of solo queue heroes. They're not one team, because this kind of call needs to come from a shot
team
caller,
leader,
from somebody who says,
why else would you ward the red buff? Why else would you do it? You warded the red buff.
I don't know then. That's the main
But
problem.
I mean, you think he's passionate about it now. You should have heard him when it was happening. We thought he was actually going to go up and go tell them on the stage and say, "What? No, you were loud."
He was about to punch people.
You saw him at Poland. You saw him jumping up and cheering. He was about that level. I thought Kanye next door was going to get interrupted on the German stream. I thought you were going to go in, yell down the microphone. Why are you not doing this?
It's true. It's true.
I have to do that next time. Next time something's going wrong, I will just wake up, go to the stage and say, why the hell is Alternate not doing this?
What are you doing? I don't know why you go a little Italian maybe.
That was actually Korean accent.
Is it Korean?
That was, what are you doing? Can you repeat it?
No, I was
can
thinking
we
more of
dial
Italian.
down the racism
Italian
maybe
again.
a little bit? Yes. But anyway, yes.
Yes, but nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we're having fun here at the analyst desk, but we do have an interview for you. So I guess we're going to see what CJ ENTUS have to say to Zoe.
Thank you very much, guys. That was fairly entertaining. And I do indeed have someone from CJ ENTUS here sitting next to me, joined by Hun, who is translating. LongPanda will answer some questions about the game. So let's start off with the pick and bans, of course. A lot of people have been wondering about what was going through your minds, as some of the lanes were quite unorthodox, to say the least. Can you explain what went through your minds?
피킹할 때 이제 좀 사람들이 보기에는 이상한 픽을 했는데, 챔피언 픽을 했는데 그거에 대해서 네.
일단 상대 미드라이너 같은 경우는 한국에서 유명하기 때문에 일단 오리아나는 저격 밴으로 했고, 오리아나 같은 경우는 상대를 하기 위해서 밴했고, 나머지 두 밴 같은 경우에는 한국에서는 흔히 하는 밴이기 때문에 했고, 픽 같은 경우에는 그러니까 플레이어 한 명 한 명이 자신 있는 챔피언을 픽했습니다.
He says that the bands were like very typical bands in Korea, and the champions that they pick were champions that they really like to play, so they just picked them.
All right, sounds reasonable. Did work out as well in the end. So let's talk a bit about the game itself. It's been a huge back and forth for most of it, and it looked like you guys were in the lead, gold-wise at least, throughout most of the times in the game. But still, like kill-wise, it's been a big back and forth until a certain point where you guys picked some really good team fights, made some really good trades. What was the moment where you think it actually turned the tide, where you guys felt confident to actually go in aggressively?
게임 전체적으로 봤을 때 엄청 왔다 갔다 하면서 누가 이길지 모를 정도로 이렇게 엄청 게임이었었는데 언제쯤에 이제 이 게임을 이겼다 이렇게 확신을 할 수 있었는지.
일단 미드에서의 대치전에서 상대 타워를 밀려고 했잖아요. 저희가 그 상황에서 먼저 저희가 좋은 포지션을 잡고 먼저 싸움을 걸어서 이긴 후에 미드 타워를 가져가고 용까지 먹고 나서 거기서부터 저희가 이겼다고 생각하게 됐습니다.
He says that they wanted to push the mid lane and destroy the tower, and they had a very good position in a one team fight, and through this positions they could win the team fight and then get the dragons, and then of course push the turret, and so they could win the game, things.
So what was your mentality going into those team fights? What was your main focus during the team fights?
제일 중요하게 생각했던 거 팀파이트를 들어갈 때 팀파이트를 할 때요 뭐가 제일 중요했는지.
일단 저희 팀 미드 AP 누커와 원딜 AD를 지키는 시키면서 저 또 이게 그들 서포터 해주면서 하나하나 포커싱 할 수 있도록 플링이랑 기술을 사용해서 그거에 가장 중점을 두었습니다.
The main focus was supporting and defending the AP in the mid lane, and so that the players could focus on the enemies.
Right, and it did work out. So one last question to you guys. A lot of the teams from Europe haven't been playing against most of all the Korean teams, so a lot of them didn't know what to expect from CJ ENTUS. You guys showed very well in the first game that you're able to take them on. What did you guys expect from their teams, as you haven't been able to play against them very much?
이제 CJ ENTUS 팀은 워낙 유명하고 OGN에서 이제 게임을 해가지고 많이 알잖아요, 외국 선수들이. 근데 CJ ENTUS 분들은 이제 외국 팀들을 많이 상대를 못 해봤었는데 그거에 대해서 뭐 외국 팀에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지.
일단 외국 팀 같은 경우에도 다들 강한 팀으로 생각하고 있고 저희도 사실 거의 처음 외국에 나와서 경기를 하기 때문에 일단 좋은 경험을 쌓는다는 의미를 첫 번째로 가지고 있지만 이기면 또 좋기 때문에 우승 목표로 하고 있습니다.
He thinks every one of the European teams and the foreign teams are very, very good, and he thinks it's a very good experience for them to come to this big event and play against them. And but in the end, he wants to really win this event, IEM, and go home with a big prize.
That sounds like a great idea. So good luck with that. Give it up once more for the guys from CJ ENTUS. And before we're going to head over to a quick commercial break, we are actually going to check out a little bit of a highlight video of the IEM in Cologne at the Gamescom, which is pretty much where the season of this year's IEM started. So check that one out. Afterwards, a quick commercial break, and then we're going to be back with the community talk.
Araneae?
Your name is
what
now
was
Araneae.
that, Zoe? What
You have
was
a new
that?
name.
I mean, now I've been trolling by Zenon, by Deman, and by our host, Zoe. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to League of Legends here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne. It is going to be Meet Your Makers versus Alternate coming up next. I am joined by Araneae.
Nice.
And Zenon the Stoic.
That was cool.
That's okay, that's okay. I don't always bully you, according to Reddit. By the way, I'm a bully. I'm a bully.
You're
Yeah, humble.
gentle. You're
Humble
a
boy.
Gentle soul.
We are bullying poor Araneae.
He's just crying very, very little between games. There's a minimum amount of crying, which is always to be expected in esports.
Well, he's Spanish.
Yeah, you have to realize when they take out the camera, like they start hitting me, they start like throwing me to the floor, they take me like,
Yeah.
they take me like things. I don't know. It's really
You like
hard
it
time
though.
for me. It's gonna be a really hard time for me.
It's a hard time. We've got the temperature warm enough for you, I think. We've made it to the Spanish heat.
Nah, the Spanish heat.
The Spanish heat in here, so it's definitely getting a little warm in the studio.
So,
But
men versus alternate.
MEETYOURMAKERS versus alternate. So MEETYOURMAKERS, very, very strong. And well, you know, we've seen a lot of CLG fans there. They are going to be upset by that first game.
I wanted to ask to the crowd: if there
Easy for you to say, man.
is anyone there in the crowd not cheering for CLG.EU? And well, alternate there are some of them, but still, like, I guess everyone fan of CLG.
Everybody loves CLG. That's the thing. Yet.
That's good.
MEETYOURMAKERS are the team to beat right now, it seems. ENTUS also having to put up a big performance. It was against Team Alternate. What are we expecting in this one? MEETYOURMAKERS going to bully them in this one?
I would expect it. Once again, MEETYOURMAKERS are very, very strong with the early aggression, and I'm just going to repeat myself from last game. You need to be able to react to that as a team, and I don't know if Alternate can do that.
Well, we can pass to the bans and picks, and we will try to predict as much as we can the bans and picks. We start for alternate banning Katarina and.
Well, not quite ready yet.
We don't want to see that.
Nope.
We don't want to see that. We'll let the production do that, I think. Yeah, I mean, what are we expecting in the picks and bans?
We expect Katarina.
You doing a bit of a Usain Bolt there, or?
Is putting the bans and picks.
Katarina Leeson, for sure, yes. We could do a radio cast of the picks and bans. So far, Alternate have banned Katarina and Diana. There we are. And there's the Ezreal ban from MEETYOURMAKERS. So
That's curious. I mean, Metalx is extremely good AD, but he has something like, I would say, like Wickd. He has a really small champion pool. He's really good with Ezreal. He's really good with Caitlyn. He's really good with Graves and probably with Corki. But I don't see him playing other ADs than that 4 ADs.
And ladies and gentlemen, we can actually hate on Wickd even if CLG.EU are not playing. We have that ability. But in the AD section, is there not a smaller pool of viable champions anyway?
Bane,
right?
Kokmao. There are a lot of champions you can play, always. Even we saw Jace.
First pick.
Oh, wow. What do you think of the first pick Rengar then?
I think he's really strong. I don't know why they laid Rengar open.
They abandoned Olaf last. Interesting.
Yep.
So is that going to be Kerp taking it, or is that going to be in the jungle? What do we think? Is Kottenx going to be taking that?
I will say Kerp. I don't think Rengar jungle works that good. He's not bad. I will never say he's bad, but he's not as strong as top lane. In top lane, he's one of the strongest top laners.
And now, does this also mean we may have an Orianna to go alongside it? Because that's not been banned out.
The Orianna Rengar combo is super strong. I would love to see that.
Also, lots of talking about that in Singapore. Yeah, maybe you can recap again why that combo is so strong.
Well, it's obvious. Like Rengar ultimate is turned invisible, and you can jump to the character you want. And we see the Orianna pick by MYM
to counter it.
We didn't talk. I didn't say anything.
I'm just going to jump across you there. I mean, I know, guys at home, don't worry. I do this now often. But Czaru had Orianna banned out against him in the first game. And why is he so? Because he is a top Orianna player.
Yes, he is. He's definitely one of the best Orianna I ever seen in Europe. And probably one of the first Orianna as well. I remember Czaru playing Orianna, and also I remember Citizen Wayne playing Orianna. Not many more people playing Orianna at the really old times.
Until Season 2 finals, and suddenly everyone went, whoa, Orianna's really good.
Actually, at mid of Season 2, like, everyone was already playing Orianna.
Yeah.
She was really strong champion, but yeah, before that, I think it was like Czaru and Citizen Wayne playing Orianna.
Because I mean, it's a high skill.
And this is, I talk about the 4 champions Metalx can play at extremely high level. It's Caitlyn, it's Graves, it's Ezreal, and probably Corki. I don't see him playing Corki that much lately, but still, his Graves, his Caitlyn, and his Ezreal is like highest level.
And Cho'Gath continues to be picked throughout this entire tournament. It's
always.
pretty much every game. I'd have to check the stats, but I'm pretty sure that's 100% still.
And probably because we still have the Heart of Gold.
No.
CJ Entus played it.
We didn't saw it on the meme against CLG.EU.
Yes, that's true. There was a Fiddlesticks. What was the other jungler in that one?
Ara 1.
Maybe Snoopeh should have played it.
Yes, maybe he should have. Yeah.
I think his fiddle was good.
I mean, that's a... you think his fiddle was
even
good?
if he could not cast a single ultimate, he tried.
He didn't get his
tried.
single ultimate,
You
but
get
he
points
tried.
for trying.
The boys are trying.
Actually, that game was won entirely by Sona. Like every Sona ultimate
Libik,
was perfect by Libik. And here we go. Here we're gonna have Libik playing Nunu. You cannot interact that much on the on the game with Nunu. And we see a last pick of the AD from Mim and the whole team by Alternate.
I assume it's going to be Caitlyn to go alongside Nunu. Pretty strong combo.
Probably. I was going to say Bane, but they have Rengar, and Rengar is really strong against Bane.
Well, Kog'Maw is still open. Is it the same problem with Rengar?
Yeah, pretty much.
Because you don't have any escapes.
He has no mobility. Like Rengar just jump on you and just like you die, insta die. And if you don't insta die, then you have Ari, you just jump in straight off all your enemies and killing you.
So in this combo, Orianna's going to be looking to put a ball on Mokatte's Skana, who's then just going to run in on.
Yeah, it's something also really.
Oh, could be a
They
Bane.
have Bane. I was talking because I know Makler is extremely good Bane. He was probably his main champion. Some months ago, he was just playing
Well,
Bane.
if you think back to Singapore, when they were 10-2 down, they had the Bane there, and they had a 7-1-3 Twisted Fate on the opposition side, but once you got that triple kill bottom lane on Vayne, once the snowball starts on Vayne, it doesn't tend to stop.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, I like both setups. One of the setups we have Alternate, we have a full go-in. We have a Rengar Invisible, Ari go-in, Graves ultimate, and then you have Lulu to ultimate Rengar and just go-in to Bane. And then you have, at the other side, we have Mim, who has move speed setup. I mean, we have the Nunu.
The Blood Boil, yeah.
Yeah, W from Nunu, it's speed. Then you have Orianna speed as well, W. So you can put that full speed on Skana,
shield, yeah.
and then he can use Flash or everyone use Shurelius and pick anyone of the enemy team and pull to you. But you don't have a really good target. Probably the main target will be Ari on alternate team. But then you can use that speed as well on Vayne and let Vayne just kill them all. With W of Nunu, with W Orianna, you have a lot of speed to move everywhere and kill them all. I think I like so much both setups, and it's the first game. I'm not going to put a bet on any of two teams.
You're not going to bet on any team?
I love both setups.
Well,
I really love both setups.
Well, I have a bet. I am just going to bet on Mim. I've seen them...
Probably from team play, Mim is better.
Yeah, I've seen them be super aggressive early, but I've also seen them come back from unwinnable games just thanks to Makler's Vayne, and I don't know that Alternate have what it takes to stop that.
Here's a last quick question for you, since we do say they're a strong level 1 team. To me, Alternate have got a stronger team there. What do you think?
What's the right?
Who's got the strongest level 1 team?
A small level 1 team is Alternate.
Alternate.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the game is underway. You can see it on the screens. Let's get over to Joe Miller and Jason Butler. I love you.
We love you.
So here we go then, Alternate versus MEETYOURMAKERS. Alternate pretty much fighting for survival here. MEETYOURMAKERS, on the other hand, could pretty much seal up their path into the next round with a victory in this game against Alternate. And I just want to point out we've got Dragon Slayer Vayne, which Jason and Deman and Zenon can attest to. We saw the best Dragon Slayer Vayne cosplay in Singapore ever.
Yes, we
for
did.
a number of very nice reasons. But anyway, Alternate here going to be invading onto the bottom side, and we saw this positioning yesterday from SK Telecom, if I'm not mistaken, where they went into this tribush in the early stages. So we'll see how this one all ends up working out. From MEETYOURMAKERS side of things, they're actually pretty much focused on this top side. Makler and Libik up in that tribush. Irelia is actually here, and they've already spotted where Alternate are coming from. So at least they know that on this time. Not like we saw yesterday, where it was a crazy level 1 start of things. Kubon here inside of that river in the bottom. We'll see if he ends up getting caught out. Can't really... don't really expect that to happen to him, to be honest with you. We've just seen actually a ward put down here as well by MYM around this blue buff area, and now Alternate going to be heading up onto that side by the looks of things for Kottenx to start, and there is a pause.
Yeah, well, a pause anyways, but still, the top lane coming out of MEETYOURMAKERS, I really like that Vayne and that Nunu combo against a Rengar. I mean, he's like one of the hardest champions to go 1v1 against. You don't really see many people beat him since he builds naturally tanky, but Vayne with that true damage is going to have a really easy time against him. And we'll see if Kerp actually heads down to the bot lane in the meantime. And Joe, who do you have your money on?
I don't have any money. No, but if I did, for example, I still like MEETYOURMAKERS team. I mean, we saw yesterday how hard Vayne can carry. We saw in Singapore how hard Makler's Vayne can carry games into that late game. And you just can't really deal with him that well. Once he gets to that point with the Phantom Dancer in there, Infinity Edge, or with a Bloodthirst, and then a Last Whisper, then into GA, like, at that point of the game, you have to have pretty much already won it, in my opinion, to stop a Vayne from really doing the damage that she could. And we can see there, MEETYOURMAKERS, I think it's actually Makler, who's just got a couple of little issues. I think actually his PC kept popping up a window saying that he'd just plugged the headphones in, which obviously someone so micro-intensive like Vayne, or I mean for everyone, it's not going to be a good situation to be in. So they are just working on getting that one fixed. You've got a couple of admins here. See that just walking in front of the camera nicely. But just down to the left-hand side of your screen, you've got Sean underneath the table fixing the PCs up. And hopefully that won't take too long of a time here to be getting finished off while we get into this game. But Jason, we were talking about who my money's on. What about you?
I'm going to have to go with MEETYOURMAKERS for pretty much the same reason. I mean, that Vayne is just so devastating late game. And then you have an Orianna protect him. You have a Skarner on top of that. It's just really going to be impossible for them to get to him without a hard engage to it. All they really have is Kerp jumping in. And, well, obviously going to have a hard time doing that against this, especially if he goes 1v2 in these lanes. But, I mean, it's Kerp. I mean, he plays an amazing top lane. He can pretty much play any champion just like So has, right? At least has a huge pool. But Mim, I mean, they look so solid in game number 1 against CLG. That was so one-sided. The hyper-aggressive play out of them was amazing.
I can see that Abhorsen behind the players, just making sure that everything is working out on that front as well. Obviously, former manager for SK now working over with the lovely people at Riot. And that's our admin Sean there.
Him and I actually casted
doing his stuff.
I think it was over the last weekend, or no, during the week on Thursday. Him and I casted together, doing some Season 3 pre-qualifiers, and that was
Not
pretty fun.
Sean, you mean Abhorsen.
Oh yeah, Abhorsen, sorry. It was fun. Definitely was. So Joe, I mean, what teams do you look are going to go through in this group stage, and then how do you think it's going to play out through the rest of the tournament?
Thing is, the way that it started, obviously, MEETYOURMAKERS with 3 points, ENTUS with 3 points, actually makes it even harder somehow to call this group, in my opinion. From what we saw of Alternate, I don't think that they can beat MEETYOURMAKERS. I don't think they're at that same level right now. They may prove me wrong with this one. We'll see how their whole game works out from this side of things. But, I mean, if MEETYOURMAKERS win this one, they're pretty much guaranteed through there anyway. CJ versus CLG is going to be a ridiculously hard game to call as well. So I think this group is still wide open, despite the fact that we did have both teams winning their opening games, MEETYOURMAKERS and ENTUS. I think Alternate, I mean, if they win this one, they're right back in it, and this group is even more ridiculously wide open. We saw in Singapore that the times do actually come into play. If we have a tiebreaker, the times between the teams that are tied will actually count as to who goes through into the next round. And MEETYOURMAKERS, well, they saw their Polish friends at Elo Hell going out because of that ruling. So you can't really be messing around with that kind of thing. You want to be winning games quickly and losing games slowly. I know that sounds somewhat weird, but that's what you have to do to work the times in your favor.
Well, we said earlier today that this is probably the hardest group out of the two.
Yeah.
And we already have Fnatic and SK Telecom moving on from Group A. I don't think you actually gave me an official word for the two teams you expect to move on here, but...
Okay, no, I didn't. I just said it's really hard to call. Honestly...
But with the way Fnatic looked yesterday, I mean, they played exceptional. 3-0 in the group?
Yeah, exactly. They won every single game. So the second place team in this group, in Group E, will play Fnatic. And the winners will play second place team, which obviously was SK Telecom from yesterday. So, you know... You can have your favourites going in, whether you'd want to play SK Telecom or Fnatic. To be honest, I don't think it matters in a tournament like this where two of you go through to see that one. But I'm going to go and stick my neck on the line and say MYM and CLG are still going to go through.
Okay, well, it looks like the game is unpaused. And we'll be heading back in there shortly, Joe. And we do have Alternate actually starting off at race, going to take that for themselves. And deny that to the jungle, obviously. But we do have Metalx and Sen heading up towards the top lane.
Yep, Kottenx finished that one off, and we will have 4 men coming down towards this blue buff. This is dangerous times. There are 4 there from Alternate to stop this invade from happening. Let's have a look how far gone this blue buff already is. We are going to see it's not quite at smiteable level as Kottenx going to get the knock up there, taking a good bit of damage. But these charms going to be very important. The first one didn't quite land where Alternate will have wanted it to, but they are following away, trying to catch in on towards Czaru. There is a flash away from Czaru. Actually, yeah, it was Libik that actually flashed over the wall here as well to get himself back to safety. So Alternate doing a good job of defending this blue buff and have forced 2 flashes to be burnt. So they're
reset again.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little bit slower there, but at least they will be able to get their blue buff. I mean, Shogat, not really dependent on it, but it helps him quite a bit, as he did take his rupture first. So, I mean, it kind of put him a little bit behind. It's not the ideal thing you want to take, but in the meantime, Mokatte did end up picking up his red, heading over towards race, and we do have that lane switch we were talking about earlier with the 2 AD carries in the top lane with the supports, and we have Aurelia versus Rengar in the bottom.
Yeah, I expect Rengar to be very strong in this lane. We know that Kerp is one hell of a beast, to be honest with you. And, well, Rengar's proved over the last couple of tournaments here, IPL in particular, how strong he is, and probably worth a ban, I think, from almost every single, or from every single team. In my opinion, that's how strong he is on this current price that we're playing on. Obviously, Zed. And we'll see how he goes through this game. I mean, you can already see 16-4 is the CS lead for Rengar. Like, that's like the perfect opening start for him.
Yeah, Kubon being forced to farm under his towers. Rengar's pushing. Look at me. He's actually heading towards the mid lane right now. Will be spotted, though. Trying to apply a lot of early pressure, maybe get that first blood over to his mid lane, but Czaru sitting pretty far behind, as Kerp, like I just said, was spotted. And the blue buff, they have it warded, so they know Skarner hasn't gone for it yet. And they could actually make a plan. Oh, we do have a 3-man gang coming in mid lane, though.
Yeah, I think Czaru should stay safe from this one. There's a flash in to the boulder strike, but they're level 3. They can't afford to get under the tower, even with 3 of them there.
Oh, Mokatte coming in the top lane right now. This could be very bad for Alternate.
And let's see how they turn this one around. There is the snowball coming out onto Metalx. Here comes Mokatte. He's not super healthy, though. They've decided to turn over on towards Sand, who will actually flash away. Metalx takes a bit of damage there in the process as well, but MEETYOURMAKERS not quite able to tie a first blood up in that situation. And just as we were talking about CS, Rengar left the lane for a little bit too long, and Kubon is right back up there with him.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what Rengar's going to go, because we saw it IPL 5, like you're mentioning, just straight tank.
And, Mokatte in the jungle. He's going pretty low there. What's happening? And, well, it was just the golems, actually. But down in this bottom lane, Kerp and Kubon going to be exchanging damage pretty much the entire time here, I think. And now Kubon's even got the advantage in CS and in levels, despite being behind there. Kottenx is still waiting in this top lane for an attempt at something, but with that wave pushed up, probably not going to get the chance and will be recalling.
I really like the play of Alternate right now, of sending Kottenx towards that top lane. They need to deny Vayne. They can't let her farm up this game. I mean, we all know how strong she gets, even if you deny her early on. If you let her farm, she can be very strong, but giving that little bit of advantage to Metalx and to Sen is going to help them a lot in the long run. I'm curious to see if he's going to make a lot more plays up there or not. He's heading down towards the bottom lane, has that boots, actually picked up a ward just to make sure Kerp is extra safe. But, I mean, when he's hit 6, you can't really gank him.
Yeah. And that's the real problem. I mean, it's hard enough anyway in the top or even in his bottom lane because of the brushes and because of the way he works, jumping in and out there. Like, it's going to be really hard to lock him down. And once he's got that ward in position, probably won't have too much of a tough time. I mean, the only thing that you can really rely on is flash ulting in there from Skarner and grabbing him before he pops that ultimate to get away. So we'll see how that one all works out. It's going 33-22. That wave that he just took put him a good 10 CS in the lead, but Aurelia now back into the lane will be bringing that one back as well. The AD carries Vayne got a slight advantage here at 36-33, but we're certainly seeing a different MEETYOURMAKERS than that last game. I guess it was kind of obvious when you got the likes of Vayne in there, who's obviously getting stronger and stronger and stronger as she goes along, that they can't go for that super early aggression anyway.
And Joe, you've been covering MEETYOURMAKERS for practically a year now. Is this the kind of game they can play? Like, can they really drag it out and play as well as they did, like we saw in game 1 versus CLG?
I think it's longer than a year, to be honest with you. I mean, WCG was also like the last weekend of December, if I'm correct. Well, not the last weekend, but the last weekend before Christmas, I should say. And before that, seeing them in EU, Nordic and East, the team's pretty much the same. They've switched out their top lanes, which for the better, in my opinion. I mean, Kubon's proved to be stronger than Kkinsh, I think, overall in this one. But yeah, they're definitely a very versatile team. It's not like they're a one-trick pony in terms of they can be aggressive at level 1 and that's about it. They can definitely do a lot of damage throughout this entire game. So they won't be at any disadvantage, in my opinion, with this whole lineup. It's something that they're going to be very comfortable with. Makler is a phenomenal Vayne player as well.
Yeah, one thing you just mentioned is that over a year of time, they only changed one person on their team, and that to me is amazing. We see a lot of teams drop a player after a big tournament because they feel like he was holding the team back, but in the end, I mean, there's only so much of a skill cap you can have, and it's just all about getting used to your players and getting used to each other as a team. But Kerp, I mean, he's just harassing away, actually leveling up his battle roar, which I mean, typically see. I've actually seen a Rengar level up his bullet strike before against an Araneae, and actually kept her out of lane. But then again, if you're going to build him tanky, it doesn't matter in the end, as he does have that heart of gold, which we no longer see anymore, Joe.
Sad times.
Yep.
No, but I think his battle roar is better anyway for lane sustain, so not really surprised to see him going in that direction. Meanwhile, we did see the AD carry and support coming down in towards this blue buff once again. Going to get that warded up, as it does actually spawn. So we'll see if MEETYOURMAKERS make a play for that one. Sang going to get condemned against the wall here. Not sure if they got the damage. There's the exhaust coming down on towards Makler. Can they finish off Sang for first blood? He's going to be exhausted. One more hit. The snowball comes down. Now Makler in trouble. He will flash away. Summon a heal is popped, and that will keep him safe. And that's all here. Yeah, we saw him running a lot of lanes running cleanse in this kind of game, but to be honest with you, the heal can prove just as vital for that. I mean, if he had cleanse in that situation, he was dead anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the Graves has so much burst, even running with the Lulu, who does a lot of damage herself. You're going to need that heal. Cleanse would help out, but if you look in the end goal of what Alternate has, all they really have is the Charm, which is pretty easily dodgeable by a Vayne since you have that tumble. Yeah. And then Kerp bullet striking you with that 5 points of ferocity. But we do see Kottenx and Czaru meeting up with each other in the jungle, as Mokatte taking his red buff.
Yeah, Czaru there sticking around. He's just trying to delay enough so that Cho'Gath doesn't go topside and try to steal away this red buff. So nicely done there by Czaru. Has lost a little bit of time in this middle lane. He's now 10 CS behind this Ahri, which I think we can pretty much expect considering how things have done. This bottom lane, the Rengar versus Irelia. Rengar got that Heart of Gold in, as we mentioned earlier on. Irelia going in towards, I'm guessing with that Phage with the Ruby Crystal in there, and also got that Doran's Blade. You can see the damage there coming out of Kerp. He actually didn't really jump onto Kubon, but the W doing sufficient damage. I mean, you do that five, 6 times and he's dead. It's like, that's just all you need to do as a Rengar.
Just jumped into the middle of a wave with Kubon there. Wasn't even scared. Popped the Battle Road twice. Like you just said, healed up. And I mean, Kubon, he's being forced to pop a lot of health pots. He's being forced, well, not forced to, but leveling up that heat and style just for that extra regen. We did ForellenLord come to top lane.
Yeah, dive. Oh, not quite coming in there. He actually used his ultimate and tumble just to get that invisibility underneath the tower. And they're certainly scared. I mean, one thing that they've got there is the slow coming out of Libik's snowball. Plus, he can ulti now and then at this level 6. Plus, the condemn can really buy you a lot of time underneath the tower like that.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to give up any more kills as you're already currently down 1-0, and they already fed 1 kill over to Makler. If you feed him, 1 or 2 more, it's just going to be your top lane's not going to win. Period.
Yeah.
We do have items being built up. We should probably go inside just a little bit just to talk about it. I mean, Rengar, like we were saying before, building tanky. We have those boots ability done on Cho'Gath, the Chalice on Ahri and Orianna, which it's a standard item going into that Athenes and Holy Grail. We do have Graves, those 2 Doran blades, and the Berserker Greaves. And Lulu, I mean, we've seen MEETYOURMAKERS, like you were saying before in the first game. They were the first team to really use these pink boards.
Yeah. To be honest, I think Kubon's pretty...
top lane, Joe.
Oh, yeah, we are. Just seeing Czaru coming in there. Sam is dead from that one. And my point was that I don't think that Rengar is really causing Kubon too many problems now in this lane. I mean, he's got that Doran's Blade in there for the extra health plus the extra damage, sitting on that Ruby Crystal as well. But that will be 2-0, and that's 2 kills for Vayne. And we always talk about these hyper carries, and one thing he can't afford to do is give him the kills. As I'm talking there, we do see Skarner go down, or don't see Skarner down, as was more of the case in that one. Promise, guys, I won't miss any more today. Otherwise, I'll give out free stuff all day long on Twitter. But this is going to be the first turret of the game going over to MEETYOURMAKERS, and that's just a big win in this top lane from their side of it. I mean, 2 kills on the AD carry, on Vayne nonetheless, plus taking out that early turret. They may lose middle here, though, which is not a trade that you want to take, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're not. I mean, no one's really a big fan of losing that middle turret. But I mean, MEETYOURMAKERS is solid in game number 1 for CLG. They took that top turret. Then they sent a 4-man gank down inside bot lane to take it as well. And we might see them do it this time as well, because they're a hyper aggressive team as we know them. And with this Vayne having 2 kills already, having the Zeal done with the Nunu Blood Boil, that extra movement speed, they have the ability to go for these lanes and get these towers done extremely quickly. Doesn't even matter if Graves farms up anymore, because he doesn't have really any items or any kills behind him. As we do see Vayne and Nunu heading down to his bot lane. Are they going to send Kerp top? Not really 100% sure. Or Kerp, wow, Kubon, they're both Ks. Not really sure if he's going to go for it, as they are heading for a dragon.
Yeah, no ward in there, not going to be spotted. Actually, the only ward really around is in this corner brush here, so they walked completely around the other way. Alternate not going to know anything about that one going down. Mokatte just smiting it off for the finish, and that's easy money in the bag there for MEETYOURMAKERS. They are currently 50 or 500 gold, if I could count, in the lead.
I like how you mentioned giving away free stuff on Twitter when you already shaved your head for people on Twitter, Joe.
Yeah, I know. I like doing stuff like that. I'm a giver. Oh, wow. That. Anyway, so MEETYOURMAKERS down now with that duo lane in the bottom again. Kerp is actually still there, and Makler needs to be careful because he's very tanky, and he does a lot of damage with that Battle Roar. Gonna be tied up there, and now we see Alternate taking that top turret as well. So overall, that trade really working in the favor of of Alternate.
I mean, Makler, he needs levels right now to be able to compete with Kerp. He doesn't have that silver bolts leveled up yet. Obviously went for Tumble first. And once he gets that, he can easily solo Rengar. At least for the most part, he should be able to, unless Kerp, uses his stealth to his advantage. But they are pushing his bot lane. We do have ForellenLord coming in from the bottom as well. And this could be the third turret actually going down for MEETYOURMAKERS.
Yeah, and doing it is exactly as they should, in my opinion. I mean, they know that Vayne probably is not going to risk trying to defend turrets like this when they're outnumbered, so they can probably feel quite comfortable in pushing straight on towards these towers at this stage of the game. As Libik here is actually going to get charmed up. Ult is absolutely zero. It's not absolute zero, it's the absolutely zero that time coming out for Libik. And Makler almost getting hit with the charm as well. We've got Graves and Cho'Gath waiting in the wings. Skarner is there as well.
Yeah, all 10 members currently for both teams down here.
This could end up being a bit of a crazy encounter. As Rengar jumps in there, Alternate looking like they really want this turret. But all it takes is Mokatte to flash in now with the Orianna ball on him.
That's the thing, though. He has an Oracle on him.
Impale.
He doesn't really want to give that away early on as he went for it. It's a pretty early item. He does have those 2 GP10s, but Alternate backing away surprisingly as we do see Czaru right to that mid lane and farm up and catch up a little bit to ForellenLord. The things in Holy Grail done for ForellenLord right now, and we do see Czaru currently almost done with it. Doesn't have the gold just yet. It should be finishing that up shortly. And that cooldown reduction, which is really what MEETYOURMAKERS is waiting for. I mean, when you have Skarner's ultimate up, you can afford to team fight. Well, as long as Charu's ultimate is up on top of that.
Yeah. And now we see Kubon again being chased out of the lane. He's actually dropped back a little bit in levels and in CS as well. 110 to 90 for this solo lane. Middle 108 to 112 in favor of Orianna. The AD's Graves starting to pull ahead there, but those 2 kills on Vayne, if we have a look here, 4,500 to 4,100. Obviously the Dragon going to help in that one, being also a bit more equalized by those turrets. Yeah, Kerp could be in trouble here. And unsurprisingly, going to pop his ulti, but there is the Impale coming down on towards Kerp. He's going to get slowed. He's not escaping this one. Where's the kill coming in? It goes onto Irelia, onto Kubon. And you can see Mokatte, well, losing half of his health, tanking up the turret to make that one work out. That was another great move from MEETYOURMAKERS.
Yeah, it's actually a great use of that Oracle as well. They knew, like we talked about earlier, if Rengar hits level 6, he's really hard to gank. But getting that early Oracle allows him to do that. It gives him a lot of map control as well. Now they're pushing this bottom lane. They should get this turret quite easily. And Graves still on the top and just trying to catch up and farm. All right, well, catch up, I mean, he's actually ahead, but catch up in total money. But ForellenLord might be able to land a charm here.
Well, he actually does land the charm, which is seems to be a signal for MEETYOURMAKERS to actually dive in on towards him there. Ultimate is already running for him, does get snowballed to slow him down, and there's nothing that Alternate can really offer up in terms of a fight at this stage. Middle lane is being pushed out by Czaru as well. We're all tied in turrets. Gold currently 700 in the lead for MEETYOURMAKERS from those extra kills from the Dragon that went down earlier. We'll be coming up here at 18 minutes, according to our timers.
I'm a little bit surprised at the lack of ganks coming out of Mokatte. I mean, when he gets level 6, his presence is insane.
Oh, Libik. This is very dangerous. Kottenx going to come in. Where is the knockup? The knockup actually missed, which may just be enough for him to survive. Yeah, he flashes in the end over the wall, which always a bonus to have a flash down, whichever way you look at it.
Oh, sorry, he's actually trying to steal away red there for a second, ends up backing away. Been a very bossy play on his part, but Mokatte going to notice something was up and check the bush, and we'll spot him here, but Kerp should be able to keep him off this red.
Yeah, rest of the team's coming around here to offer some support. Kerp maybe force back. Kottenx just going in there with that Oracle now on Cho'Gath to deny the vision for MEETYOURMAKERS, but the entire team is pretty much going to collapse in, but it's 5-man push from Alternate, and wisely MEETYOURMAKERS not going to contest that one. They decide just to let it go. And that will be a buff stolen away. Every little helps at this stage. Still a 700 gold lead. Let's have a look at the items. Boots of ability on the Cho'Gath. Seen a few wards being picked up there by Skarner. He's gone double GP10 with that Heart of Gold and Philosopher's Stone. Aurelia already got 2 of the 3 pieces of that Trinity Force, which, as you all know, on this patch, you know, you're Aurelia, you need your Trinity Force and you need your Guardian Angel, and you're good to go. And all the time, Vayne is getting stronger. That's the point of it. Almost up to that Phantom Dancer now finished on the other side.
Lane. This is going to be coming out Kerp from behind the tower.
But I think Kubon might be able to escape this one. Yeah, he puts a Boulder Strike down. Not got the 5 points to get the root from it, only the slow. And Kubon will actually survive it. And actually, he's going to wait here, do some good damage to Kerp, as we do see Mokatte coming in. Rest of Alternate trying to turn this one around, though. Where's the charm? Actually does land onto Mokatte as the Ignites are put a little bit early too down in that fight. They will back off from it in the end. But yeah, Sunfire Cape finished on Rengar now. Athene's Unholy Grail already done a little bit earlier on Ari, who must be sat on, 1,700 gold now currently. Orianna got that Fiendish Codex in there, plus the Chalice obviously headed up towards that Athene's as well, and a needlessly large rod also to boot from that one with the Sorcerer's Shoes. The AD carries, as I said, Vayne almost at the Phantom Dancer stage, and Graves getting close to his Infinity Edge.
Almost stole it right there, but great job by MEETYOURMAKERS to take these objectives, knowing the timing's on them, and making a play towards it when they were ready. I mean, they forced Alternate to back because they got Rengar a little low. Sen actually backed as well, so they knew they had that free dragon. And now, I mean, the gold lead is starting to finally take effect. As you see them trying to push this mid turret here, it's currently 3-2 in favor of Alternate. But still, I mean, MEETYOURMAKERS, they have such a strong team, it's such a tanky team at the moment. And they have a lot of control built in as well, so they're forcing Alternate back. And out Kerp going in.
Wow, that was a
mistake.
Yeah. I think that's... I was going to use stronger words for it, but here we go. Shockwave coming down. This is surely a death. San uses the ultimate on Metalx. I'm pretty sure he meant to click himself there for that one. As the Nunu ulti comes in, Metalx going to pick up a kill. But that Lulu ulti goes down. Makler going to pick up a kill from that one. And that will be a 2-for-1. Maybe even more here as Makler not finished just yet. Will double kill taking down San. Great turnaround. And that all starts with just a very uncoordinated play coming out of Alternate. Kerp dives in with the entire team.
Against an
Gets
Oracle.
impaled in there with the Oracle, yeah, obviously on Skarner. Well, it's not anymore because he's dead. But a miscalculation, what could be a disastrous miscalculation in the grand scheme of this game.
Yeah, it's really disastrous, Joe. Look at Makler's gold right now. Sitting on 2,700 right now. He's almost done with the Phantom Dancer. Going to be working towards that Infinity's Edge eventually, but we saw yesterday just how strong Vayne can be. And with Nunu here, it's going to be that much more, I want to say disgusting, because I would hate to go up against a Vayne in this situation. We do have an Oracle picked up on Libik, though, as he does finish off a couple more items, or picks up a couple of those.
Oh, Makler just finished Phantom Dancer and got RBF sword.
Good times for him, at least. Well, Blue going to be taking my ForellenLord, and I mean, MEETYOURMAKERS looking very strong. That was such a good turnaround by them. I mean, once they caught Kerp, they're like, go for it. You heard him behind us if you're listening in. Them screaming with energy, just trying to, you know, take advantage of that little bit of a mistake. But Makler, I mean, he's behind in CS, but doesn't really matter when he's 4-0-2, and no, that is the answer.
So, Kubon here may end up getting caught out. Nice dodge of the Rupture. Actually going in there, dashes away. And therefore misses the charm, which was already thrown out there by ForellenLord. As our stage manager brings us a yogurt. Always good to have here as a caster.
Yogurt?
It's actually my secret recipe of success as a commentator, vanilla yogurts. So anyway, back into it. On some more relevance here. 3,000 gold lead for MEETYOURMAKERS. 6-2 in kills, 4-3 in turrets. Let's have a look at the kill distribution. 2 for Aurelia, 4 on Makler on Vayne, which, you know, is not the most perfect of things. Orianna would like to have some, but she got 4 assists from those 6 kills, and those kills will start to, you know, trickle through to the rest of the team. But as long as they protect the Vayne, that's basically their strategy here, is now protect the Vayne. Get that Orianna ball in the middle of them and allow Vayne as much time as possible. As there's a flash out of Mokatte, and it was nicely flashed back from by Alternate. And now what's going to happen? We are going to see Rengar diving. Here comes the shockwave. 2 of them going down. Aurelia diving in. Lulu ulti knocks them away. Nunu ultimate, not brilliant, but Makler is still in there. Gets himself 1 kill. They feast onto him. Is he going to get knocked up? No, he's not. He's survived that one. But MEETYOURMAKERS all a little bit low here. Kubon, not sure he's going to escape this with Graves chasing him down. Actually, will dodge the Rupture. 1 more auto attack. There it is from Metalx to get the kill. And that will be a 2-for-1. So Alternate doing a good job of that one.
Yeah, they were just tanky enough. I mean, they had Makler just pretty much zoned out. I mean, yeah, he has a lot of damage right now with that Fan Dancer, with that BF sword, but he just doesn't have exactly what he needs. Oh, he might get caught here by Kottenx.
Yeah, he's just going to dodge that rupture. However, will we see Metalx pick anything up? He's not got a flash available. And the tumble into the bush will keep Makler safe from that one. Orianna, in the meantime, coming back around. That was actually a pretty nice move from her with the teleport coming in. That's why I almost missed it, because she just appeared right next to Cho'Gath and was able to take him down. So, you know, MYM in the end, bringing those kills kind of level from that little encounter as ForellenLord here inside the brushes needs to be careful, because Mokatte is not finished. He's actually going to use the Impale, brings him back to the rest of the team. ForellenLord going to have to use his ulti charges to try and get away from this. Well, the ball from Czaru will rain in. And as I was saying, those kills at some point are going to trickle in for Czaru. He's now sat on 205, 503 for Vayne, 212 for Irelia. It's Baron o'clock.
Baron o'clock. Joe the Prophet Miller. Ultimate, what they need to do is, I mean, obviously shut down Makler, but the problem they're having is if you send Kerp in with that ultimate to jump in and get that that 5 for LC bullet strike on a Makler, he's going to get caught by Oracle. He's going in here, but he's not going to have a good time.
Yeah, Oracle just completely counters him. Actually, the shockwave lands onto a Metalx. Lulu ultimate won't do diddly squat, and now Sand flashes himself away. But to be honest, why would they even care about Lulu? They wouldn't. That's the answer to that one. They're going to chase down on towards Kottenx. Irelia gets knocked up, but look at Makler hammering away. He is now godlike. And that is another kill coming out. 2 for them in this. Lulu did actually manage to somehow survive. Sand all on his own on this top side, running for dear life, trying to figure out which bush he's going to go home in from. Or will he be fast enough to die to the tower? That's the question. Mokatte trying to get in there. Can he hit him with anything? No, not quite. But nicely done by Lulu. Meanwhile, Makler, they did manage to get down and pick up the Rengar. And they'll say, well, look at that. Turret's open. We've got Baron. You've got ForellenLord here, who's going to have a massive pair on him if he thinks about having a fight here.
Well, he has like 4 on him at the moment.
Yeah. There we go. Q comes out. Charm. Enough to force MEETYOURMAKERS away. And they'll be happy with that turret takedown. 5-3, 6,000 gold lead for them currently.
And an 8-0-3 Makler. That's you never want to see that. But Makler, his micromanagement is amazing. As you saw in this entire last fight, he dodged. Oh, he got hit by 1 rupture, but he dodged everything else after that. And just with his items, with his damage, he was able to take down that Cho'Gath. And we will have another Dragon going over to MEETYOURMAKERS. So, you know, they picked up Baron, they got another 2 kills, and then they swung around to Dragon, giving them even more gold. So you see Vayne sitting at 2,000 almost. Oh, Kubon going on a ForellenLord here.
Look at that damage coming out as well. Just from the ultimate, as actually Kubon in the end goes low. The slow coming out of Sand. Not going to be able to lock him down though. And Kubon will be quite happy to go home and spend the 1,100 gold that he's got from those last couple of encounters. Meanwhile, Orianna, death cap finished now. Actually didn't end up finishing the Athene's unholy grail right now. Say, well, you know what? Don't think I need it anymore. I've got a blue buff. Yeah, got Baron on. Let's just go straight in for that damage.
You've seen his ultimate, though. At that Baron fight, he caught Metalx, took him down to half-life just from the ulti and his dissonance. Yeah. And that's what they need. If they get someone that low, they're going to win the fight, period. And also, they have to make a play here. It's really unfortunate because they're not in a good situation. MEETYOURMAKERS has this Baron, but we're seeing 2 GAs, actually 3 GAs, no, 2 GAs being built, 1 on Araneae, 1 on Vayne. And when that happens, there's just no possible way Alternate can win these fights unless they catch someone out in the jungle. And with the way MEETYOURMAKERS have been playing, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, the attack speed from Vayne is just enough already. 2 attack speed, like
not even a point, just 2.
Just 2. No points.
Then it
in
goes
this
down
one.
1.6.
As the rupture goes in, Makler actually got the command protect on him, and he stood right next to an Oracle here. Kerp going to go low. Oh, the shockwave gets all of them inside of it. This is going to be a massacre. Mokatte is in the middle of them, but the kills coming down for MYM. There's a double from Orianna. Where's the finisher? Where's Vayne? Back into the fight. Makler now going to chase down. Tumble. 3 shots. ForellenLord down. And that will be the ace coming out. They lost 2 men for the pleasure, but what a trade-off once again. MEETYOURMAKERS absolutely on fire here. Makler 10-0-5. 4-1-9 coming out for Czaru on Orianna. Makler's just 2.1 attack speed right now, by the way, just to clarify how fast he is hitting at this stage. There is going to be the inhibitor taken down, and MEETYOURMAKERS again can say, well, you know what, I'm going home, because Makler's got 2,300 gold.
Yeah, we'll have that GA when he goes back, but I mean, we saw Kerp go in there, but he was spotted by that Oracle, as you were mentioning, and yet they didn't really go after him because they knew, you know, once he goes in, he's not going to have much damage. He's going to try to get that bullet strike on a Makler, but it didn't work. And they ended up winning that fight. That was an amazing shockwave coming out of Czaru, and that's why even at the expert desk he was saying, or Araneae was saying, Czaru was like the first person to ever play Orianna, and it shows right here just how good he is at it. We do have a voice stat picked up for him though, and that's just going to make him. He can pretty much one-shot Metalx with his ult and his full combo.
Yeah, they're in a dangerous situation now, Alternate. I mean, again, we get to these points where we talk about throws needing to happen, and I think it's a similar situation because Makler is 10-0-5. You've got to kill him. If you don't kill Makler, you're not winning the fight. You're never going to win the fight if he's not dead.
And the big problem is Alternate has no attack speed reduction. They need a random wins, they need a Frozen Heart. I mean, Cho'Gath is building towards his Glacier Shroud, but it's going to be just too late. They need that attack speed reduction just to stop that damage that comes out with that Silver Bolts. But it's a little too late, Joe. Like I was saying, Alternate had to make a play while MEETYOURMAKERS have that Baron, and now they got Ace. They're not going to be able to win these fights.
Well, there's one thing that's for sure here. However bad of a situation Alternate are in, they're not going to give it up. They lost their last game to CJ ENTUS. They can't lose this game. So they're going to go throw everything that they can. It's going to be an all-in strategy probably at some point that they feel gives them the best opportunity to do something in this game. But they're going to go for that at some point. They have to go for it. But will they be strong enough when that comes around? Highly unlikely, but Alternate still are in it, that's for sure. But we'll have to figure out exactly how in it once that next fight is finished, which I fear for Alternate, to be honest with you.
I mean, you're saying they need to kill Makler, which is completely true, but he's a GA now. How do you kill him twice? If you can't kill him once at this point, how the heck are you going to kill him twice?
I think the answer is you're not, Jason.
Yep.
That's the sad part about it. But let's see, Alternate trying to defend this inner turret in the middle lane, or the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. What? Skarner pushing through the middle lane. That's what threw me off, because I was looking at Skarner just pushing those super minions straight through in the mid. But what do you do in this situation, Alternate? I mean, do you back off? Do you leave this tower? No, probably not. But do you let those super minions come through onto your Nexus turrets? Also can't do that. And you see Makler going in there, doesn't really care whatsoever. As a shockwave will pull ForellenLord. Are they going to go for this one? Graves' ulti did come down as well, but they're quite happy to just keep going, having to go at these towers. As Libik going a little bit low from that encounter as well, but Makler going to push in. There comes the Impale onto Metalx. Lulu ulti won't really do that much to him. Knock up from Cho'Gath, but where are the rest of the kills going to come down? MEETYOURMAKERS can't quite grab anyone else. Actually, ulti is still running here on Makler, so may want to get involved. Sand, just from the command dissonance, goes almost down from that one. As the orb from ForellenLord will miss Makler. He's still full HP, has that GA as well. He could probably take on the whole team. That's how strong he is right now. There is the second inhibitor of the game going down. Expertly dodges that charm with his tumble as well. And MEETYOURMAKERS go home. Guess what? It's shopping time again. 1,000 gold for Orianna, 1,300 gold for Vayne. What's she going to go for?
Well, gets caught. Not going to buy anything just yet, but...
Well, that's delayed it at least 20 seconds.
Well, obviously going to be work towards an Infinity's Edge, but I don't think he's actually going to be able to complete that item before this game is over. I mean, 30 minutes in, we saw in game 1 for CLG how strong and how well MEETYOURMAKERS can play a hyper-aggressive game, but we're also seeing here is just how well they can play a longer match.
Yeah, and that's why I said to you early on that they're definitely not a one-trick pony here, MEETYOURMAKERS. I mean, this is pretty much the exact opposite strategy than that first game that they had, which was hammer them in the early stage and try and finish it off earlier. Sand is going to be getting caught out here. Exhaust down onto Kubon. It's down to half HP, so probably don't want to get too involved with this one, or do they? As we are going to see them coming in there. There's a teleport out of Czaru. Where is the Orianna ultimate going to land? There is the Nunu ultimate. Orianna's ball is in there. Shockwave not used up until now, though. Well, they're forcing them away from this Baron. That's exactly what they need to do here, MEETYOURMAKERS. As soon as they get someone down, Alternate won't be able to, I'm not sure that they can now even, really try and contest for this Baron. Their saving grace is that Kubon is low. That's like their saving grace as Mokatte goes in, gets charmed up. He was laughing in the process.
But look what's happening, Joe. Nexus turrets. Supermans are attacking those right now. All they're doing is just keeping them there by forcing them to, check Baron every so often. But if they don't do something about this, Alternate doesn't engage, or they don't back and let that Baron go, they're going to lose their base and lose this game and lose hopes of, advancing to the next round.
They still need to be a little bit careful in this situation, though, because if that charm lands and they manage to nuke someone down quickly, that's Alternate's, I think, only real chance to get back in this one. So a wrong step from MEETYOURMAKERS could end up hurting them in the end. but they've got so much power right now, and ForellenLord down to half HP. He has to dash in there, really, at the end of the day. Kerp going to pop his ultimate out here. Libik will spot him. MEETYOURMAKERS starting to back away. Here we go. Where's the shockwave going to land? First of all, they focus in on Kerp. Gets Metalx and Kottenx, but Mokatte going low. Libik not super healthy either, as we do see Mokatte going down. Let's keep an eye on Makler, see what he can do with that micro. He gets himself 1 kill. He's going to keep going through. Kottenx is the next target. Kottenx goes down. Come on, Makler, where you at? Oh, gets hit with the glitter lance. That will slow him down, but Czaru is not finished just yet. Here we go. ForellenLord very, very low. Pretty much 1 shot there from Makler will kill him. Sand now trying to escape. He's got no mana to really do anything. Where's the next tumble? There it is. 2 more shots. And there we go. Makler finishing that one off. Hits the inhibitor 1 time, and he's going to go through pretty much all on his own. Czaru too low to really get involved. Actually, he's stood there at the back. I just noticed as he comes in. There's the first Nexus turret. The ball goes into the back to keep ForellenLord away. And look at this. Makler's going to just try and 1v1 him away. And they've got plenty of super minions really there to get this job done, but it looks like they're going to back off with those spawn time of Graves coming in. They decide it's not worth it to risk trying to finish that Nexus off right now, but they've done a fantastic job here. 2 inhibitors down. Those super minions already well up into the base. They've got more and more waves coming in to join them, and now they're going to go home to shop, because Makler, as I was speaking about before, still has a load of gold to spend, around about 3,172 roundabout.
Look how much red there is on the mini-map, Joe. It's just so
That's
overwhelming.
The blood of alternate.
Yep, he's back and gonna pick up that last Whisper as his next item just making sure. I was like, oh no, he might do something else, do something a little crazy, since he is 13-0-6 right now, but he has his team on his back, and as long as they protect him, they're easily able to win this. And alternate, they can't, they're gonna have to go for Sneaky Baron, but as you see, MEETYOURMAKERS in position to stop this. That is a fast Nunu.
Dodge the rupture. Yeah, that Nunu is very fast. Boots mobility on there. And with that Blood Boil fully leveled by now, they are going to be starting off Baron. So let's keep a tab on the health there, because Czaru is actually pushing in, almost nuking down Sand with the Shockwave and Dissonance. But that Shockwave is down, which could prove to be a vital thing here if MEETYOURMAKERS end up getting caught out. There was a charm going in Shirelia's pop. They are going to be pulling Kottenx away, but the fight is going off on 2 fronts. I can hardly keep track of the action. Kottenx is going to go down. Makler, look at him, he's right in the middle of them. He's falling low here. Is he going to get his GA popped? Yes, he will by Lulu in the end. Kerp will fall though, and can they finish off Makler here fast enough? He dodges away from it with the tumble. Sand is now running for dear life. He manages to get the slow across them all, but, well, Czaru's coming in around the side. He picks up that kill, and they are going to go for the finish here. ForellenLord will once again be the man to save the day, or probably not save the day, as the case will most likely be. He's going to try it. There is the ace coming down in the end, though, from Orianna. And MEETYOURMAKERS going to take out alternate, go 2-0 here in Group B of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Another brilliant performance. Opposite kind of strategy than what they used in game number 1 against CLG, but it had the same effect in the end, and that just proves that MEETYOURMAKERS mean business.
They have to be so relieved right now, because all this hard work they've been putting in for practically a year, and they're finally starting to see some results from it, as they will see Mokatte right there feeling very good. I'm honestly proud to see it, because it's about time that we see some new teams finally rise up in the European scene, even North America scene, to start taking on and challenging these top 3 teams that we're currently seeing. Well, top 4 actually, with Fnatic in there.
Yep, and just to run quickly down the scoreboard, 15-0-8 for Makler, and that's my analysis of the scoreboard right there, finished.
9-1-14 Czaru.
Yeah. Like I said, his skills started to trickle in after Vayne got fed there, mopping them up, doing some great shockwave plays. You can see alternate, a case of like, well, we tried here, we lost 2 games on the bounce. They're going to be taking on CLG.EU in the last game, which, you know, alternate could still throw things around here, because if CLG beat ENTUS, that will leave us with a real close mid-table in this group, which means CLG will want to beat, or need to beat even, alternate in that final game, so they still might have some upsetting to do. Obviously, our next game will be ENTUS versus CLG.EU. That's going to be it for us for this one, but we're going to go throw it over to the cool kids desk, and they're going to break down how Makler just destroyed the world.
We are just channeling inner Makler.
I feel stronger already.
Wow. Vayne just destroyed them there. Makler, you called it. You called it, and you said he's going to pick Vayne. He's so strong on it, and wow. He absolutely wrecked Face there.
Yep, but I feel like it was like so many misplays by Alternate than more than big plays by Meme. I mean, it was like so many misposition by the Alternate. First of all, the support, we saw some misposition on the support. And then we saw some misposition from Kerp as well. With that Oracle and Skarner, he got completely destroyed Kerp ultimate.
Yeah, he thought he was safe
Rengar.
because he was invisible, but yeah.
And every time, every single team fight, he got like all first objective from Meme, and he was like, in 2 or 3 team fights, the first one died. That was not really good for Alternate.
And let me point out something else about Makler's playstyle on Vayne. He's not running Cleanse, which is something that we usually see, especially on, if you think about the North American scene, double lifts Vayne, almost always see Cleanse on her. He's running heal, and it actually saved him in one of the first games on top lane, where he went in really, really deep to get the Lulu kill, and he barely survived. The Ignite was ticking, he just barely saved himself with the heal.
I'm sorry for saying this, but even with Cleanse, he will survive. Cleanse. Take out the Ignite.
Do you take the damage out from the Ignite?
Of course.
You do?
Yes.
I thought you only take out CCs from with Cleanse. We'll have to look that up.
No, they patched it. They did patch it.
Okay.
They took it away.
I was going to feel really silly if that doesn't work.
No.
I'm trying to be the pro player.
You're
I was
correct.
going to be the pro stupid.
I was
or
right.
something like that.
I was right for a while.
It did go through a patch.
Yes,
It got taken away and it got put back. Yes, so it does cleanse it off. But we have it's really just a Baron fight we went for. I mean, there was a lot of fights involved throughout. Really, obviously there was the support getting caught, the start, the first blood. And when you give a Vayne first blood, it's never a good start. It's not a good idea. And he slowly built up. Then he got a 3-for-1, I think it was, and Vayne picked up 2 kills in that. But we really built up to this point. And really, the fact is that they just didn't focus on Vayne. They were getting everyone but Vayne, and Makler was just off the side, already fed.
I will say, yep, it's exactly like that. I mean, Meme is a team. It's completely team. They know how to play. They have a lot of team play. And then we see Alternate who do so many misplays. We can put, if you can put the replay, the 3.52, the first gank from Alternate, it was Rengar.
All right.
He's trying to catch you out.
What is the
52. Minute 3.
3:52.
3:52, all right.
3:47, that'll do.
That'll do, yep.
In mid lane.
In mid lane.
We go at mid lane, and it was the first gank. They knew that Orianna has no flash, and Kerp flash and E. But nothing keeps on that. They could probably flash Cho'Gath and Ahri to get the CC on Orianna, but they didn't expect that from Rengar.
So he just did whatever he thought was cool?
Exactly. That's like a solo player. Then you put the minute 9.30, you call it. Did you call it like, alright, write it. This is important.
Yes.
Because this is also another miscommunication, we feel.
Invisible
We see Ahri coming top. They had no ward. But at this point, no one did follow Ahri and just Vayne go back. So it's like the second time, Alternate tried to gank, but they don't succeed with that.
Yeah, I was saying at that point, fail gank. You said yes, it was a decent gank because they did get the ultimate out of her.
Vayne, exactly.
But you could have killed her if the others had reacted. If they had gone forward.
Most probably, yeah. With Ahri ultimate.
And for that, you just simply got to call it early. I'm coming top. This is going to happen.
Yep.
So is that map awareness or is that just simple communication?
Communication. Yeah. It's not map awareness. I mean, if you're focused on your lane, probably all the jungler and support are like watching everything on the map. Yeah. But the AD, the mid, and the top lane, or in this case, the bottom lane was the Bracer. You have to focus on your lane. You have to focus on your enemy. You have to focus on your last hits and so on. You cannot be distracted by other stuff. It's miscommunication.
Do you guys want to show the first fight where Vayne was starting to pick up the feed a little bit? What's the timestamp on that, Demon?
The big fight? Okay, that's 19 minutes. I mean, he was already at 2-0-2 at that point because they got the kill. He got 1 kill down bottom. It was a 4v1, pretty straightforward.
At this point, Vayne had 2 kills from the support, 2 kills from Lulu, and now we have the first team fight. It's a misprecision from Rengar. We see Rengar, he was coming from the right, and he turned invisible, but what did this guy do? Just ultimate and kill him.
Yes,
as we said.
An Oracle, hi.
Like, no one from Alternate followed that. I don't know if they didn't expect that or something, but no one could follow that, and that was completely misposition. Where I think Vayne got the kill.
Yes, she did.
No, not the
he
first one.
didn't get the kill. He get the kill from Graves, and now he get the Lulu with the flash. And the flash and the kill. There you go. There you have a double kill for Bane. That's something you really don't want to happen.
And maybe the last thing that I would love to show is we showed a couple of situations where Alternate had the opportunity to do something cool, but didn't have the coordination. And maybe we should show what it looks like if there is perfect coordination. I would like to show the final Baron fight and just show Makler's positioning throughout that fight. At that point, of course, the game was pretty much over already. I believe it was the 31-minute mark.
31:46, I believe.
Right. And what we see in here is just perfect positioning all the way through from Makler, and I'm going to be actually following Makler in this fight. So they've been posturing around Baron for a little while. Just going to fast forward it here a little bit so we get to the right position. A lot of laughing. Very good.
They are police.
Yes, they're very, very happy people. So
here we go.
This is the one. Now let's just follow Makler.
We see Makler completely out of the damage of Alternate. No one of Alternate did a single hit. Now we had one hit from Metalx, nothing more. Now second hit, and now just Makler cleaning everything and getting, I think it was a triple kill or just double kill?
Double kill.
Double kill, but he didn't follow another kill?
I'm pretty sure
he got Lulu, but it wasn't triple kill. He got Lulu now with the speed of Orianna.
Right.
ForellenLord saved, but Lulu didn't have that luck.
Yes. And I think that's his passive kicking in as well, of course, on Vayne.
And then that took him to just ridiculous scores. I mean, we talked about Captain Jack not getting caught out there, but he was at 13.06 there, and I think he ended some ridiculous score as well. Didn't get caught once, just immaculate positioning throughout the whole fights. I mean, is that position, or is that just lack of focus from Alternate, just simply not going for it?
Positioning from Makler. I mean, I can call some mispositions from, some misgangs or misposition from players from Alternate, but at the point you are 13-0 with Bane, it's not a really like safe pick, Bane. You have to be really good on that. You have to know what to do. And Makler, he knows pretty much how to play Bane, as we see on this game. It was perfectly played by Makler and also perfectly played by Orianna. I think Orianna ultimate was amazing. On 2 team fights, he almost shut down the whole team with the ultimate. Was really impressive.
Oh, we talked about Czaru with Orianna at the start. I mean, he set up a lot of things, and you were saying it like, you know, he set up a lot of kills. We also saw another gift that potentially that he teleported in and got an insta kill.
Yes, so if you are watching right now, gift makers at home, please pay close attention to this. I want to see a gif of this. Let's look at it very, very quickly there. So we had Kottenx recalling right next to a ward. What's going to happen? Boom. Boom. I could see that repeating a couple of times.
I don't know why Czaru didn't love there. Like, it was the moment Polish loved there.
Control 4. Control 4.
But more to the point, why did he not rupture it? It's like there's a teleport coming in. No, he saw it though. He was stood in the bush, the teleport, saw it coming in, started walking away, didn't even rupture the point.
He might have been a little bit next to the brush. I think he was not transparent.
Unless he'd already used it. Was it on cooldown?
It was.
I don't think he was on cooldown.
No. It was actually on cooldown, yes.
It was on cooldown. He just used it a moment, but he didn't use it on that spot. He used it to try and get the kill onto whoever that is above Lulu.
No.
I'll let him off.
Anyway.
I'll let him off. These pro players, they tend to be a bit better than I am.
I want that gif.
You want that gift. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have an interview with effectively, I guess they're going to win the group now. I mean, Alternate are now out of the tournament. They are not going to be able to qualify. There could be the 1-2 situation across the...
Who's going to do the interview?
I'm guessing
Soy? How can I call you? How can I call you?
Rolling pause.
Wow.
So he's going to be there, I'm guessing, with Mokatte, I'm guessing.
Thank you very much, guys. And I have Mokatte joining me once more. And of course also, but, I love you.
I know you do.
I know. You need a new nickname. You seriously do. I can't say it any different. So, that was rather convincing and one-sided. Let's talk a little bit about the pick and bans, as they were fairly interesting. After your opponents took Rengar, you choose Orianna. I assume to not let this combo happen. Did that actually influence like the whole idea you had, like of your own matchup and setup?
We didn't expect the Rengar pick from their side because their top laner don't play Rengar at all, I think. But yeah, he picked it, so we had to come with some ideas in her. And all we wanted to do is not let them get Orianna. We know that Forellen plays Orianna, so we just took it away from him. And yeah, after that, it's all about it. Pig's face.
All right, well, the big story is your brother. You have to be really proud of him on that Vayne. I don't remember the score. Is that high? I don't think I can count that high. Did he actually want to play Vayne when he started, or was this just something he kind of, went with the team composition?
Yeah, man, that Wayne, my brother. Actually, he likes playing Wayne. It's one of his favorite champions. He has few of them. I'm getting lost in this, so I can't name them all. But yeah, definitely Wayne is one of his best champs and what he likes to play. So yeah, he picked it.
And we were talking about the Rengar pick, how you guys kind of went with the composition to kind of counter that. And one thing I saw you guys do, actually you in particular, you picked up a pretty early Oracle, and then with that you actually ganked him in bot lane. What else did you guys do to kind of counter that pick besides your champions?
Honestly, I don't remember that part. All I know is that once I bought Oracle, I died, then I died again, and I fallen behind. But I had a good team behind me, so they carried me. But it was more like the plan was to not lose the lanes. They had Rengar, that is a better champion than Irelia is. Wayne isn't the god of lane phase as well, so the plan was not to lose, go even if we can, and then we'll win just by our comp. And it worked pretty well.
Do you think there would have been any point of time in the whole game where they had a good chance of coming back, as you guys have been in the lead kill-wise and also turret and gold-wise for pretty much the whole time? Did you see any chances where they would have been able to come back?
Yeah, I think Alternate did pretty well, and at some point of the game, I think we weren't that much ahead. This was around the time I lost Oracle and I was falling behind, kind of. Lucky me that Skarner doesn't need anything, he just catch anyways and does his job. But yeah, it was, they had a chance before the first team fights. They lost them quite convincingly, and when he got fed, and from that point, I don't think they could do anything much to bring it back.
All right, this is like a two-parter question. You have CJ ENTUS coming up as your next team to play. How are you guys going to prepare for them? I mean, you obviously have a little bit of time since we will see CLG and Alternate play. How are you guys going to prepare for this?
Basically, we don't like the idea of playing, picking and making tactics against our opponents. We like to make them up favoring us. We want to play what we like to play, not what the enemy doesn't like to play. So we'll just pick what we like and create tactics over this idea. So, of course, that's for sure. What we're gonna do is check what they play most, and we already knew some things about them, but that's just basics. No special secret tactic, just against them, just to kick them.
And the last part of this question, I didn't want to think about it too much since you're not necessarily completely in. Depends on what happens this game. But Fnatic, you guys played against them at Campus Party in Berlin. You guys got 3-0'd. Do you guys want some revenge here?
Yeah, of course, but I think the best time for revenge would be at finals rather than semifinals, so we'll do our best to go 3-0 group stage and then face the SKT and try to go to the finals and take a revenge on Fnatic.
And you guys doing really good so far, so I'm pretty darn sure we're going to see that match happening at some point. So thank you very much for joining us for the interview. Of course, you as well, Jason. Yeah, just not going to go for your nickname anymore. I'm sorry. However, good luck with you guys, of course, for the next game, which is going to be against CLG.EU. The next one we're going to have on stream should be, let me check that, CG ENTUS versus CLG.EU. So that's definitely going to be a very interesting as well. But before that, we're going to take it over to a quick commercial break. And of course, the community talk, which is going to be with Carmex. So I hope you guys were on reddit.com/r/League of Legends and ask him as many questions as possible and as many awkward ones as well. So I can read them and laugh my ass off about that. That will be pretty good. So if you haven't done that yet, do it now. You have the quick commercials break to do that, and we're going to be right back.
Thank you very much for joining us once again back at the troll desk. Carlos is joining me as well.
Nice. Nice.
We just saw, representing the Liverpool shirt there. Sadly, we did lose 3-1 to Aston Villa. It happens. It happens to the best of. It happens to the best of teams. We always lose.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Who do you support then? Which team are you?
From England?
No, Spanish team.
Real Madrid.
Oh, you're a Real Madrid as well. Oh, so you're not doing so good either.
I guess better than Liverpool, I would say.
Probably better than Liverpool, but we're not backed by the royal family. If the royal family, if the monarchy backed us, I think we'd be doing a bit better than you guys. But nevertheless, we're here for League of Legends, not football.
I don't do analog sports anyway. I don't understand the appeal.
And I wonder if there's a Reddit thread on StarCraft 2 right now, because Red Eye is there as well. I mean, a StarCraft 2 host at a League of Legends event, ladies and gentlemen, this is front page stuff. This is front page stuff. You should get that post down there. If you're not already, get over there and do it. Give them StarCraft mods some fun. But nevertheless, we are here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne. It is going to be CJ ENTUS versus CLG coming up next. But before we go into that, let's have a recap of really what happened yesterday. So if we look at Group A to start with. I mean, Group A was really the story of Fnatic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was Fnatic stomping everyone pretty much. They played their own style, and they stomp SK Telecom, they stomp Millennium, and they stomp Mousesport.
And actually, if I could just jump in real quick, the one game that we did not show yesterday was the game of Fnatic versus Mousesports. And if you look at this, at the standings here, you'd say, oh, well, that must have been the clearest game. That was actually by far the closest game that Fnatic had. There was a very, very nice invade move that Mousesports did there at level 1, where they invaded blue and then pincered the two-man lane of Fnatic. And their two-man lane actually was a Jace Taric combo. And apparently they went 8-1 in the laning phase. So
4-1.
4-1? 4-1, okay, but still, it's
8-1 is a bit hard.
Well,
level 1.
That's what they said, but maybe they liked it.
No, not at level 1, in the whole laning phase.
Yeah, in the whole laning phase, the entire laning phase. The entire bot
level 1, 8-1, they had to have 3 revives.
They run all the way back.
3 revives, 3 teleport.
No, I meant at the lane, the Jace Taric lane when...
What are we doing?
The other one.
So,
one by one, they just keep going in, keep going in.
It's been working.
It's like solo queue right there.
But anyway, the point is that Fnatic did manage to come back from that. So that was Mouse almost getting a little respect victory there in the end, but it was not meant to be.
It was not meant to be. And SK Telecom Team 1, also known as Reaper and Boys, managed to qualify through as well. So they are second place. So Group B, which is what we're covering right now, that is, of course, we're seeing MEETYOURMAKERS are topping that group now. They have 2-0. We are about to see CJ ENTUS versus Counterlogic Gaming Europe. Of course, that could well be for a place who will be second place. And really, that's a place of who will face Fnatic. I mean, that's a tough position even if you qualify. MEETYOURMAKERS, of course, looking like they're most likely going to face against SK Telecom. So that's going to be a juicy game. Of course, these semi-finals and final will all be happening tomorrow. So, CJ ENTUS versus Counterlogic Gaming. Big game. This is probably the biggest game of the group now because everything relies on this one. This is the second place decider.
Well, it may not be. I mean, MEETYOURMAKERS may still lose their game.
We could have a 1-2 situation. Yes, very tricky though.
It's possible, but let's assume the way that things have been going, the polls are unstoppable.
You're assuming the alternate beat CLG there for that to happen.
Right, exactly. That's not very likely. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Mokatte said it in his interview. Yes, they do want to play against Fnatic, but they do want to play against Fnatic in the finals, not in the semi-finals. So, yeah, MIM definitely going to try to take this. And this is going to be, like you said, most likely then the place for the game for second place. I don't know. For me, it all comes down to how much CLG.EU can shake themselves up, wake themselves up again and say, boys, you know what? We actually have to try hard this time.
And you know what? CJ ENTUS could still actually top the group. They could physically top the group still. Because if they go ahead, beat CLG here, and they're playing MEETYOURMAKERS in the last game. If they go ahead and beat MEETYOURMAKERS, they're going to top the group. Because they'll both be on 2-1.
That's true, yeah.
Still possible, still possible. Lots of possibilities, of course. But we are into the picks and ban phase, and, well, we are seeing pretty much what we expected. Singed, Olaf, and Lee Sin. Singed, of course, was played top lane by CJ ENTUS in the last match. And Nivea being banned out. What a shock. And Orianna, of course, the Nivea being left open by MEETYOURMAKERS. They didn't pick it.
The last game here, CLG had a Nivea open, Froggen had a Nivea, and he didn't want to pick it.
And I have to point out, CJ is not banning any of the gimmicky bruiser mids that Froggen has been running. No Jarvan ban, no Lee Sin ban. Lee Sin ban, of course, coming from CLG, and of course...
We have the first pick of Saya.
First pick Saya.
Actually, we have open already picks like
Diana, picks like Evelyn, picks like Katarina, and Evan picks like Rengar.
Yeah.
So we have pretty much everything open, I will say. There you go, Snoopeh.
But
He's not watching the camera. That's not funny.
Yes.
Someone tell Snoopeh has
He's
to
not
watch
giving the
camera.
stare. He can't do the stare while he's doing the picks and bans because it's him that mainly leads them. Interesting that CLG banned out Lee Sin.
Yeah, I don't know, they had first pick as well, so if they think it's very important, maybe they have something else in mind. Maybe they have another strategy in mind where they cannot first pick Lee Sin.
Also, we have to say that inSec,
yes,
the jungler of CG, is probably it's famous for being the best jungler in Korea, one of the best junglers in Korea. So probably it was the reason why they banned Lee Sin.
On Twisted Fate for Dade in that mid lane.
And I have to say, lots of people on Twitter that are familiar with the Korean scene have been saying, I mean, most of all, GG Monte Cristo, of course, has been saying, what is this team and what have they been doing to CJ ENTUS?
Where have they come from?
Exactly, yeah. So a lot more respect for them now, but let's see how they fare against the CLG that is definitely going to take this one very, very seriously.
In fairness, the group they're in is Katie Rolster B, Azubu Blaze, and Najin Sword that are above them. So I mean, let's be a little bit fair against the group they're in.
I didn't actually follow that closely
It's a pretty tough group, and they are fourth in that group. They're not. There's 6-7 teams in that group, 6 teams I believe. But Malphite looking like he's going to get picked. That's going to be. I don't think it's going to be a pleased Wickd. I mean, when I was at IPL 5, I went to lunch with these guys just after they lost to. I think it's just after they lost to WE, yeah, it was after the big epic game, the game 2. And he said then, I never want to play Malphite in another tournament because they had such a bad time of it at DreamHack with Malphite. He's just like, no, I don't want to play it again.
Well, Ara, what reasons would you have as a team captain to force somebody to play a pick?
Oh!
Malphite, I was going to say over earlier, but it's not going to be a top lane Malphite. It's going to be a jungle Malphite then.
That's super high engage. It's like Malphite going in, Rumble ultimate, and that's so much CC
as well.
Exactly. But the initiation is like Malphite ultimate, Rumble ultimate, and that's so much CC to someone. It's pretty much, it's not a instant kill because it's jungle Malphite. The jungle Malphite is used for the CC, not for the damage. But still, it's so high damage, so high CC on one target and even 2 targets.
And you do have people like Caitlyn and TF who are going to be squishy, and if you can land that ultimate, you don't need to have the big damage in the Malphite ultimate. As long as you lock up Caitlyn long enough for the rest to get there, that could be a teamfight decider.
Well, if you know that's coming, what are you going to run? A, against Rumble top lane, and B, against that jungler?
Jax is super safe pick. Jax is probably one of the safest pick in top. It's fine against Rumble, pretty fine, and then you have the time to run in with your Q.
New Caitlyn.
You can Q on a minion, you can run away from ganks. Even then, Malphite ganks are not really strong.
Oh, and there is the Lux. So
that's something I really like.
So I just spoke to Fnatic's Cyanide a moment ago, and he said, well, our strategy against CLG is basically make sure they don't get Nivea or Lux, so they can't wave clear after wave after wave after wave. And then generally we have ideas how to beat them. That's the only thing we don't know how to beat. So the Lux on Froggen could be very strong. And what are we thinking about that Varus pick here?
It's actually the most played Tam by Yellowpete.
Really, yeah?
Yep, he's playing Varus all Season 3. He's like probably 40 games with Varus.
But he's already strong in Season 2.
Yes,
so not too much change for the idea, I guess.
Oh, and Diana. Oh, could be. He's thinking.
Go, Diana.
The other thing with the Lux is the only thing you have to do is you have to fish for Qs. You just have to keep throwing out those Qs. One single Q hits, you go in, you eradicate that champion, and then you take some advantage, some buff off of that. And that's just very, very strong.
But we know what Froggen does when Froggen farms. He continues farming in that mid lane. He'll push that mid lane, and if Twisted Fate does go looking for those ganks, he's going to get punished to lose that tower in the mid lane. It is the Zed patch, but I'd be amazed if we see it. I mean,
Zed jungle?
Nunu jungle Zed support? I don't know.
Oh, it's Zed jungle.
Wow. Or probably Zed top.
What? Oh, Jack's jungle.
Jack's jungle?
Okay, so...
And it's Zed jungle.
Zed jungle, which immediately makes Snoopeh leave the game and go, holy moly, I need to change things quick.
That is, of course, not allowed. I must have been some other reason, probably some bug or something. Oh, okay. Some observer wasn't in. The observer from the Russian stream was.
Of course, we are running multiple languages for this. I think it's 13, possibly maybe more languages for this event. Intel Extreme Masters. Of course, you also have the point of view you can watch. So if you get yourself onto the website, of course, you're all watching it anyway. But there is many ways of watching this. There's a point of view you can watch, literally the player's point of view in the game, and his audio as well, I believe.
Yeah, and
the team audio.
And last game we had 13K viewers on both of the POV streams. So a lot of people want to see this. So if you actually want to see where they're clicking, where they are looking, check that out. So
of course, the flip side is you can't see the whole spec mode, so you don't also listen to the beautiful tones of Joe and Jason.
That is true, yeah. Well, you just have to have lots of screens at home, or use one of those fancy little multi-streaming.
Multi-streaming.
So it's esl.tv/IEM. That gives you the overview with all of the different POV streams as well.
Yep. So of course they are playing for $50,000 here. You can see them going through the picks and bans, whizzing through it once again there. Krepo, Yellowpete on your screen. Snoopeh, thankfully not staring at us. We'd be in trouble if he was. You can also see the ESL admins off in the background, as well as Wicked's forehead just peeking over. He's a tall chap.
He is very tall. Almost as tall as James from the other commentator.
But
James big legs.
Him, yes.
As it is, we are just waiting to get things underway. What are we expecting here? Who do you think is going to take this one? So we got some interesting picks coming out from CJ ENTUS. We talked about how they like to throw things out there, some pretty crazy tactics. They the innovators, as it were. Sometimes it works, sometimes it backfires horribly. What will it do this time?
Well, first of all, I see CLG.com. I see CLG.com.
Do you see CLG.com?
Yeah, I see it, and I feel like Rumble, Lax, and Varus works, and Syra, sorry, works together with a lot of synergy. I mean, the four heroes, they have a lot of range. You have Rumble ultimate with one of the highest ultimate range of the top laners. Then you have Varus Q, Varus ultimate, you have Syra E, you have Syra ultimate, and you have, of course, all the Lax abilities. They all have a lot of range. You can poke a lot. But then you have Malphite, it's most like a go-in hero. It's more like a go-in and something like Diana to kill someone fast. So that's something I don't really like on CLG.com. And on CG ENTUS combo, I don't know how Zed is gonna work. I know it's one of the fastest jungle, it's really, really strong jungler, but I don't know how it's gonna gank. I don't think the ganks are really strong. I tried and I don't think it's super successful gank.
Just to give you a little bit of the mechanic overview, the way you want to gank with Zed is you want to send your shadow forward, then trigger the E for the slow. We'll have to see how inSec does it, of course.
The most important question, of course, will be how strong they're going to be in late game, because we know that's where CLG are going to try and take it. So without further ado, let's jump into the games. It is going to be Joe Miller and James. Long I love you, Kaplan.
Totally didn't tell him to say that in the chat before the game, Jason. Not whatsoever, not once, not a single time.
I wasn't looking at chat.
So here we go, CLG versus CJ ENTUS. CLG fighting for survival here in Group B. And to my knowledge, the first time that we've really seen Zed in a big tournament as well, Jason.
Yeah, and if you running jungle, which make that which we're interested. But inSec, I mean, like they were saying in the expert desk, he's one of the best junglers in Korea, and he's going to show how well he places at his ganks. I mean, ideally wouldn't be too bad since he does have that W to switch places, but as Araneae was saying, he didn't really have too much success with him.
Well, currently CJ are in the CLG jungle down on the bottom side. I'm going to say a lot of CLJ. I'm going to say that right now because it's going to throw me off a little bit, that's for sure. They put that ward down there, and also the trap coming out of Caitlyn in that curve bush as well. But for now, looking like they're just going to settle back, starting off here with Zed on that blue buff. Over on the other side, you can see the bottom lane of CLG already headed down there to get that golem start. Looks on Froggen in the middle there, and it looks like they're going to have a pretty standard Wolves into blue buff start.
And Joe, we were talking a little bit during the expert desk, and we were mentioning how CLG, their composition, I mean, they have a comp that will erase someone if they hit him with all the abilities. And for CJ ENTUS, they have a really, I mean, they have Jax and they have Zed on top of that. You have Twisted Fate who can really make impacts on lanes, but who do you really have to win this game?
It's hard to call. CLG, you know, they were dominated by MEETYOURMAKERS. There's no real other way to say that, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's no PC way to say it.
Without risk of being lynched here in the studios with the massive amount of CLG fans that we have. This is, you know, the most important game up until now from them, obviously, because if they lose this one, they are pretty much guaranteed, or they are guaranteed to go out. They can't then get those 2 wins back that CJ and MEETYOURMAKERS would have under their belts from now on.
inSec, sorry, look at him. He's actually, knowing that ward was there, running around the other side just to sneak into that red buff. This could be really deadly for Wickd, where they, I mean, we said in the last game, they camp him. Anyone camps Wickd, they kill him a couple times, and it sets him really far behind, but that is such a great play out of him, and it's just showing why he's an amazing jungler.
And also interested to see Yellowpete, as Araneae said that, is a very highly played champion by Yellowpete. He certainly knows how to play Varus. So it'll be interesting to see how that bottom lane goes. We are now seeing Zed coming in here. Let's see if he can manage to get in on towards Wickd. I'm going to keep him up in the bottom left there so you can see what he's skilling, because I'm sure a lot of people are still really interested to see what inSec is going to spec like here on Zed. But Wickd may have some trouble, as we are going to see Jax go in. The counter-strike not going off. But inSec going in. He's got the slowdown from that red buff. Can they finish it off? The Ignite is burning, and Wickd goes down. First kill for Jax. And I said this in the last game when Vayne got the first kill, like these hyper carries, you want to limit them in what they can pick up in this early and mid game to slow their late game dominance down. And giving first blood over to Jax is going to mean a horrible, horrible time in the top lane for Wickd on Rumble. But again, that whole strategy, get in, get Wickd out of the game. It's worked already time and time again for other teams against CLG. Will it continue to work here for CJ ENTUS?
Well, you know, Araneae was saying that Jack's very safe pick for this top lane, and like you're saying, hyper carry, if he gets some kills, he's going to be dominating that lane, and Wickd, I mean, I have to feel bad for him, because every game I ever see of him play, he gets camped non-stop. As we're seeing the bot lane, Krepo, I mean, down to half health, and like you also mentioned, Yellowpete playing a lot of Varus, and even Araneae mentioned to me the other day that we should see that. Going to eat a trap there just to make sure if he runs away, he'll be safe. But actually in the, well, not the Korea meta, but over in Korea, I remember hearing that a lot of Kate Noon is being played. I believe Notch and Sword was the first one to do it, and with that, they just push towers extremely quickly, though CJ ENTUS going for something a little bit different here, and yeah, look at that. inSec camping that top lane.
Yeah, Wickd again going very low, and he's going to be forced to go straight home without picking up a single minion on his return back into that. And it really wouldn't surprise me to see inSec come back once again once he realizes that Wickd is back into this lane. I mean, he's got himself a ward now, which he'll probably be scared of even putting down with the way that he's being camped here by inSec on Zed. But so far, this bottom lane, like you said, bit of damage being exchanged, a couple of roots coming out from Krepo, we've seen the snowballs, and you know, that range from Caitlyn really being the biggest problem on towards Krepo up until now. But the CS there, 33-26, early game lead for Caitlyn. Hey, Caitlyn is that quite strong champion at the early levels as well.
And Yellowpete actually leveling up his Hail of Arrows, his E, because of Caitlyn having so much range. He needs some sort of harass, some sort of form of that. And by leveling up, he's able to do that. And he finally did take 1 point in Q. And Joe, as we were mentioning, you know, taking a look at Zed and what he's leveling up, we should probably take a look at his items too, because he went with Bootsman ability as his first item. And look where he is again.
Going straight into this top lane, and guess what?
Look at no
it's
flash.
Not warded, and he's not got a flash, and he's going to walk in there. Here comes the counter-strike. Actually, not timed perfectly there, but they're going to get on top of Wickd nonetheless. There's the slow from inSec's E, which he is actually leveling up first here. Can't quite get the finisher, though. But talking about finishers, do they really need a finisher? Wicked's out of lane. He got 2 CS this time around.
That's quite a bit for him. No, but still, like, they're camping him so hard. LongPanda, I mean, that was a kill, and yet they kind of messed it up a little bit there, the counter-strike not landing. But now, I mean, how do you go against a Jax period as Rumble, and then a Jax who has 1 kill and has a huge level advantage over you? He's going to be level 5 very shortly. Wickd, he's been back 4 times this game. One of them's because of a death, having such a hard time right there, picking up another ward, because he needs ward that the river, like you were saying before, it wasn't warded when inSec came in. And they are keeping a really good eye on that, as you do see that ward in the top lane.
Yeah, and Wickd got another ward now. Needs to kind of put it down somewhere in river, because Zed has just been coming up there, not through the tri-bush that they have warded for up until now, but through the other side. Snoopeh not really been too active in this top lane. I think it's more about, from Wicked's side of things, them telling him, play safe, don't get caught out, and you will be all right in this top lane. But it's 38-10 CS, as if that first blood on Jax wasn't enough. He is massively winning the farm race in this top lane so far. Bottom lane, Caitlyn did come back in with a Vamp Scepter and a Doran's Blade. Varus Doran's Blade and upgrading to those Berserker Greaves. Obviously wants to get those points of blight out as quickly as he possibly can if they get in towards a fight. But either way, a pretty quiet stage of this one. The junglers went back in for a little bit more farm. But really, I think Snoopeh has to get a bit more involved here with Malphite, as we are going to see the Twisted Fate ulti coming into this top lane. And guess what? It was on Wickd again, who's having a horrible time. If you thought Deman was a bully in the on the expert desk, well, they're pretty much camping out Wickd like nothing that we've seen for quite a long time. And that's funny because someone said actually on Reddit, I read about it, I hope LongPanda doesn't get bullied in this top lane again. Well, it's kind of working the opposite way around this time. In the middle lane, inSec is taking a lot of damage here from Froggen, who doesn't have that final spark up and available. I still want to call it by its old name because
Finkelton's something?
Finales Funkeln.
Yeah.
Which means final spark in German.
Oh, there you go.
I still want to call it that. Especially since we're in Germany, I think I'm well within my rights.
Yeah, that's true. But Snoopeh, yeah, you're completely right with what he needs to do. He needs to start ganking a little bit more. He needs to get involved. But he will be 6 very shortly. When that happens, when his bot lane is level 6 on top of that, Yellowpete and Yellowpete and Krepo, that is going to be such an easy lane to gank for them. We do have cleanse on space, but it won't really be enough. As Kkinsh has flash, has exhaust. But with that Malphite ultimate, it's so devastating against your team.
Yeah, and that's probably the whole reason why Snoopeh has been spending so much time in the jungle, is just to get as quickly as he can in towards that unstoppable force and then get involved in and around the map. As we are going to see him possibly coming in for Twisted Fate. No, he's going to go straight into the opposite side of the jungle. Sees that the big Wraith is there. Oh, he's going to take it out. He's just going to wait there. Probably waiting for Twisted Fate to make a bit of a step to one side, and there we go. Unstoppable Force comes down the leash, and there is the ultimate coming out. Can they finish him off? Ignite is burning here, and Dade will go down. It's Lux that picked up the kill. The crowd here going a little bit wild with it as well. Like I said, a lot of CLG.EU fans here today in the studio in Cologne, and that will bring us back to 2-1. But Froggen picking up a kill could become vital for them later on.
Yeah, in the meantime, top and LongPanda just pushed Wickd out of lane again a little bit, forcing his flash to be used. And his flash, I don't think it's been up for longer than 10 seconds, except in the beginning of the game for him. But we do have Twisted Fate. His ultimate could be out very shortly, so we could see another gank in the top lane. As you do see Zed just holding it right there, and his build going towards, it looks like a Brutalizer or potentially a Phage. Not really sure which one he will end up going for, but they have a really heavy assassin team, not really tanky. So with what CLG has on their side, being able to erase someone off the enemy team, they could easily win these team fights, no matter how far behind Wickd is.
Yeah, but if he's fed jacked up, that's a real problem, depending who the kills end up going for, even if he gets camped out and killed over and over again. We are actually seeing their Twisted Fate moving towards this top side of the map. They do have a ward down here, so they've seen that he's moving over towards that range. Zed. There's a lot of pings coming in. Zed is coming down. Here comes Twisted Fate as well. He'd actually pulled the red card, which won't even matter in the slightest. There is kill number 2 for Jax, and kill number 3 overall for CJ ENTUS. Perfectly executed, not missing a beat. And Wickd was in a hard position there because he saw that Twisted Fate was here, moving in range to use that ultimate and get up to him. But he started to move back, and then you've already got Zed coming around the backhand side of him as well. So just not a lot that he could really do there to stop that happening, Wickd. And he's almost out of this game now.
When he saw that TF ultimate, he's like, ugh, come on. As he could die there eventually. Yeah, but the thing is, his ultimate is really where it's key. If he gets that slowdown onto as many members as possible, CJ ENTUS, then you have Varus, you have Zyra, and you have Malphite and Lux on top of that. Like, they will have the damage, as we did see Froggen pick up a kill. So if anything, they still are easily in the game. He has an easy large rod with that chalice. We do have Snoopeh sitting around this middle lane again. Ultimate just came back up. Twisted Fate currently no flash, and this could be another kill in the middle lane. And yeah, here it goes, Joe.
Yeah, we are going to see that binding land, and there we go. Ultimate coming out from Froggen, and there's a kill onto Dade. Froggen and Snoopeh setting that one up brilliantly. And that's the thing, if you don't see that one coming, you've not got much of a chance to escape from it, let's be honest. As we are seeing there, Yellowpete and Space just going back and forth with the damage. CS down there, 89 to 94. Obviously switching up as they are still in that farming stage. So, pretty even down this bottom lane. No kills, no deaths, no assists for any of them down there. So it's going to come a little bit later on, but Yellowpete starting to do a good chunk of damage now.
And that's what, I mean, if they can win this bottom lane, they'll have their mid and bottom, fed. We talked to Araneae, actually, the first day we were here, and he was saying, the AD carry is probably the easiest champion to carry in solo queue just because of how much damage you can do. As long as your team can protect you, it'll work out very well. And Yellowpete, he's doing pretty well. I mean, considering Caitlyn's range, he's keeping up in this CS, has those double Doran's Blades and that Vamp Scepter. And with Krepo, they easily could go for kills if Snoopeh wants to visit it, though. He's been sitting around this middle lane, trying to get Froggen just a little bit fed since he is very bursty, doesn't have a lot of sustained damage. They're going to need him pretty fed.
The bad thing is for Twisted Fate in the middle is that the ultimate of Lux pretty much comes up in the time that he dies, respawns, and comes back to lane. So Froggen can just constantly do that to him. We do have an Oracle now with Snoopeh, which is only going to help him get involved across that map even more.
Showing his match is that he actually hopped over that wall, not being spotted by a ward, trying to go in for a gank on middle, it looks like, and Snoopeh will catch him.
Yeah, Snoopeh going to spot him there. Pings his position down, and inSec decided can't really get anything from this one. So Dade, you're going to have to deal with that Froggen Lux for a little bit longer in this game. Rumble is coming down, because
he can't do anything on top lane.
They're like, well, let's do Dragon. Let's try and claw some of this gold back that we've been losing through the pretty much entire game. I mean, it's what, 1,500 gold difference now in favor of CJ ENTUS. 3 of them waiting here on top of a ward. So with Wickd missing, they obviously know that something's probably going to go down around that Dragon area. Snoopeh's got unstoppable force up. In fact, ultimates are pretty much across the board up except Wickd. So they could go for this one and get that Dragon, or they could do a 5-man dive onto that bottom lane, or they could steal away the blue buff.
Or they could do both. I mean, there's no point in leaving that top tower up anymore for Wickd. He just doesn't have the ability to farm it anymore. So if they do take that turret, he can at least freeze a lane and get some sort of farm back. But yep, you're very right. They are going for Dragon off of this, and that will get Wickd a little bit back into the game. I'm surprised to just not see any GP10 on him with how far he is behind, because we all know how strong GP10 can be when you are losing your lane.
Can you afford it in GP10?
Can you afford it? I mean, not at the moment.
I mean, look at his CS. Or look at his lack of CS, which is obviously more important to this whole thing. 9,900 CS to 40 there. And this tower is going to go down. They're going to try and counter that one with taking this bottom tower. Obviously, that Dragon has given them a lead now in the gold, but they've lost that top turret. And CJ ENTUS not really reacting too much to this one, but obviously they do have Twisted Fate, who can come around whenever he wants to. Zed was just waiting off in the wings there to maybe track Froggen going towards Wolves or whatever for that extra farm, but CLG can't quite get in and take down this bottom outer turret. In the meantime, LongPanda is just hammering away on these creeps. He's now level 10 to the level 8 of Wickd. He has got a Phage and probably about 2,000 or 1,500 gold to spend now the next time that he does come back. And Wickd has, after all that, finally come back into the lane with a Ruby Crystal. Like, that's just how far he is behind. We talked about the GP10. I think he wants to go GP10.
No, he's going hunting, guys. He's going for that penetration.
Yeah. Yeah. But he needs gold at the end of the day.
Yeah, he does. But the thing is, with LongPanda, we saw Reaper doing this from SK Telecom, pushing that top lane over and over and over. And in the end, he was able to actually carry his team because of all his amazing counter-strikes. Just Snoopeh going for Wolfster, actually going to be spotted. If he loses Oracle, it's going to be really bad for CLG.
Oh, he's going to walk straight in there. There comes the counter-strike down. He's going to unstoppable force away. But Twisted Fate, not having any of it, comes in. Here comes the ulti out of Froggen. Actually managed to get the kill. Krepo coming in will knock them both up, but it's not going to be enough damage to take them out. Wow, flash away from inSec there. Didn't want to get involved, as Wickd did put his ultimate down. But CJ ENTUS, a bit of a risky move. Dade going to pay for it with his life, but they've got rid of that Oracle on Snoopeh, which could be a crucial thing in the coming minutes.
Yeah, it really will. We do have Yellowpete in the bot lane actually getting pressured very heavily. That turret getting very low as we have the rest of CLG pushing that middle lane. And yeah, the Oracle, it's going to be so crucial. They need to deny a lot of vision, and Wickd just needs he needs that protection, that top lane. And unfortunately, not going to be able to get it here as he does. Well, he lands one harpoon, but doing no damage to Jax, and that, like we were saying before, is a huge problem.
Oh, as inSec just getting a little bit low. Froggen landed the binding on him at pretty much full range.
Oh, he has ulti up. I would love to see him just snipe him at the moment. But he did that a lot of DreamHack.
Yeah.
Played an amazing Lux at DreamHack, but they are pushing this turret. They actually should be able to get it. We do have Twisted Fate coming in. We'll be able to clear the wave pretty easily. Jax just scaring them away right there. Snoopeh ultimate not up for another 50 seconds.
Oh, binding has landed. There comes the ultimate. How is he going to die? Yes, he is. And it's Wickd that picks up the kill thanks to the Ignite. That's a much-needed chunk of gold for Wickd, to be honest with you.
Only problem is now he's worth more gold if he gets killed. Just a downside to it, yeah. But they should be able to get this tower, though, and it will help them get back into the game a little bit more. We have inSec there. Not really tanky with that Brutalizer. I was almost expecting to engage there. But Snoopeh ulti in 15 seconds. Dragon not going to be up for a little bit longer.
And I still like CLG's combo here. I mean,
it's an amazing combo.
Once you get everything, if everything falls into position, it's so much damage so quickly, especially if that laser gets 2 or 3 people in it as well. Like, just so much damage that can come out of CLG if everything falls into place. On the other hand, if it doesn't fall into place, they could end up losing a fight pretty heavily, but they've taken this outer middle turret. That's actually going to be their first of this game, a crucial turret to be taken as well. And the Dragon is up at 1940, so still 2.5 minutes to go until that one is in play. You see more wards being put down here by CJ Enters, the pink one around the blue buff. And also here on this bottom side of their jungle as well, just to keep that vision as high as they possibly can. Let's have a look down the CS there. Top lane, as we said earlier on, going badly for Wickd. 117 to 56. In the jungle, 130 to 72. That's a big lead for Zed as well. Middle lane, though, Froggen winning that one out, 178 to 136. AD carries bang even, 148, 147.
Well, the difference between the junglers is, I mean, yeah, we will see Zed with a lot more CS because that's how he has to do it. He's a DPS jungler. But Snoopeh's a support. He relies on his GP10. If you look at total gold, he's sitting at 4,600 to the 5,500 of Zed at the moment. So not really that far behind. But if anyone can pull off their ultimate combos correctly, it's going to be CLG.
Oh, and here we go. They're going to go in there. Twisted Fate going to dive. There is a Zyra ultimate, though, but it doesn't really make that much difference. Froggen going to be shut down, absolutely exploded by that CJ push. And we talk about how Twisted Fate is also obviously most useful in that laning phase, getting around there, snowballing your other lanes. But we're seeing him utilizing it here at this stage of the game where they're fighting 5-on-5 to do some really, really great play, which is going to be key. You know, moving in where there's no Zyra ultimate for number one, or as we saw in yesterday's play, being low enough where Zyra can just put a plant on your head and take you down. I think that video is doing the rounds on Reddit right now from yesterday. But that leaves us with 5-4. CJ got the kill advantage, 2,000 there or thereabouts gold lead. But this is definitely not a game that you can call right now.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we're 19 minutes in with how much CS Jax has. CLG's no way out of this. We have Frog in the mid lane, 183 to the 146 on Dade. And that right there just shows that they easily have a chance. We have the bot lane being pushed here. Yellowpete should be able to take that turret and make that goal lead a little bit quicker. And you know what's funny? Both teams have gotten the other team's jungle more than they've gotten their own. Or sorry, their blue buff than their own.
CLG are spotted here by that pink ward that was put down earlier by CJ.
Oh, Jax is heading down.
Jax coming down for that one. Dragon gonna be up in around about 10 seconds time. So CJ not wanting to give this one away. They've got a ward down there in position. And they are gonna ping it. There is Baron coming back into the game. Jax here has been spotted in middle. But CJ putting a pink ward down. That's gonna reveal that CLG actually have no vision of that Baron pit itself, and are they going to try and sandwich them in here? Doesn't quite look like they'll be able to manage that one off. There goes the ultimate out of Caitlyn.
Oh, nice shield out of Froggen right there. Pretty much nullified all damage on top of his. And we do have Krepo's ultimate finally back up, so we could see the major engage that we've been waiting for, Joe. And CLG easily could take this with their combination.
Dade's ultimate is going to be coming up here in just a second. Dragon already down to half of its HP as we are seeing LongPanda coming in. Snoopeh looking for an opportunity to get off that unstoppable force, but they're coming in. inSec is behind them. inSec is going to be doing a lot of damage here. He will get knocked up by Zyra. Here comes the laser over. Gets one kill. They've not quite finished off the second. Wickd going to be chased down here by Space, but they need to be careful. They're still coming around. Froggen picking himself up a double kill. There's the root landing onto Space. He is finished off by Yellowpete, and CLG will take a 3-for-1 encounter. Great play out of them.
I feel like a prophet a little bit there, Joe, but that was amazing play out of Snoopeh. If you notice, he waited on his ultimate. He didn't want to rush it, and because of that, they caught inSec in the back, they caught Jax in the back, got a double knock-up combo with Krepo, and well, as you saw right there, 1 for 3. They're going to take that any day, and they are easily and very well now back in the game. Froggen doing amazing work, 5-1-2, 204 CS, has that death cap, and is working towards that. I think it's in Holy Grail very shortly. And unfortunately for CJ ENTUS, I mean, Snoopeh alone just shut down that whole assassination they were trying to pull on well, Yellowpete on a Krepo. Oh! Ooh. Almost gets him. Was that blind?
Yeah. I was going to say, how did he even know he was there?
That's why he's a good Lux, Joe.
I mean, he killed the last minion like here, so I guess Froggen was just like, well, he probably just went straight into the bush there, so why not have a try? Did actually land it on him, but unfortunately for him, and unfortunately for us, didn't quite land that kill, but great blind shot coming out. But it's 1,000 gold still in advantage of CJ ENTUS. Turrets also in their favor as well. Jack's already got that Trinity Force finished though. Zed, Bloodthirster brutalized on those boots of mobility. Twisted Fate got the Sheen in, and the Abyssal Scepter is already done.
This is a problem that we're seeing, is that CJ ENTUS, they camped Wickd, yeah, but Froggen, look at him now, 5-1-2,
Yeah.
they didn't really gank him at all. He ended up getting wards eventually just to stop the Zed from doing it, but yeah, you can gank Wickd all day, and most teams do that, but you still leave Froggen open, you still leave Yellowpete open at the bot lane, and those lanes can easily carry the game, even if the top lane dies.
Yeah, and I mean, CLG are used to having Wickd camped out of games, that's for sure. So, you know, I guess from Wicked's point of view, it's like, well, if they're coming for me the entire time, they're not coming for their AD carry or for Lux in the middle there. So I'm sure they're still quite happy about that, even though he is a mile behind on CS. The danger there is that Jax is obviously the one that really benefited from all that, and has got that Trinity Force already finished there, and is already building his way up towards that Guardian Angel as well.
Yeah, but we saw Froggen now, even with how tanky Jax is, just naturally with his passive, he almost pretty much one-burst him down. I mean, obviously not exactly all the way, but got him very close. And well, obviously Counter-Strike's not going to help you too much against magic damage.
And Yellowpete actually has started to build a nice CS lead here as well, with that turret being down. And has got himself up to 208 compared to the 177 of Caitlyn. Zed here still farming away in that middle lane. Wherever he can really pick anything up, he's quite content to. Yellowpete has just gone home. Going to be almost finishing off that Phantom Dancer now as well. Obviously, had the Bloodthirster from earlier. Caitlyn got the Infinity Edge, got the Zeal up towards that Phantom Dancer. And this next fight, going to be a big one. Dragon at 26 minutes, so about 2.5 minutes from now, we'll probably be seeing another play down there. That's where most of the action's really been at up until now. Upside, obviously, that top lane.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, I mean, if you're CLG right now, they are currently behind in gold. I mean, they're winning these team fights, though. What do you want to do right now? Like, what's the end goal? Obviously, Baron, not really going to try to go for that. They want to force team fights. They don't want to make sure they don't make a mistake and, you know, maybe do a turret die that ends up going very badly for them.
Well, they've got one of those comps where they can catch people out. Like,
yeah.
You get the root from Zyra, you get the binding from Lux, you get Varus, who maybe even would use his ultimate if he needs to hold someone in position. And then you've got Snoopeh, who, you know, can always come flying out of this bush, that bush, pretty much every bush with an unstoppable force to really throw your teamwork into plan, throw a spanner in the works. As we just see there, space, binding, plus the E coming out, and there is a laser. Oh, he's netted away from it there, Space. That was very, very close stuff. Froggen almost sniping another one down there. He has been definitely on form with that one.
I think I peed myself a little bit on that one, Joe.
Not as much as Space did.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Poor guy. We do have Krepo, though, and he's building into the standard Zyra build with that Solar Draw going into a Zone Edge right after that. Because Zyra surprisingly does a lot of damage with those plants. It looks like they might even be trying to set up for a potential burn or just you know, spot it with that plant so they have no wards at the moment. We do see Yellowpete finish up that Phantom Dancer. It's going to make him that much more stronger, especially with the Blight Sex like we were talking. You know, he wants that extra attack speed just so he can proc that as much as possible. But CLG, I mean, still looking very good. We have Wickd. He's catching up a little bit, I guess. I mean, he's not falling much farther behind. He still is keeping up and does have that Chain Vest done. And curious to see if he's going to go for Abyssal Scepter or actually go for a GA because he needs to get tanky with how far he was set back.
Well, we see Zed off towards the side, trying to put a bit of damage out with the Shuriken. But still, CLG looking for a way to get in here underneath this turret. I mean, they've got a decent comp to push them out with that Varus Q and the E, to be honest, and with Lux as well, who can throw a lot of damage their way while they try and hold on towards these turrets. But let's see how this one goes. Bit of damage being done. Root actually lands there onto Jax. Not quite having the binding coming out in time there from Froggen, though.
They're running against time, though, because Jax, I mean, he almost has his GA done. He has 3 pieces of it, just needs that little bit of extra gold for it. And when he gets that, I mean, it's really hard for CLG to lock him down, but face taking this turret right now, trying to get as much damage as possible. Snoopeh Sunfire Cape, not really going to care too much about that turret hits. And they should be able to get it on this next wave if they want to commit to it.
Yep, next wave coming in then. There are a couple of traps down there that they need to avoid from Caitlyn, but they've successfully managed to get in there. Leveling us up now with turrets. They're still 1,000 gold behind. 2645 in there. Dragon is available as Wickd getting a little bit caught out there, but they've got no vision of CLG. That was the real problem there. So they didn't know if they were just going to get jumped on. You can see CLG here waiting. They are going to push around. That middle turret was trying to be taken. Kkinsh takes the shard from Snoopeh, but where is the engagement coming in? CJ ENTUS not bunching up. That's the real crucial thing against this team comp that CLG have got going. Don't bunch up, as we are going to see LongPanda going in there. Varus ultimate actually didn't connect, which is bad news for CLG. There's the unstoppable force. There's the Zyra ultimate. It knocks two of them up. Will it be enough damage coming out of CLG here, though? Froggen is going to take out Nunu. Can they get any more? The laser not connecting. And, well, Twisted Fate, I didn't even notice him here, off towards the side. He's going to pick up Zyra, but that will give a double kill over. And now maybe they'll even get more space, going very low to the queue of Yellowpete. Well, that will be a 1 for 2, and CLG, like you said, winning these team fights.
Yeah, and that's all because of Snoopeh. He's being so perfect with these ultimates, just like we saw Libik earlier on Sona. He's just waiting for the right moment, hit the exact perfect targets. Unfortunately, the Zyra ultimate didn't follow up at the right time, but still, he got the attack speed still on LongPanda, got it on space. And, I mean, that's why they won that fight single-handedly. Not to mention Froggen picking up a double kill could have helped a little bit.
Yeah, 7-1-2 he is now with Lux. And after that, Dragon sat on almost 2,000 gold to go home and spend. Phantom Dancer finish for Yellowpete as well. And Snoopeh and Wickd also going to go home with over 1,000 gold each. Is that Dragon really out? There's the needlessly large rod coming out of Rumble. 39.5 to 39.3 thousand gold. So now CLG finally have taken the lead in the gold itself. And we see a Guardian Angel on Froggen. That's even worse news with an Oracle coming in as well for Snoopeh. Are they thinking about Baron?
I don't know. I mean, I was just thinking about the G on Froggen. It's not a bad item, obviously, because it gets you back up in the fight, but he's not been in a position to get caught this entire game. Maybe the little bit of extra damage would save, you know, Yellowpete from getting caught. You see the Lux ulti going right there, but Baron, I mean, when they have their ultis up, they're still waiting on Krepos at the moment. Froggen's obviously just used, and Snoopeh coming off cooldown right now. They are a little bit scared, though. If they group up against LongPanda, if he comes in with that counter-strike and lands it on all 5 members of CLG, they shouldn't be able to really win that fight, as long as, you know, space stays separated away so he doesn't get hit with that Malphite ultimate. But Zed, I mean, I want to look at his abilities. He does have 5 points in his W and his E. Has that Bloodthirster and Brutalizer. Has a Negatron Cloak and a Chain Vest. He's kind of building in each direction because he needs to be able to survive against his teams, because they want to run a heavy assassin kind of combination, but they are getting shut down here.
Yep, and now Jax might have a bit of trouble in the middle. Snoopeh waiting in the wings, does have Unstoppable Force back available.
He's so patient.
Yeah, and that's what you've got to be in. You saw in that last fight, it was a case of tanking the damage until they felt that they were in the right position for the Zyra ultimate and for the Malphite ultimate to both come out in the correct position to be winning them a fight. So CLG have to be strong enough, in my opinion, to be tanking through that, and that's maybe why Froggen also going up towards that GA, just so that if they do end up coming into focusing, but the team aren't in a right position, then they may go for it. There is the Oracle, like I said, on Snoopeh. They're going to take the ward out of Baron Pit. And are they going to set up for something now?
They saw Zed backing, you saw that ping right there. They catch LongPanda.
Yeah, binding coming in. Zyra, Varus ultimate came onto him as well. Can they get in to finish off? Snoopeh is working his way around, will get slowed though, which is going to stop them going in there for that Unstoppable Force. Actually, Caitlyn ultimate thrown out. Krepo being a good guy, trying to stop that one. Twisted Fate though is coming in. Here we go, we're going to see a kick off. Ultimate comes out of Rumble. Where is the Unstoppable Force already used? The Zyra ultimate will knock them up. Krepo is surely going to die. Yes, he will. Snoopeh burning from the Ignite will be saved by a shield from Froggen. And there actually is another binding coming in. The Q from Varus as well.
3
going
seconds.
very, very close. Let's watch Froggen, see what he can do with the laser. There he goes. And it's just a little bit off to the left of Dade. And that will be a 1 for 0 in favor of CJ ENTUS. A crazy, crazy game. Look at the kills. 9-8, 3-3 in turrets, 42.5 to 43, 42.5 thousand gold to 43. 1.3 thousand gold. So ridiculously close still in this one. And still, it's all about who gets the positioning and who gets, you know, their ultimates generally off in the right place.
That's why CJ just went in. They knew Snoopeh's ultimate was down, which was the key factor in that. They used everything they could on the LongPanda, who escaped with that leap strike. And they ended up, I mean, even though they got 1 kill, didn't take any deaths, you saw how low CJ was because of that fight. And that is always a good sign for CLG, knowing that without their full lineup being used in the correct order, they still can win these fights almost.
Nunu currently does have an Oracle on, just clearing out there by the back of the Baron pit. We have a Guardian Angel now finished off with Jax, which is naturally going to make CJ that little bit less hesitant to let him jump in and get those fights underway. Twisted Fate ulti will be coming off cooldown here pretty soon, so wouldn't surprise me to see CJ really head off into a big fight. The point is they want to try and get Zed around the back from this one, as we are going to see them pushing in. Zed actually off to the corner. There's the ultimate coming out, blocked by Snoopeh, who, you know, it didn't really dent him, as we are going to see LongPanda getting hit there by the root, but the Varus ultimate actually missing him as he leap striked away. CLG now forced to back off somewhat. Is Twisted Fate going to get involved in this one? Another root landed on Jax. And back and forth. Tug of war, really, in this middle lane with those minions. And Twisted Fate, in the meantime, is just farming.
Even though he's farming, he's still way behind Froggen at the moment. And I mean, his presence, he's trying to split push just to keep CLG from pushing down that mid lane. But surprisingly, it's working. CLG's been a little bit hesitant to engage on the 4 members of CJ ENTUS, knowing that he could teleport in. And if they don't kind of blow him up, which, sorry, they have the ability to, even though he has that Zhonya's. We see Space picking up a Last Whisper, and he doesn't need to go for that Fan Dancer right off the bat, since we see Nunu on his team giving that Blood Bowl and that attack speed. And that is going to make it really easy for him to take out Snoopeh, who's obviously going to be diving in for him and wanting to target him with that ground slam.
So no Baron as of yet. 33.5 minutes in. Don't forget, if you just joined us, CLG lost their first game to MEETYOURMAKERS. This is game number 2. And also, if they lose this one, they will be definitely out of Intel Extreme Masters Cologne.
And likewise, if CJ ENTUS wins, they'll be moving on. Yeah.
Right, they'll be 2-0 as well in the group.
So both teams fighting for survival, pretty much. We do have an Oracle on Nunu, and as well one on Snoopeh still. Lilith going to be spawning in a second, and we also have Dragon coming up very shortly too, Joe. Do you think we're going to see a play on it? Yeah. They really want this game. And do you think we're going to see another Dragon, or do you think they're going to ignore it and potentially try to contest this Baron?
Well, to be honest, the gold is that close still. When you're talking about approaching 50,000 gold, I mean, 1,400 is definitely not that much gold whatsoever. So a Dragon is certainly going to be important in this one, as we've seen GA number 3 on the map coming out, and that is with Varus for Yellowpete. And Dragon is up. And, well, they'll take it really quickly at this point, which makes it even more important, in my opinion, to be taken down, because it's just a case of getting in there, taking it away, and then moving on to make sure that you've still got control over by Baron. Meanwhile, Twisted Fate is still down there, and that's the thing. If you go for Baron now, Twisted Fate can't get in there that fast, because he can't ult it that far.
And one thing is, he was staying hidden in that bush just to see where CLG was, and now he sees him in that mid lane, going to go for a push on the spawn lane. He's been trying to get at this turret the entire time, almost down right now, 180 health in the bottom lane, but CLG making a push on this mid turret, and I'm pretty sure they could take this if we don't see TF back out very shortly.
Well, Twisted Fate has taken that one.
Oh, he's pushing on. He's going for inhibitor turret now.
Yeah, why not? CLG going to try and do exactly the same here. As we have seen inSec getting rooted up there. He's got that Guardian Angel on him as well. So these fights basically got 20 players in them also by now. That's how many GAs we've got on the map. Here comes Jaxo, going to counter-strike in. Snoopeh down to half HP. He's not actually used his ultimate yet. There was the Varus ulti not really connecting as they would have liked, but they may be able to pop that GA. No. Yeah, Twisted Fate coming from that backside. And they know that that was going to happen. As soon as he disappears, he's either back in or going to come in. Actually, Rumble ulti used there. And it's all about taking down this turret for CLG. Snoopeh going to tank it up, and there is the inhibitor turret finally being picked up by Counterlogic Gaming EU. Question is now, what do? Do they go back towards Baron? There are not many wards there. In fact, CLG don't have any wards there. The problem being that they don't actually have any wards whatsoever in their arsenal right now. So they do need at some point to have a bit of a shopping trip back to get those wards, because they've been cleared out completely by CJ ENTUS, which means they might have to just hang around and keep a view on this Baron area themselves.
They have quite a bit of gold to spend as well.
Ulti coming out here, and actually Jackson's going to get in there as well. Twist of Fate coming down. That is Yellowpete's Guardian Angel. Gonna be popped. Stun card already comes up. He gets destroyed as he comes back up from that Guardian Angel. And now what's CJ going to do? They're going to dive in on towards Snoopeh. Counter-strike is going to land. Stun card was already in. He uses that Guardian Angel to get over. The laser not quite connecting. Snoopeh did die. I want to watch up this top side to see if they can get away, because Zeddy's coming in. Kkinsh taking a lot of damage. There's a counter-strike, stunning Froggen, who will flash over the wall. Got hit by Caitlyn already, and Froggen also going to get popped as he comes back up. Shut down by Jax. And that leaves us with 10 to 11. 3,000 gold there or thereabouts. And still a crazy, crazy match between these two sides. And CJ now looking to push down the inner turret on this top lane. They've got minions coming in from the back. They could even tank it up, to be honest, if they wanted there with that Jax, with the Nunu and Zed as well. But that is going to be turret number 5 for the Korean side.
And Joe, this is a very crucial point in the game. I mean, obviously it is, but we have death timers approaching and surpassing 50 seconds. CJ ENTUS starting Baron right now. We don't have Froggen up to potentially stowed away. We do have Snoopeh coming in, has that smite available, is level 13 to the level 18 inSec. There is no way he's going to be able to steal this.
Oh, and there is the Baron being taken down. Krepo forced to flash away. Did land the root onto Jax, which, to be honest, saved his life, because Jax would have been right in on top of him there as well. And that is Baron going over to CJ. So, bit of turtling time now for CLG.EU. They probably know that they can't be affording to take these fights. They've got plenty of gold to get home and spend over 2,000 there on Jax. There's a pickaxe being picked up by Zed. Load of wards as well from the CJ side.
It's CLG though, turtling, they know how to do that very well.
They know how to do that, but
they don't have a Nivea, that's the thing. They have a Lux though.
I mean, they've got Lux with the E, who's, can do good damage in there if you land the binding plus the laser coming out as well. You can do a lot of damage in those situations, but can they do it? Can she do it like a Nivea? I mean,
yeah. And Dade yet again going down to the spot lane, gonna keep pushing it, applying all this pressure on CLG, trying to split push. And that bottom inhibitor turret, I mean, it's under half health right now. He easily could get this by himself as long as the rest of CJ ENTUS doesn't get caught. Don't go down, but with those 2 GAs in hand right now, I'm pretty sure they can survive and engage, with Twist of Fate finally coming in with his ulti.
Yep, CJ starting to push, doing that good bit of chip damage. Wickd already losing quite a lot. There's the ultimate coming over, blocked again by Snoopeh, which is pretty much just his shield. Jack's going to get rooted and binded in there, but you can see they... Normally, if the Jax gets rooted and bound down, they probably end up going for it in the end. Dade has managed to pick up that turret in the bottom lane. He's going to come away. Varus was forced to try and back down for that one, but this is going to give the inner turret away as well in favor of CJ. What's the next move out of the Korean side? There's a root coming down onto Kkinsh, who got that Zeke's Herald built in there, which, if Caitlyn didn't have enough attack speed already from a Zeal and Blood Boil going in there, well, that's just helping out a bit more. And obviously going to be moving up to a Phantom Dancer for that Zeal at some point. There's the binding coming down onto Kkinsh. Actually, the root coming in as well, but not trying to follow it up with anything else. CJ ENTUS now want this first inhibitor of the game. Can they take it? Are we going to see an engage? Yes, here we go then. LongPanda is going to go in there. Zyra ulti is actually going to do good work. It was Zhonya'd away. Snoopeh actually going to use his ultimate to come in there. Twist of Fate goes down. CJ not super healthy in this one, but they're doing good damage nonetheless as LongPanda is going to go in there for laser. inSec has his GA pop. LongPanda already had his Guardian Angel pop. LongPanda going to try and get away. There's the Caitlyn ultimate, which does decent damage to Wickd. LongPanda not going to get away. Froggen gets that one. Can they chase out for any more here? On towards Zed, Caitlyn, and Nunu.
Wickd, what is that?
That was a brilliant Zhonya's Wickd. That definitely saved something. I'm just not sure what it was at that point. As inSec here is being chased down by Snoopeh. There's the laser from Froggen from the backside. And that will be another kill coming out for CLG. So as I was saying, this game, even though they just took Baron and got a good couple of kills, it's by no means over. CLG still have a good team to fight with at this point, and they're going to have a Dragon as well, which will bring that gold that bit more close.
Now we have a GA picked up on space. I mean, they managed to pop both those GAs before, only killing TF on the side of that. Snoopeh, perfect ultimate. Actually, Krepo was the one that led it with his ulti, and then followed it up with Malphite. So we have Froggen pushing that middle lane. Gotta be a little careful here. As he doesn't want to get caught by Space, who, I mean, that attack speed is ridiculous. He does so much damage, and with that Malphite ultimate and the Krepo ulti, he almost actually killed him just from those two alone as he dropped it very low. But with that GA, obviously, not going to have too much of a problem after that. But we do have, for CLG, I mean, we have Froggen's GA coming up, we have Yellowpete's GA coming up.
And Froggen's moving in towards a full build here. I mean, Void Staff, Athene's Unholy Grail, GA, Rabadon's Death Cap. Got that second needlessly large rod to go in straight towards that Zhonya's to keep him safe. We've got, let me count those GAs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 GAs. Which like means a 15-man fight. Yeah. It's a lot of GAs on this match. Which means the team fight's gonna be definitely extended in terms of how long they're gonna be taking place. Now CLG pushing back. That Baron buff is now already finished.
Yeah, they want to take
coming
advantage.
up at 44.50. So with CLG pushing up here, that's a good position to be in once that Baron does spawn. Oh, Zed waiting off in the shadows, Jason, as Zed does.
Well, not to mention, CLG wants to take advantage of these GAs being down and having theirs up, so they can force a fight here. They should be able to win it just with those extra 2 lives. As they are trying to catch LongPanda, but look how tanky he is. Has a giant spell, has a Hex Drinker just to help survive against this Lux. Halo ultimate coming out, doing a little bit of damage to Krepo, but in the end, not too much. And I mean, we could see an engagement though. The bot lane for CLG is getting pushed against them as they have those super minions down there.
Yeah, that's something that they need to be really careful of when they're pushing out. I mean, that's double super minions now coming right in on towards the Nexus turrets, and they know they've got to go back. CJ knowing that as well, and that leaves us 1 minute and 50 seconds away from Baron. How long is it going to take for them to actually get down there? Because at that point, CJ can just say, well, let's get positional advantage now for Baron and just wait it out from that point. And super minions going to cause a distraction for CLG. In the end, not too dangerous to what they've got left at this current point. But when they're forced to back away towards Baron, they certainly could start to be.
Take a look at inSec CS, by the way. Approaching 300 as a jungler. He was 18 a long time ago when Snoopeh was level 13. That just shows like how much farming he's been doing. And the rest of their team, I mean, Jack's still ahead. We had Twist of Fate with with a big gap in the mid lane, but Caitlyn and Varus, I mean, pretty much dead even. So he's been definitely trying to keep up. He has that Bloodthirster, has that Last Whisper with the Brutalize on top of it. Obviously, this is Season 2 patch on Zed. This is before the rework, before percents happen, before that flat. So obviously, working against him a little bit, but we'll be able to into that Yuumi's eventually, as he wants to get a little bit more tanky just to survive these fights.
You know, in the early games when we talk about kill distribution as well, right now we'd be probably cursing the fact that out of the 13 kills for CLG, all 10 of them are actually with Froggen. But the point is, we're that far into it that pretty much everyone is getting up towards that full build kind of area. I mean, look at Yellowpete on Varus. He's got 1 kill, 7 assists, got the Phantom Dancer, got the Last Whisper, got the GA, got the Bloodthirster. Like, at this point, it's only serving to make Froggen that ridiculously more powerful. I mean, next thing to come out of him is to sell his boots or something from that one. Get rid of Athene's and go for a second death cap or something ridiculous like that. But, you know, it's all about this next Baron, in my opinion. CLG can't afford to give it away for free, but they can't afford to take a bad fight either. So it's going to be a really tense moment for them. 44.50, which is actually it's already gone, if I could actually learn to read a clock. And CJ ENTUS are starting it out once again. And I'm not sure that CLG are going to be able to get over there to really do anything about it. Yeah, it's already dead. Oh, there was the laser. Not quite on target. That was very, very close though. But in the end, CJ get the Baron. And now CLG have to turtle again.
Yeah, the thing is, though, right now, I mean, their bottom inhibitor is going down to those 2 super minions. Whoever wins this next fight can pretty much win the game just because these death timers, they're going to be able to push down that mid lane for CLG, take down that inhibitor, and then pretty much tank up the next turret as long as Snoopeh's alive with that 316 armies currently running.
And that's the thing, their team fights haven't been that bad here, and because of the death timers, if they manage to take 3, 4, or obviously get an ace is even better, but if they manage to pull that off here, they can literally run up the middle. It's not like they've not taken any towers up until now. Like, the inhibitor is open, so they could run straight in there and go for the finisher, but this is going to be a hard fight. All of CJ ENTUS full HP, obviously that Baron buff running, there's a blue buff in there on Twist Twisted Fate as well. They've got 3 Guardian Angels in the team. Zed actually trying to come in from that top side, maybe even push a bit of those minions out, which, I don't know, would CLG go for a 4 versus 5 if they see Zed away from the team?
They should. I mean, last time they actually, last time CLG just had Baron, they pushed down this bottom lane, and CLG held it. I mean, lost their inhibitor, but they actually won the fight. And Snoopeh can easily lead this engage with his ultimate. Zed gonna have a hard time getting around, but Yellowpete actually defending in that top lane. GAs are up across the board.
Here we go, LongPanda actually did dive in there, but it's more to secure this one. Here comes the Rumble ultimate. Dade is going to go very low. Actually uses his Zhonya's and flashes away, but the laser not quite connecting, and CLG might have blown their chances now with this one. LongPanda taking a lot of damage. His Guardian Angel won't get popped just yet, and that will be a 1-for-0. Snoopeh out of the fight. I mean, his Malphite, once that ulti's gone down and he's used his Randuins, then it's pretty much game anyway. I mean, to have that Frozen Heart in there against Caitlyn would be a fantastic thing to have, but still the main reason that he's there is to get that ultimate down to give them the control. How's this one going to go from now? Here comes another laser. LongPanda gets his Guardian Angel pop. They can't follow up with anything. The Zed actually goes into the base as well. Yellowpete going fairly low from this one, but CLG know that they can't afford, they need to stall until Snoopeh comes out. They're turning on towards inSec. Can they finish him off? He gets rooted. His Guardian Angel not quite popped in the queue of Yellowpete. Not going to connect in there to get that one off. Amazing, amazing stuff here. 15 seconds till Snoopeh comes up. We're tied in kills. It's a decent gold lead. Oh, another snipe. And, well, didn't get the kill this time around, but definitely worth it for the cooldown that it has there from Froggen. But we are going to get into a slightly quieter period once again. CLG doing the job that they needed to do and holding on to as much of their base as they could. I mean, they've lost an inhibitor, which I think is pretty fair to against a Baron up team that's got a gold advantage.
Only an inhibitor off of that. And Joe, I'm trying to think. Yellowpete has missed every ultimate this game. There might have been one in there, but every one I see him do at the moment has been a miss, and I really wonder how differently the team fights would go if he would actually have landed them. Oh, we do have Twisted Fate finished up a Lich Bane. His Zhonya has actually been amazing, if you've noticed, off Dade. So yeah, quite a bit.
The last one where he used his Zhonya's and then flashed out.
Yeah, the Zyra knocked
missed the Zyra ultimate. So what do we have left on Baron? Not very long.
CLG was able to keep their GAs alive, though. We still see Froggen, still see Yellowpete with theirs up. They were able to pop LongPandas, but we still see Caitlyn and we still see Zed with theirs alive at the moment. It's still going to cause a lot of problems, but I mean, as long as CLG can defend this, I mean, they're getting free farm at the bottom lane, which should be going over to Wickd. He needs to catch up just a little bit more. He has a lot of damage, surprisingly, with that full penetration build. He isn't doing a very subtle amount. And, I mean, the point of this game, it's 50 minutes in, CS doesn't really matter anymore, kills don't really matter anymore, goal lead really doesn't matter anymore. It's just about how well you fight as a team, and CLG, I mean, we've seen it. They have the ability to win these team fights, they just have to engage on their own terms.
And did they have the time for Baron? I'm trying to figure out after 50-minute game what happened there.
Because that was actually taken by CG ENTUS completely, was clean. And they weren't spotted at all. CLG just waited back. Froggen might have spotted it with his ulti.
Laser,
Yeah, might have spotted it.
Yeah, that's right. The Lux laser went in there at the end. So be interesting to see whether CLG will try and fight for this next one, because in my opinion, that area around Baron is a prime target for a CLG fight with the ultimates that they've got in there. With that Zyra ultimate, and it's a lot more closed in. Obviously, with having Snoopeh in there to be able to get in, maybe Yellowpete will actually land one if they're all stood together in there as well. And I mean, if that happens, well, that's just even more lockdown that they're going to have on their side. The problem that CLG have now is they have to slowly but surely edge their way towards the Baron, or they could just catch them here as the laser goes across. Kkinsh going very low, but it's not a kill. That's the crucial thing. They need wards down, they need vision here. They've got 2 oracles, as you do, just in case. I mean, what's Froggen going to spend his money on except a load of elixirs and oracles anyway? They need to get in there, and they need to get this vision sorted out in the top side of their jungle. We can see that Snoopeh is in there, and they are getting that vision fixed up. 52 minutes and 11 seconds is when the next Baron comes up. That will be Baron number 3 as we approach the 51-minute mark of this Group B game at the Intel Extreme Masters in Cologne. Tense stuff, and it's all about who wins the next big fight, basically. We've seen how long those spawn timers are.
Yeah, and just to bring it back up again, I mean, CLG is fighting for further tournament. If they lose this game, they will be out. If CJ ENTUS wins it, they will automatically move on to the semifinals. So both teams really want to win this. That timer is extremely long, just like you were mentioning. And look at total gold accumulated per player. We see Froggen almost 19,000 gold in this game. He's gonna break that 20 mark very shortly. And that is just, I mean, you don't even need farm anymore on him. You just want to give it to everyone else. And Wickd, I mean, he still has 2 slots open, unless he wants to get rid of, well, let's keep one open for the wards. You see Froggen, he's just not doing the damage he needs to anymore. We saw him catch Nunu there. Wasn't even able to burst him down from full to death. Took him down to about a 3rd life, but still a 3rd life is not a kill. And that's what they need Froggen to do. They need him to burst someone down so quickly that CJ just has to retreat.
30 seconds for Baron. Twisted Fate is in the bottom lane. Zyra and Malphite are going to come in to join CLG. I think they know that they need to be taking this fight now around that Baron area. And if they can't get Baron, they need to get away with their lives intact. They can't afford to be dying en masse in this Baron area. And now Twisted Fate continuing to push up. Baron is going to spawn in a couple of seconds time. CLG start to walk in. Trap walked into there by Krepo. You can see Twisted Fate on the minimap is working his way up. Will CLG go for Baron right now? Yes, they will. They're going to start it off. This is going to be it. This could be the final fight of this game. Let's get along to the Baron's HP. We can see he's down to half already. Where is the move going to come out? Here comes the Twisted Fate ultimate. Going to be popped, but is he going to join the team? He has to get up there at least, even if he doesn't jump in towards a fight. And that Baron is now down to 3,000 HP. Where's it going to go? 1,800 health left on it. There we go. Oh, and Zed steals away the Baron. But the Baron's ultimate has gone down onto LongPanda. They're a little bit spread out here, CLG. They need to get the ultis off in the right positions. There's the first kill. Dade does go down. Kkinsh is low. The laser misses out of Froggen, but they pop LongPanda's GA. Here is Krepo in the back. He's going to fall to Zed. That's a double kill for him, but they're not done here, CLG. Are they going to push forward? They're probably going to go straight towards that inhibitor. I mean, why not? They've got to come all the way back. They've got 2 men down to 2. And again, we see that CLG, even without the Baron on in that fight, still managed to come out of it nicely. Yellowpete had full HP. Froggen was pretty healthy. If that laser had hit from Froggen, that could have been a different fight altogether. One thing that they can't afford to do here is overextend. It is a 2 versus 3. No. Oh, and Space is actually going to land the shot onto Yellowpete. Can they chase up for him? Will they want to chase up for him right now? Doesn't look like it. And we will see CLG back off once again. My lord.
What's the longest game you've casted, Joe? 72 minutes or something?
Yep. And guess what? It was a CLG game.
Who would have thought? Maybe we'll break it today. But yeah, I mean, there really isn't much more to say. CLG is holding on to their these team fights very well. Their combination of CC is working perfectly. It's just these GAs are really giving them a problem. Dade didn't even get to pop his... Actually, no, he did pop his zonies in that fight. Did use it. But didn't matter in the end as they did blow up immediately. The thing is he the target you really want to blow up right away? He doesn't seem to be doing too much damage in these team fights. I mean, you have a lot of magic resist built up currently for CLG. They want to maybe burst down Caitlyn. However, the GA, I mean, these fights are so long that CLG is going to be out of CC by the time they actually finally pick up these kills.
That's true.
I mean, because they're counting on it. They're counting to kill them in all of their CC, and with these GAs, it's impossible to do that. As long as CJ just holds on, is tanky enough to last that, then they should be able to win these fights. But we do have the auto inhibitor did go down while they're fighting at Baron, so CLG is going to have that pressure on them again. And Wickd has another blasting wand, 600 gold, finally working up towards his last item. I believe it will be a Rylai's. And even Snoopeh picking up an Abyssal Scepter just for some extra damage.
Yeah, why not? I mean, they need all the damage that they can get. They need to get those GAs down as quickly as they possibly can. CJ, they're in a similar position, you know. There are 2 GAs in there. There are 3 Zhonya's Hourglass. So it's like everyone's got some sort of survivability in that case in the game. So a really insane position to be in now. I thought that was going to be the last fight. I was wrong, and I am really happy that I was wrong about that one. I'm happy that we're going to see at least one more coming into this one, because so far, 55.5 minutes into the game, absolutely fantastic matchup. 15-15 in kills. No one cares about gold anymore. The turret's 7-5 in favor of CJ ENTUS. That could be one thing that can really help them out to win this game, forcing them to, you know, deal with those super minions if we ever get down to them, pushing in for another inhibitor again. Here we go then. CJ looking to siege down that turret. They will take it out as well. And not a lot that CLG could do about that one. Are they going to be able to defend this inhibitor? will they want to defend this inhibitor? The Baron buff is pretty much run out now. Next Baron spawns 59-43. It'll be a good celebration when we hit the hour mark.
And Joe, you can see on the screen CLG right now. I mean, they look still so focused. And the thing is,
you've got to be. I mean, if approaching an hour game, how do you stay focused when you know that that tiniest little mistake can mean winning or losing, and in CLG's case, having a chance to move on or going home without winning anything? That's the real thing that you've got to think about in this game, the stamina that these players need to keep that concentration up, to keep playing at the same level, to keep communicating as well as they should, not to make mistakes which you inevitably do when you start to get tired, when you start to lose your focus. And that's something that neither team here can afford to do in the run-up to this next Baron coming up, which is almost 3 minutes from this position.
I was mentioning CLG, I mean, because I'd be understanding they look so focused, but I actually saw a lot of fatigue currently for CJ ENTUS. Probably not used to these long, drawn-out games, but that's the thing. If you're going to play CLG, you got to be prepared for it. And this is CLG's territory. They do this time and time again, and they have the ability to keep that stamina up. And we will see, actually, a GA picked up on Dade right there. That is the 6th of the game.
Yeah, Zhonya's and a GA.
You just can't kill him. He's going to pop his Zhonya's and have his GA right after that. But they are still trying to keep these lanes shoved in. CLG doing a good job of keeping the lanes, well, inhibitor up in the mid. And the bot one's still down just for a little bit longer. And Joe, I really don't know how this next team fight's going to go. It really is anyone's game.
It really just depends, yeah, who gets in there and just lands everything. I mean, Snoopeh just taking a bit of damage there. Actually dodged the wild cards in the end. Zyra taking a bit of damage here from Zed. Krepo actually falling a little bit lower than CLG would have wanted there. That's going to mean the inhibitor is picked up, but here comes the laser. There was the Varus ultimate, and they're going to go down. Snoopeh actually already has used his ultimate here. That's a killer piece up until now. inSec going to be going low. They will manage to pick off Snoopeh. Twisted Fate actually did pop his ultimate in there as well. We've got Jax on the top side. Here comes Twisted Fate. Going to flash in. That will be the GA of Froggen Pot. Are they going to be able to hold him down? Yes, they will. Double kill for Caitlyn. Wickd is now the last man left alive. Uses his GA here underneath, Zhonya's underneath the towers, but that will be the ace for CJ ENTUS. They're tanking the turrets up, but it won't matter. They're going to take him down. They'll take the Nexus, and they will knock CLG.EU here out of Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. A 58-minute, 40-second game. A brilliant, brilliant matchup, Jason.
Yeah, I know how you feel. I mean, CJ have to feel so great after that. We're going to be moving on to the semifinals along with MEETYOURMAKERS against Fnatic. Oh, and SK Telecom. I was like on the tip of my tongue right there. But such a long game, such a well-played game considering how long it lasted and how little mistakes were actually made.
I can't even remember what happened in the early game, Jason. I was just thinking about that just
Wickd
then.
got camped.
It was quite a long... Yeah, Wickd got camped out of the game in the end. And actually, you can see Froggen... Well, you can't see on your screen, but he actually sold all his items and bought 5 GAs at the end, which you obviously do. But yeah, a really fantastic game. Sad times for CLG.EU. They can't go through now with MEETYOURMAKERS being on 2-0, with CJ ENTUS being on 2-0, which means our last game will be MEETYOURMAKERS versus CJ ENTUS. Those two teams going to be fighting to figure out who finishes first, who plays second, which actually equates to who plays against Fnatic and who plays SK Telecom T1 in the semi-finals, which will be starting tomorrow here on ESL TV at 2 o'clock. So that will be our next game coming up. Obviously, we have the Cool Kids desk, who have probably got about 400 replays ready to show you after that one. There's Krepo and the rest of CLG.EU just going over to shake the hands of CJ ENTUS, as they do, showing great sportsmanship as per usual here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. And Jason, a fantastic matchup. I mean, 20-17 in kills by the end.
That's nothing for almost a 60-minute game. And both teams trying to stand off. And I was really surprised that CJ ENTUS held on, because CLG had such a strong team fight with all that CC they had. But, you know, running those assassins, dragging the game out, building a little bit tanky, and those GAs, that was the key. I mean, like we were saying during the match, if CLG couldn't kill them within their CC, then they weren't going to be able to actually take them out.
So we can see CJ there, almost a full bottle of water going down their necks, because, well, it gets pretty warm in here.
Yeah,
and
a little bit.
was a 58 minutes and 39-second long game. You can probably see the sweat on my head. That was the whole advantage of the long hair. It's like hide the sweat, and then your hair starts to get wet, which is even worse looking. But now I don't have that problem anymore. Jason, you will learn the secret and shave that one off at some point in the future. But that is our analysis, albeit short and sweet. We're going to throw it over to the experts who are going to break it down.
I was crying.
In honor of CLG.EU, we had to do the stare just once.
We never got the stare. We got it once.
Yeah.
He walked across, but that's it. We didn't even get the Snoopeh stare. And CLG are out of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Big, big news. Is it a shock news, though? I'm not sure, because they've not played that well.
So what I said in the beginning of the day to you...
Thought you'd do your shirt up for us.
Go ahead.
It was a bit hard.
For me, the question
we were
was...
together a bit hard, you know what I mean?
For me, the question was, is CLG.EU going to be as weak as some people are saying they are at the moment? And the answer seems to be, yeah, they kind of are.
I pretty much think like they played the OGN, they were really strong. Then they come to the European Championship, they were really strong. They went to LA and they were really strong, but you cannot be all the season at your highest level. And these are like the moments, almost Christmas, almost holidays, that you probably underperform more. And
I remember they only came into this one as a sub as well. They were the last minute sort of, they were going home for Christmas.
Yep.
And suddenly they're back here. But we have, as Joe said, a lot of replays to go through there. There's quite a lot going on. So we started off 2010. It was actually a Drake fight going on. And it came out on top for CLG here. This was the start. You can see it's 5-4. It's already pretty even in gold.
We had two team fights on mid-game, on minute 20 and minute 27 on Drake. It was really nice for CLG, but then in late game, surprisingly, they lost it. We see this team fight where ENTUS get the Drake, but instantly CLG played perfectly. They Lux with the ultimate, now he kills Jax, almost kill, it was inSec, set, exactly. And then at the end of the team fight, they just clean up Lux and Varus, they clean Nunu, and they get another one, I think it was a 3-4-1. It was Caitlyn right now. I want to see, just before the team fight, something we didn't saw it. It was the ultimate of Varus.
Yes.
A bit before, please.
Yes.
Early.
Yep, it's going
right now.
A little bit.
We see, we see Varus gonna try to ultimate
down.
TF,
That camera work,
and he instantly flashed to stop that because he was gonna die.
There we go.
Instantly, and he has to flash it. And that's why TF in the team fight, he's really far ahead because he don't want to join a team fight without flash. That's the first team fight that CLG come up to the game, start the comeback, and then at minute 27 is the second team fight that they really dominated and they get into the game again, because the early game it was really snowball. We saw how many ganks on Wickd.
There was a lot of fights throughout the whole thing.
It was stupid how many ganks they did.
But it was 0-3 and they just kept planting on him. But it also gave the rest of the lanes opportunity to get away with it. But again, it was a big team fight. Kicks in around about 27-12, I believe it is.
It's a bit later.
And again, this is for CLG coming from the side here this time around. Well, I mean,
and here we go. That's a team fight. Well, Jax tried to initiate, but they flash away, and we see everyone from ENTUS joining, but nothing they can do from that Czaru ultimate, that Malphite ultimate, that Rumble ultimate. That three ultimates destroy the team fight, making all of them almost dying. And here we have TF teleporting just right at the right of the team and killing another one Czaru, but then dying to Lux again.
I mean, is that ever worth it? Going for the support, using your ulti to get in there, and then giving an assist and a kill to...
And a kill to Lux.
Yeah, and support to across the whole team as well. It's
who was already 7-1-2 at this point.
It was pretty much... The early game was dominated by the ENTUS just ganking Wickd. We saw like probably 5-6 ganks in 6 minutes.
It was 0-3 or
10 minutes. It was ridiculous. And even that they ganked him so much, we saw, I think it was a minute like 5, a really failed gang that Jax could kill Wickd, the second gang, but he tried to stun and he failed the stun.
Yeah.
It was the second kill, but they kind of failed it. But even of that,
there was a few words used by yourself when it happened. Yeah.
TF
you were a little bit surprised
so many times.
So if we move on about 9 minutes to 36:30, we can see this is where Pete got caught out, and really it started the snowball for CJ.
The biggest snowball
this was kind of the big turn.
Start here, right? It was Jax trying to get Pete and TF ultimate. Pete, I guess he didn't expect that TF jump in right straight, but we'll see it right now. He's just farming on TF, flash, jump, stun, and get down in 1 second. He couldn't do anything.
And this was the start of the snowball, we thought. This is where CG ENTUS started turning. You can see it was 9-9, with just 2k gold between them.
Another kill right now.
They get 3 kills back to back off this. So Snoopeh having to use his ultimate to get away.
Froggen could save Rumble, but he still... No, he could save Malphite,
He could have used his shield. Could have used the shield.
Exactly.
Instead, he just carried on sniping and fighting, and then Froggen gets caught out as well.
And then something also interesting is like Seth, in every team fight, he was never with the team. We never saw Seth inSec with the team. He was always at the left of the full team. Was impressively played by Seth. I think he was, for me, the MVP of the team.
And that's exactly what you want to do with this sort of assassin type. We did a little bit of math once at one point. I don't remember what point of the game it was, but we did the math, and his combo with the ultimate would have done around 2,200 damage. So
exactly.
You would have easily killed someone with that dude. We are not that used to seeing him quite yet, but he is very strong.
Yeah, and then we got the Baron push, which is really where it really started to turn. 40-30, I think it was. CG ENTUS on the Baron. They pushed it, and then they went for the in here. They went straight in there. They'd already picked it up. We're going to switch across to that one. And this is, you can see they've already got the Baron, and this is where they're starting to show for the inhib. But CLG, they tried to get back into it here.
This was a little bit...
That's the point.
That's the
Sonia's.
We don't quite know why the Sonia's...
Yes. I think Joe Miller had an idea why he used
It was something that Wickd had going on, but I don't think it was the right key.
There you go. Jax jumping on Yellowpete instantly, but he get crushed, and he get the full team with Czaru ultimate and Malphite ultimate out of the team fight. It was really good play by CLG, but still, it was Naso on CG ENTUS, and it was
it was
1 for 2?
It was a 3 for 1 for CLG, actually. CLG pick up the kills. They chase it out here as well. They managed to get a few kills.
Really beautiful,
you can see LongPanda
really
going
beautiful
down
team
again.
fight from CLG. Thinking about CG ENTUS had Baron. That's really nice. Really nice play by CLG.
And that was kind of where
that's the Sonias.
They could have came back into it.
Put it, please.
All right. Listen to the sound.
I would like Wickd to explain what was that. I think he was just trying to impress us.
I'm pretty sure that's a biscuit.
I don't think so.
He's pretty shy.
It was all planned.
What else has he got? Well, what's he maybe trying to press here? What's he got in his bag? Where is he?
Nothing. It's just
no, he just pressed 6 randomly.
Maybe he wanted to ward.
I'm not sure what. Maybe there was something else in there.
Instead of Q, he pressed the 1. He was trying to go...
Oh, was it on his 1 slot? It looked like his 6 slot.
No, it's 1. Q. The first one in the items on the spectator is the 1.
I wasn't looking there. Oh, okay.
These are spectators. And you're spectating, guys.
We never covered the game. We got one last one as well, of course. It is the Baron steal. 52-15, exactly. Yeah, the very last spell. And really...
Yeah, maybe you should
even get this.
Yeah, maybe you should talk us through that as a jungler, as I try to hit the right button.
52-15,
almost. Yeah. Maybe as a jungler, talk us through exactly how this kind of thing can happen. A bit before, you sure?
52-15, 50 a little bit after.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, just talk us through how this kind of thing can happen for your team. Oh, because now they are going in.
Yep.
And they're starting to do Baron right now. All right.
I mean, he didn't even use the smite. It was nothing. So you can see him off the side. There's the TF. He wants full vision. They pull out the Baron. So you can see the Baron. If you keep the Baron highlighted, if you can see the hit points of it.
You want to
select the Baron. Select the Baron. And there's the shadow. Boom, straight in.
The main problem is like Malphite has not a single high damage ability. It's, for example, Listen. With Listen is like the easiest champion to steal a Baron. You Q, and with the end of the Q, before the end of the Q lands, you can smite it, and the Q is going to do insanely damage.
So is that a case
heroes like Nunu, it's the same. You can smite and Q at the same time. And Seth has impressive damage with the items. He has Bloodthirster, he has Last Whisper, he had, it was Jomus, almost Jomus brutalized in this case.
So basically, because the rest of CLG were pulled out,
of course,
he was stood there waiting to smite it, but there was no other damage going on it. So Zed just gets in, uses his own damage and the smite.
He had Flash. If he could not use the W to jump in, he could use Flash, Q, or E, and smite it. And it's highest chances to get it from Zed because he has more damage than Malphite.
He simply couldn't. I mean, if Snoopeh would have used Smite, it would have done nothing. It wouldn't have killed it.
Of course not.
There wasn't enough
It's more
damage on
damage
it.
from
Yeah,
Makes sense.
Simply a case of that, and that is really what turned it for them, because that was a 2-for-2 fight. Following that, they went on, managed to get the kills. Of course, the inhib's already down. So fantastic play by CJ ENTUS, and coming up next will be CJ ENTUS versus MEETYOURMAKERS. But first, we do have an interview with CJ ENTUS. So let's get over to Zoe and the translator.
Thank you very much, guys. I once more have Hun joining me for the translation, and of course we also have a player which is going to be inSec, one of the most outstanding players throughout that game, playing Zed, which was very unusual. So let's talk a little bit about the picks and bans right to begin with. Let's just say, I just would like to know from him what made them choose their composition based on like having such a CC-heavy team against him.
이제 선수 팀에서 CJ 엔투스 팀에서 챔피언을 픽한 것들에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 하고 왜 셋을 선택했는지. 네.
자, 우리가 가장 자신 있는 미드에 트위스트 페이트를 뽑았고, 그 탑은 그 잭스라는 요즘 한창 탑에서 좋은 챔프를 뽑고 봇에서 원하는 챔프를 뽑았기 때문에 제가 정글 요즘 연습하고 있는 제드를 픽해서 EU 상대를 한번 써보자고 해서 픽하게 됐어요.
Actually, the hero Zed, which is not really played in big tournaments, he practiced it a lot, and he felt like the hero is very good, and he likes that hero, so he played that. And in mid, it was like twisted. Yeah, and yeah, that's actually he played a lot. Zed.
Right, it seemed to work out very well for you guys. So let's talk a little bit about the early games. You guys went for a lot of ganks on top lane and kind of shut down Wickd. Was that planned initially, or did you just decided on whatever, like how the game evolved and unfolded?
이제 초반에 위켓 선수 상대편 위켓 선수를 많이 타겟팅해가지고 죽였는데 그게 원래 이렇게 계획했었는 건지.
네, 초반에 갱을 가서 퍼스트 블러드를 딴 뒤에 위키드 선수의 와드 위치를 발견하였고 이렇게 지속적으로 찌를 수 있는 상황이 나와서 지속적으로 탑에 가게 됐습니다.
After the first blood, which worked on Wickd, they knew that the top lane was a bit weaker, and they knew where the wards were, so they focused on the top lane, harassing it and going further in the game.
Right, so I mean, even though you've been ahead for like a good portion of the game, it really started to be a big back and forth after like the CLG guys came back into the whole game and kind of kept up with kill-wise and also the turrets. You guys dragged it into a really longer games, getting those GIs which really were a key factor afterwards. Did you want to drag it for such a long game, as CLG is known to be a very good turtle team and they actually enjoy longer games a lot. Did you plan to do that initially, or did you just kind of were forced to do so?
이제 게임 전체를 봤을 때 엄청 장기전으로 끌고 갔잖아요, 게임을. 근데 그거를 일부러 처음부터 생각하고 있었는지, 왜냐하면 CLG 팀은 또 장기전을 잘한 팀으로 알려져 있는데 그걸 뭐 생각하고 했는지.
저희가 초반에 이득을 많이 보고 이게 CLG 이유가 또 후반을 가면 많이 잘하니까 초반에 좀 빨리 끝내려다가 잦은 실수가 나와서 좀 장기전으로 좀 된 것 같습니다.
Actually, after the first blood and after the kills in the early game, they wanted to end the game very fast, but they did a few mistakes, so they could only go to the later game.
All right, well, you guys still won, and that means you're actually through and you're going to be in the playoffs, where Fnatic and also SK Telecom T1 is waiting for you guys. I know you guys played against the other Korean team, but how about Fnatic? Have you ever faced them, or is that going to be like the first time for you guys?
이제 플레이오프 진출을 했는데 다음 플레이오프에서는 SK도 있고 페네틱도 있는데 페네틱에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지, 벌써 게임을 했었는지 상대로.
파티에 대해서는 아직 좀 당장 눈앞의 이유를 생각해서 아직 생각해 본 적은 없어요.
Actually, they didn't really think about playing in the playoffs against Fnatic, so they don't actually have any clues about that.
Well, I guess you guys gotta figure it out sooner or later. And one last question for you guys. You're gonna go up against MEETYOURMAKERS in just a bit as well. They've been very, very strong within the last few tournaments, and also in this tournament they showed why they are actually one of the top teams in Europe. You any scared going up against them, or are you feeling confident?
이제 다음 상대는 MIM인데 MIM이 이제 다른 토너에서도 좋은 성적을 내고 이번에 와가지고 엄청 좋은 성적을 내고 있는데 다음 상대로서 어떻게 생각하는지.
네, 지금 당장 저희 가장 강한 팀이라고 생각하고 지금 IEM에서 지금 픽밴을 잘 짜고 있습니다.
He thinks that MIM is one of the best teams here in IEM Cologne, and they are already thinking about the pick and bans in the next games.
And that one is about to start, so I'll let you get back to that. Once more, give it up for ENTUS, who did provide us with one of the most entertaining games as of now. So thanks a lot for joining me, and of course, good luck in the next game. We're gonna throw it over to a quick commercial break, and afterwards we're gonna be back with our community talk together with Nazroth and also X-Peke, or also only Peke.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hands off my computer.
Don't know what he's doing.
Hands off. Hands off.
He's trying to steal something.
people. So mad. First they troll me, now I can do nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're about to go
And just
live.
troll
You're
that guy.
leaning over me like this.
Troll that guy.
You gotta be ready, man. We gotta be prepared.
Always ready.
Yeah, always ready. So, MEETYOURMAKERS versus ENTUS. It is the battle for top place. Who do we think is going to take it? ENTUS looking pretty good there. inSec looking amazing in the jungle. But MEETYOURMAKERS have looked unstoppable so far this tournament.
We have a direct comparison available. They have both played against CLG.EU, and MIM have made it look a lot easier than ENTUS. So based on that, I would give it to MIM.
But actually, CLG was playing Xin Sao mid,
Yeah, okay.
Fiddlestick jungle.
That's
I was going to
true,
say
yes.
Rumble top, but I don't know why. They can play Rumble top.
Apparently,
I just read that Rumble top was a random pick. They didn't want to pick Rumble. They just didn't know what to pick.
They could have had worse
It
random
could have been
picks.
much worse.
No, I don't think so. It could have
been Heimer.
They could have had Karma. They could have had Heimer. They could have had anyone.
Do you really think it could be worse? I mean, in the end of
With
the game...
Wickd top lane, yeah,
At
it
the
could
end
have
of
been
the
a lot.
game,
At least
at the
if
end of
somebody
the game,
plays.
Syria had more gold than Rumble.
Yeah, I thought that was for the most part. of the
Nunu
game,
had more
actually.
gold than Rumble.
To be fair, he was camped.
Oh,
And
look
that's
at
the
that
hair.
Czaru.
That's
Look
the
at
hair
that
boy.
Czaru here. Oh,
That's
man.
our hair
That's so
boy.
dreamy. So dreamy.
So dreamy.
Mokatte.
That's Mokatte next to him, of course.
Beautiful
Not so
player.
dreamy. Not so dreamy. He looks scary. Honestly, I would not like to meet him. in a dark
Honestly, I think most of the team looks scary.
place. And you know what? That's the way they play too. The way that you hear their voice chat. It's not just saying people say, "Yay, guys, that was great." It's like, "Go, go, kill, kill." That's all you hear from them.
They are a very loud team.
Yeah.
Remind me like the
I heard
French
something
teams.
like-
The French teams are
what?
generally pretty loud, and of course this guy sat next to me is a pretty loud generally. But honestly, they're a loud team. They cheer. They high five.
Yeah, high five. Yeah, they are really aggressive team, really impressive team. Most likely this tournament, they beat CLG really short time.
Really easily.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the question is, can they beat the Koreans, ENTUS, as easily? Can they top the group? Will they face SK Telecom, or will they face Fnatic? And who wants to face Fnatic?
So
No one at the moment.
let's think. How much research could these teams have done on each other? So obviously, ENTUS could watch IEM Singapore. That's the big.
ENTUS was sat watching all the games. When I was at the screen, they've sat watched all the games.
So
when
proper
MYM
professionalism.
were playing, they were sat watching them. Yeah.
What
But
could
as well
MYM
as
have?
MYM, I guess.
I guess MYM probably were as well.
When
Yeah.
CLG was playing, I guess MYM was
Almost certainly would have watched the last game. Would they ban Zed off the
I
back
don't
of
think
that?
so.
I mean, that's the first Zed we've seen, because this is the first tournament we've had Zed in as a patch.
Apparently, we got this off Reddit, so I'm not sure how true it is, but apparently in the team chat, somebody from CLG.EU was asking what Zed's ultimate does. So maybe that was a factor that played into the effect of Zed, if you don't really know what it is.
It's always tricky. It's good to know what the ultimate does.
It helps, yeah.
And is that a factor of just traveling that much? I mean, I mentioned it earlier, and you said overconfidence, but if something like that is coming into your game, then maybe it's time you actually sat down and practiced this game.
Yeah, if I'm in a tournament and someone from my team randomly asks me, what does this guy ultimate, I will probably, I don't know, rage quit, or I don't know. There are some videos on the internet that I'm raging, probably gonna do the same on tournament, so I don't know.
So maybe that's
really,
what someone had done. Yeah. Ocelot had asked you, what does Karma do again?
What does Karma? Karma. Yep, we're gonna have now CG ENTUS against MEETYOURMAKERS. I don't really know who's gonna win. I believe, I trust on my European players. I trust on MYM. I think they're amazing team.
Well, this is a true test for them now.
Yeah,
I mean, the CLG they made look easy. Maybe CLG were not on the top of the game, but CG ENTUS are looking pretty good. They're I'd say a tier 2 Korean team. I wouldn't say tier 1. I wouldn't put them up there with Azubu Frost.
Yeah, and Night in Short.
Yeah, I wouldn't put them up there with them. Katie Ross.
Wow. Well. And then we see the
guys,
first ban.
Excuse me, first ban Zed. Yes.
First ban.
Well, I guess they were watching that last game and they're like, yeah. And that may actually be more a case of they don't know how to play against the jungle Zed, rather than a case of we're worried about that champion, we're fearful of the champion. It's like we don't know how to deal with that as a team composition.
From the other side, we have another normal ban after watching.
Well, Makler, of course. Don't let him have it. Simple as that. Zyra being taken out. Interesting. What else are we thinking that CG ENTUS maybe going to go with? From what we've seen of MEETYOURMAKERS, Katarina, I guess.
Probably Oriana or Katarina. Oriana.
Very good. Very good.
Czaru was strong on him.
And probably last ban going to be something like Rengar or something like.
What about Diana then?
I don't think so.
Would you let them have Katarina?
Why not? Didn't they had Katarina open last game?
MYM?
No, I mean CG ENTUS.
No, we're talking about
MYM ban.
Yeah, I'm talking with CG ENTUS. Let them have Katarina. You got to go one at a time. Okay, can't you handle multiple tasks? I thought you pro players could do multiple things at once.
Twist of Fate we see from CG ENTUS. It wasn't that good.
Rengar, so Katarina is available.
Katarina is available, and I think
he's got to go for it.
He's always first picking Katarina.
Yeah, he loves to play.
Actually,
there's Diana there to counter it.
Actually, I think Twisted Fate is really annoying, the ultimate, but last game he didn't do that much.
He did. He helped with the catch on Yellowpete. Of course, Jack's flash stunned in as well.
So, the question is inSec really a strong Lee Sin player? Because he's been banned against him a few times. You've got to think, if he's a top jungler, he's got to be.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, in Europe, the better junglers are famous mainly by Lee Sin. We see like Diamond Procs, Lee Sin is just amazing.
I'm gonna restrain myself. You left it open there for me to just go straight out, but I'm gonna restrain myself on that one, Araneae.
Straight on the
restrain
game?
myself.
Yeah.
Focus on the bans and picks.
Please don't troll right now. Just focus on the Lee Sin pick and the Caitlyn pick by CG ENTUS.
So is there gonna be a Nunu Caitlyn again? Is my question.
Oh, Ethereal. Troll.
Okay, I like it. Last second troll picks.
Korean trolling.
Yeah, nice.
Now we're probably gonna see from MYM. I was gonna say Son or Nunu.
Nunu Kate.
It's Nunu, and probably from 80 gonna see Corki. Sorry, Graves.
I was about to say.
But Graves with Nunu doesn't work at all, so probably gonna be Caitlyn.
Yeah.
And the Nunu is locked in. Of course, could be jungle, but we would not expect that.
It could be. I mean, Mokatte is a player as well with really a small champion pool. I can tell you what he can play. What he can play is Yodir. What he can play is Skarner. What he can play is Malphite and Mew Mew probably.
So pretty tanky champions then.
That's it. Okay. Yeah.
It's more like the tanky support role jungler. It's not really aggressive.
Tell me this, you must know this. When Lee Sin and Udyr meet very early in the jungle, who wins the 1v1? Just Lee Sin, straight out. Because Udyr is a pretty good battler normally too, but not as good as Lee Sin.
If you go like level 3 Tiger and Phoenix both stands, you can match up to Lee Sin. but it's still really risky. Like listen, level 2, level 3, it's only equal by Xin Zhao and I guess nothing else.
Wow. And there is the Diana that we...
The Diana counts as a cat. That's generally what most people go with. Lulu, of course, as the support. So what are we thinking top lanes for both teams?
I love it.
It would be great.
I love it, Darius.
Kubon on Darius, possibility.
We have to remember that in Singapore, he got a pentakill with Darius.
He did get a pentakill. It wasn't all dunking, sadly.
It was 3 dunks, then he messed up 1 dunk and get the last kill with a Q and an auto attack.
And
of course, Lulu Cogmore.
Yeah. So I'm liking this team quite a bit. There's a couple of lanes that are like the Darius lane. What we often see is even if Darius falls behind, he will still have an impact on the game. He will still be able to make something happen just because of that executioner style ultimate. There is of course going to be teleport Katarina, just going to be all over the map. Going to have so much of an impact, and even if all else fails, there's Nuno Cogmo, and that's just insane amounts of damage.
I mean, are we thinking this is covering all the bases. This is a snowball start or a late game stomp.
ENTUS has better setup.
Why? Explain.
Just watching the picks. You have Diana, you have Olaf, you have Listen. If Cogmo managed to do a good team fight, I will go to Makler and give him a hug. Like he's gonna be epic if he can do a good team fight with Diana, Olaf, and you. It's pretty much impossible.
I mean, they're all going to be, I mean, there's 4 people that can just bypass people to get to you. So one of them is going to make it through.
Yeah, but still, it's like only Udyr can stop someone of them. Nunu has really slow CC, like...
No, you can apprehend them or slow them.
Yeah, but it's not enough. Like, Olaf ultimate, can you stop Olaf ultimate?
Well, no,
can you stop
not.
Diana ultimating on you? That's something impossible. Probably only Darius can take a Diana
as,
1 second.
As Jack would say at this point, it's simply a case of the game will eventually turn for MYM the moment that Cogmore can solo Olaf.
I don't think I don't think that moment exists.
It does exist. It gets to that point. I've seen it many times.
At minute 7? At minute 6?
No, obviously not. It's a late game. It's always a late game. It happens but it does happen. And once that happens, there's nothing they can do to come back.
It's not a point only about Olaf. It's a point also about Diana. It's not possible. I mean, the only way MYM has to win this game is really, really doing a great early game.
So,
if
okay,
the
level 1.
fall down, I don't think it's any way to win this game.
Level 1, who are we looking at? I mean, MYM have invaded all the time. Are they going to do that again?
They have a good level 1, but as well as ENTUS. ENTUS has really good level 1 as well. So it could be both of them. And I think like Korean style are really good at level 1, but MYM are really amazing level 1s they are doing.
A quick word, who do you think is going to win?
I'm going to go with MYM.
MYM.
ENTUS.
MYM, ENTUS. They are split here at the analyst desk. Let's go over to the caster's desk. Here's Joe Miller and Jason. But I love you.
James.
So here we go then, MEETYOURMAKERS versus ENTUS. The game for the first and second position, or more importantly, I guess, the game which decides who plays Fnatic and who plays SK Telecom tomorrow in these 2 semi-finals. Obviously, the winner will go on to play SK Telecom. The loser will play Fnatic in tomorrow's semi-final. So, Jason, we heard what the experts had to say about this game. What's your opinion?
MEETYOURMAKERS was playing so well today. We see Mokatte going to be on Azir. We see Czaru on Katarina yet again. Makler going to be on Cogmo this time. I'm going to, I think I'm going to give it to MEETYOURMAKERS. However, ENTUS did take the second pick. They won the coin flip. They could have had first. So I'm really curious if they are really, confident in countering what MEETYOURMAKERS can put out. What about you, Joe?
Yeah, I think that's a valid point as well. Letting that Katarina coming in, picking up that Diana afterwards, straight away into that. I mean, we've seen that Diana is a champion that can stop this Katarina really getting involved in the game. So we'll have to see how that one all works out. I mean, CJ and MEETYOURMAKERS have both looked very, very good today, both beating CLG with in very different ways, I'm going to say, from that one. Obviously, we had a long game in CJ versus CLG and a fairly short, concise victory for MEETYOURMAKERS in our first game of the day. Looks like MEETYOURMAKERS maybe looking for something here at level 1. Yeah, Olaf is getting caught, but he's not going to die from Darius and Udyr at level 1. But MEETYOURMAKERS here are working their way around towards this blue buff area. They're slow actually coming down onto Makler, and he's forced to flash already to get himself away from that danger. And that will be blue buff started off here, and that's going to be taken.
Something important, though, they held him off that blue. Mokatte was able to run in there, steal the race, and steal red buff away from Lee Sin. So that's going to keep him really far behind. Even though they did build that summoner spell Makler there to get that flash to get away, it's still completely working out in their favor. It was like a two-pronged invade we saw there. And it worked out really well for MEETYOURMAKERS. And like you were saying, they're really well known for their level 1 jungle. Well, level 1 fight, sorry.
See here, Czaru versus Dade in the middle. And Lee Sin is now inside of this jungle, trying to get that red buff for himself. Let's see, Nunu actually going to come here. Will he end up flashing away from this Lee Sin? No, he won't, because he already used his flash already in this one. He is chasing down Libik here. Not going to be able to finish off anything there, but he's got Kkinsh and Dade coming in to help him out with this red buff. Libik needs to be a little bit careful, but Udia and Katarina coming around the side. There's the slow coming down. Buff is still there. Actually will be smited down by Lee Sin, and Lee Sin's going to go back down. Are we going to see first blood here? Mokatte going very, very low. Will the ignite finishing? Yes, it will. It's Ezreal to pick the first and a double kill onto Kog'Maw. Could it have gone any better at the start than getting a double kill onto your AD carry?
Getting them double buffs, which he now has, Joe.
Yeah.
Going to be very strong in that lane. And one thing that was really interesting was inSec actually flashed over Dragon Pit just to get into red buff, since he didn't have the ability to get over there, and he wanted to just get it very sneakily. Worked out for them in their favor in that Ezreal. I mean, against a Kog'Maw who doesn't really get strong till 6+, gonna have a really hard time here.
We heard that from the expert desk. Araneae saying, well, the only way that MEETYOURMAKERS should win this is if they have a very strong early game to kind of rocket them through into that later game period where Kog'Maw's obviously going to get strong, but you know, he's gone down here. It's 19-8 in the CS. Kog'Maw will be catching up here slightly, but I mean, a BF sword and a Vamp Scepter. 2 wards picked up there as well by Ezreal. Pots coming in as well, so overall a big item advantage for this laning phase, which is only going to make it harder. Meanwhile, we do have inSec coming into this top lane, but Darius did just go home.
And Darius actually, I was expecting him to win that lane a little bit early on, since the damage he can put out, the pull he can do against LongPanda with that apprehend, it can really out-damage him, though. He's living up Undertow right now, 2 points in at the moment, trying to just keep up his farm, which he's currently winning at the moment. You see Darius coming back to lane with the Doran's shield, which I wish we'd still see that Doran ring shield blade that we keep talking about, Joe, but that's going to help him with that regen and help him against the damage Olaf's putting out. So it will give him that extra armor against that Undertow. Mokatte coming into an invade here. Doesn't really have anything up at the moment. Has those boots, has a health pot and a ward. Maybe just going to ward it up and then back out and take that big Wraith. And looks like that's what he's going to do.
Big Wraith, the target for him. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Dade and Czaru just exchanging a bit of damage. Olaf going to come back in with the Fairy Charm and a cloth armor as well. And what is the plan for this bottom lane? Now they've got that double buff on, is it just to bully him out of the lane as much as they possibly can? Obviously, there is harassment coming from both sides of that one with the Qs of Ezreal. He's got 1 point in his W as well, which he will continue to use for that harassment. Lee Sin again coming up into this top lane. There's no ward down by Kubon. They've seen that he's not bought one of those. So we'll see if they can actually get in here to finish things off. Kubon does still have his flash available, though, should he need it. inSec continues to wait here inside of that brush.
He's got to know something's up. LongPanda's playing a lot differently right now with the Olaf. And he's just trying to stay behind that mini wave. Like I said, with that flash up, he's going to be able to escape this.
Well, here we go. inSec is going to come in there. Are we going to see the flash away from the Q? No, not quite. That did connect, but how do you do the damage? You can't really do enough damage there to Kubon, who, as we said, did pick up that Doran shield right at the start of it. But as things have kind of quietened down now, we can see the CS difference. Actually, Darius does have the lead, but this bottom lane with Space, who got that double kill early on, got the double buff from it as well. He is now a good 10 CS into the lead. Middle lane, 32-37. Diana gaining an advantage on that front as well.
And we see at the bot lane, MEETYOURMAKERS going to be backing out right now, or trying to, as they are. If Nunu finally does go home. However, if Makler did go home as well, they might actually lose that turret. The mid lane, Czaru actually having somewhat of a problem here. He's losing quite a bit in CS, but then again, it is a Diana. Kubon in that top lane, trying to beat him, missing that apprehend though.
Oh, they're going in on towards Kubon here. Reckless swing comes down. Here is the teleport coming in from Katarina, and they're both low. This could be quite disastrous for them, as Lee Sin gonna dash away. Mokatte can't quite get in there to finish things off. And in the meantime, Diana did just go home. They see both of them actually going away here. inSec would actually be going over the top of a ward, as we see Makler underneath the turret here being harassed by Ezreal Lulu. And they know that inSec is in this bush. But look at Kubon. He's pretty low here. If they manage to land the Q, which they don't quite do, there's the dunk coming down, but it's not going to quite pick up the kill for him. And that will be inSec taking down Kubon in the top lane. That will be 3-0 for CJ ENTUS. They're approaching a 3,000 gold lead already. And look at this bottom turret. It's below half health. Nunu himself can't really do much to stop this one from happening, except throwing those snowballs out there, doing as much damage as he can, but he's falling low right underneath his own turret. We do have Mokatte on the top side by those big golems, but this turret is all but dead.
I mean, this game looking very bad for MEETYOURMAKERS, but we have to remember at Intel Extreme Masters Singapore, they were down 10-2 in one of the final matches against Absolute Legends, ended up coming back because they are still a strong team, even if they do lose early on. And I still wouldn't count them out. Having that Kog'Maw late game is just devastating. Having a Katarina on top of that and the dunks out of Kubon is going to apply a lot of pressure to CJ ENTUS. They're going to lose this turret here very shortly.
Oh, Space taking a lot of damage. Actually will get exhausted there. Had to flash away just to keep himself alive. And did put that ignite down onto Libik, who, as you can see, lost a lot of his health. But crucially, didn't end up dying to give kill number 3 over towards Ezreal. We currently have Olaf inside of that blue buff area coming down for that, which indicates a dragon attempt in the coming moments from this one. Lee Sin is actually waiting here for Mokatte as that ward goes down. He's not actually seen inSec there because of his positioning, and he's going to come right in on top of him. Where is the kick going to come down? There is the Q landing. Can he get in behind him to kick him away from the tower? No, not quite, and now inSec might be in trouble himself. There's Katarina hunting him down. Nunu's going to come in there as well, and inSec has to make a decision. Puts the ward down, will W away, Q's over on towards Kubon, and will be saved by Dade. That was a great reaction play from CJ.
That was so good out of inSec right there. I'm actually really surprised he got away. He still had that flash up. Actually, no, he ended up using it. Mokatte trying to go for this blue buff here, but he will get caught by inSec.
Oh, they're
really
coming
bad.
back in here. Mokatte gonna be in trouble, has to flash away, but the ignite was already running, and inSec will pick up another kill. And according to our statistics, inSec plays more Lee Sin than anything else. So, well, we can expect him. I think as Deman rightly said, any top jungler in the world needs to be good, or is just good, on Lee Sin at this stage of things. We have seen the AD carry and support lane switching around here, headed up towards that top lane. Space got his phage done, got a Doran's Blade and that Vamp Scepter from earlier on, compared to double Doran's Blade on Kog'Maw, and he's just not going to be able to keep up with that damage that Space can throw his way.
Yeah, he just keeps harassing him, as you see. Kog'Maw keeps trying to run away, but he keeps getting hit with Qs, keeps getting hit with auto attacks, just not able to do anything about it. And we both have aggressive lanes out of CJ ENTUS and out of MIM at that top lane, but clearly it's in CJ ENTUS' favor. That huge CS lead between the AD carries is really going to be devastating.
Diana's coming in from the side as well. They're going to go in towards Libik. There's the Ezreal ultimate. Heal coming out of Kog'Maw. Not going to be enough to save his teammate. Will it be enough to save himself, though? Maybe not, as Katarina comes in there. Double kill. We will see Kog'Maw go down. Can Diana escape from this one? Nope, not quite. Kog'Maw gets it there. The triple kill in the end. So nice little comeback from MEETYOURMAKERS.
Makler just got 3 kills and a bonus off of Space right there. Yeah. So that just completely set him in the game, and honestly probably got MEETYOURMAKERS back in the game, because how do you stop a Kog'Maw late game? They really have the expert just was saying, 4 champions to get in onto him. But I mean, Makler, we saw when he's playing Vayne, his micro was amazing. He has the ability to position himself correctly. And Czaru, great job out of him to be aware and actually head up towards that top lane and turn that around into a good trade for them. We do have inSec though getting caught by Libik, has no flash, but has that kick to get away if need be.
Well, he's actually going to get the ulti off onto him there. With that Blood Boil, actually runs in, kicked away by inSec. So good job from Libik to force that ultimate coming out there of inSec. Going to force him low. He's just going to go off, do the Wraith, which obviously are not completely full in there. Actually, he smited the big Wraith down, that's why it wasn't stalling out earlier on. We did see LongPanda actually taking the big Golem away earlier as well on this bottom side. 69-59 is the difference between Darius and Olaf, and it looks like MEETYOURMAKERS going to be going in for the first dragon of the game. 11 minutes 20 into it. Kog'Maw is obviously now level 6, and that will be dragon taken pretty easily. Ezreal ulti does come across, which catches Kubon. LongPanda might try and just push in for a little bit of an advantage, that one, if he can land an axe to get the slow onto him, which well, he misses in the end.
Yeah, it's a very much needed dragon for MEETYOURMAKERS. As you now see the AD carrying support in the mid lane because they're losing turrets everywhere on the map. We still have Olaf pushing that bottom as they got that bottom turret when they did switch. Ezreal and Lulu in the top lane still being very aggressive, and they're just trying to keep MEETYOURMAKERS from being able to farm, being able to pick up these kills. I mean, Czaru has 3 assists now, has that haunting guys compared to Diana, his counterpart has a Negatron cloak, so he's gonna have a really tough time killing Diana, not to mention the CC that they can put out on top of her. Or him. I always get confused when they play a female champion, Joe.
Yeah, technically a her since it's Diana, but he's a guy, so. But either way, we have 18.1 to 14.6 thousand gold here in favor of CJ ENTUS, so a healthy gold lead just 12 minutes into the match. I mean, if you factor in that dragon as well, that would have been quite dangerous for MEETYOURMAKERS if they'd have lost out on that dragon. You can see already the damage that...
Oh, top lane Joe inSec coming in on to Makler.
Yeah, he should be able to take him down here. They are both level 8, and let's see what Makler can do to try and escape from this one. He is going to get hit here with the Q at close range. Let's see what inSec can do. Actually, will kick him there on towards the wall. Here comes the teleport from Czaru, and it may be enough to save him here. Has got that ward down to dash to, and he will dash away from it. Meanwhile, Libik here taking damage in that middle jungle area, and they throw a pink ward down. And CJ can't quite follow up on it. Olaf did go low as well at some point. I didn't even realize where that was around the map, but he's gone back now and is safe. And we will stay at 6-3, but over a 3,000 gold lead still for CJ.
You know, during their interviews with Mokatte we've been doing after these games, they said they like to play what they enjoy, what they're comfortable with. And yeah, it just seems like the playstyle CJ ENTUS is putting up against them is making them really uncomfortable. They're not really used to it. They're having a hard time adjusting to it. Gold lead really showing that. The dragon obviously helping out, but 2 turrets to 0. Not used to seeing MEETYOURMAKERS fall behind in turrets since they're so aggressive early on. And just in items, they're pretty far behind. We see 2 GP10 out of Mokatte. We see 2 out of Olaf. Going for a Shredas, which, Joe, you're a big fan of seeing as a first item, or if not a second one for him. And then Darius in that bottom lane finally has that Phage and Ninja Tabbies. Looks like he will be going for that Trinity Force as his first major buy.
Yeah, I mean, Shredas, it's not like you need to rush into it, but the fact that it gives you that health, the cooldown reduction in there, plus the 40% movement speed.
Yeah, on top of his ghost.
For 3 seconds. On top of your ghost with the ultimate running. It's a great item overall for everything that really Olaf needs to do. I'm going to see Space getting pulled in here. Was stunned up by Mokatte, but uses his flash to get away from that one. Arcane shifted as well, and he will stay safe again. Meanwhile, Olaf just stealing away that big golem once again on the bottom side. Got double GP10 built up now with the Philosopher's Stone and that Heart of Gold. Rest its soul.
They haven't really been rest its soul. They haven't really been punishing LongPanda and at this bottom lane. Darius has been there, you know, to try to defend him or defend against him. But look at him; he's still pushed up. He has pretty much no ward coverage down there. He's been taking the big goal as much as possible. See Mokatte Blue's gonna get stolen.
Oh, it was Ezreal's ultimate that actually stole it there in the end. And inSec gonna follow in to take out Mokatte. But here we go, Kubon and Libik in the jungle. Czaru coming in from around the side. Where are these kills gonna come down? It's inSec that dies. There is the dunk. Doesn't get the kill though, but it will be finished off in the end. There is Lee Sin going down, and this Cockmore doing massive damage at the back of everything. They're going to take out Space, but can Makler get away? Kkinsh will die as well. Makler going very, very low here to LongPanda. Kubon can't quite keep him away. Will apprehend him here. There is the ulti going down, and that is a quadra kill for Makler. And if he wasn't already a good start, that he got the triple early enough, there's another 4 on top of it.
And an ace.
Yeah, as they said, on the expert desk, they need to have a good early game. It's not technically still early games. They've had a bit of lane switches. Towers are down, but it's down close enough from Makler's point of view here. Going 7-2-0 up. And, well, he's in a strong position. But again, he's, 7 kills. 1 then over with Darius. He becomes an easy target. The question is whether MEETYOURMAKERS can protect him.
Yeah, I mean, that was so well played by MEETYOURMAKERS. Kubon actually used his ultimate just to get someone low enough to get Czaru that reset when he just completely went off of him, onto the next target, and onto the next after that. And their combo, I mean, of Darius and of Czaru. Oh, so you see Dade going in. They get someone low, they can either dunk them and get Katarina reset, or just Katarina kill him.
Kubon getting kicked out though here in the middle. He is going to be going down eventually. There we go, finally. And now they are going to try and pressure this middle outer turret. That'll be the final turret still up for MEETYOURMAKERS on that outer ring. And once again, they managed to hold on to it. Kkinsh actually is going to be putting that pink ward down just to get rid of that ward in that river bush. He obviously picked up 1 kill in that last fight, which is why he actually has that blue buff on now as well.
You know, Joe, we talk about kill spread, and we've seen, you know, Makler playing Vayne. He had all the kills on the team until a certain point where it started trickling in for Czaru. But, I mean, he has 7 kills here. Can Kog'Maw really carry the game without getting kills for the rest of his teammates?
Well, like I said...
If they can protect him.
Yeah, if they can protect him. That's the real problem for this one. I mean, if you've not got anything on Katarina to start that snowball into motion, then you could be in danger. The good thing is that they've got 2 resets on their team, so they still have a lot of damage to come out, even when, you know, Makler's at the back. But Araneae said the same thing, that how do you stop Diana and Olaf and Lee Sin, for that matter, running straight through your front line and off towards your Kog'Maw at the back?
You don't really. That's the thing. But then again, I mean, Kog'Maw, with how fed he's getting right now, he can afford to take at least one of these guys on head-to-head. But, I mean, that's definitely right. If they do get in his face, they're going to have a hard time. Libik can slow him with that ultimate. Mokatte can just run around stunning as many of them as possible. But in the end, if, you know, Czaru and Kubon don't get a kill or 2, they're not going to win these fights. They need to get someone, though. They have to get a kill, and they have to get those resets going.
So let's take a look down the items. Olaf did end up going straight in towards that Shurelya's. Heart of Gold and the chain vest with ninja tabbies on top of it. Lee Sin, Aegis, Brutalizer, Boots of Mobility for Diana. Moving up towards that Abyssal Scepter, already got the Sorcerer's Shoes. Ezreal actually a bit in between here, went for the Phage first, but then picked up that BF Sword afterwards, and we are going to see them coming down now on towards Makler's position. The Ezreal ultimate not actually hitting Makler, and they may look to turn this one around. There's Katarina getting into the middle. Lulu ultimate will actually knock him out of that, but Dade is going to be in there. Makler is still alive. He's godlike now after picking up another kill in that one. inSec now going to be trying to run away around the backside. I mean, that was another 2 for 0 for MEETYOURMAKERS. And these fights are just all going their way. There's a kill coming down for Udyr as well, which always helps out. Dragon is available. Let's see if inSec can get the steal.
Makler, and that, actually, I'll say this is after this happens, but does he really need to go for it? That's the real question.
Here we go, goes in and does get the steal as well onto the Dragon. Nicely done. Here comes the Ezreal around the side, but, well, inSec is going to go down. And it is Mokatte that will pick that one up in the end as well.
And that last major team fight, if you looked at Makler, which I hope the experts does go to, his positioning, he dodged an undertow at Olaf and stayed out of range of them so well. I've not seen positioning like this in a really long time. Really well played by him. And they got the resets. I mean, yeah, we were saying before, Czaru and Kubon, not really any kills. But as long as they get those resets, as long as they keep doing damage while Makler's pretty much being, well, kiting the rest of the team, they're still going to win these fights. I mean, we need to see, sorry, Randuin's coming out of LongPanda here. They need to slow his attack speed on Kog'Maw. With that Nunu, with that Phantom Nest as his first item, it's causing a lot of problems.
Yeah. I'm sure that they're going to end up going that way anyway.
Oh, Glacial Shroud's dead.
Glacial Shroud, I guess. Kind of works as well.
Yep. It's a lot of cooldown reduction for Olaf.
Now space going to be clearing out. CS in his favor. Kills not quite, even after that brilliant start of the double kill at the start. And now they are trying to hunt down Diana. Can they get in on her? There is Czaru, going to get dove on here by Dade, who's just trying to find a better path out than going straight through his own turrets, but he's in the MEETYOURMAKERS jungle now, and they're just going to say, well, you just run away, you go that way. We're going to be trying here to take down your outer turret on the bottom as Mokatte here underneath his own turret, maybe in a bit of trouble. Lee Sin and Olaf, and then Diana coming in. That is going to be a kill for Diana. Meanwhile, Kog'Maw is hammering away on this turret. They've lost their inner turret in the middle lane, though. And CJ, knowing that Kog'Maw isn't there, may try to get an inner turret as well. They may even try and jump in on towards Kubon. Czaru, though, coming in may just be enough to drop him back.
Yeah,
nope,
that's
not quick enough.
Those are 2 turrets you don't want to lose, Joe. I know that's like a big thing for you. That's a lot of control that MEETYOURMAKERS is not going to have. We haven't seen an Oracle coming out of either team just yet. Actually, sorry, we do see one on Lulu, but none out of MEETYOURMAKERS, and that's a huge problem. I mean, versus CLG, we saw the ward coverage of MEETYOURMAKERS. It was amazing. They were able to catch CLG off guard. We do have them trying to chase them down here, or see if they are going for that Baron. But they obviously are not.
Yeah, they've all backed away here. MEETYOURMAKERS still, I guess, not going to be 100% sure as to if every single one of them has backed off. As you said, Oracle over with Lulu, which may see Nunu picking one up. Or not.
Or he will.
Yes, he is. He went back for it. I was going to say, as soon as they noticed that Kkinsh had that one, then it makes sense that they would even back away just to get that one in anyway. Just to stop that advantage becoming too big in the vision. Kubon that's actually carrying all the wards right now for MEETYOURMAKERS, carrying 4 at this point. Frozen Heart is now finished for Olaf as well. Phage and the Infinity Edge now done for Ezreal. But Infinity Edge is not too far away from being complete on Kog'Maw's side either.
Yeah, and when he gets that, that's when they're exactly going to want to fight. He's going to have the damage they need to really get people low and really allow those resets like insane the entire game. And it gets kind of repetitive, but that's exactly the kind of strategy MEETYOURMAKERS is going for. Do have Mokatte. He's level 10 compared to inSec, who's level 12 at the moment. Kind of a little bit of a problem, but with that Shurelya's, I mean, kind of a supporty build, going to be helping his team out as long as he can land those stuns. And Ezreal not going for any poke, just going for that straight assassination team that they are currently have lined up with that Infinity's Edge, like you were mentioning. And we do see Lulu actually boots some ability on Lulu. Has 3 GP10 on top of it just so he can keep those wards incoming, not to mention the oracles.
Yeah, why not? The faster that she can get around the map and get rid of those oracles, the better it's going to be. Overall for CJ ENTUS. Dragon coming up 24-41, still a couple of minutes for that one to come into play. The Q from Lee Sin will land on Kubon. It doesn't look like they're going to be backing this one up just yet. We're going to have all 10 players in this middle lane, jockeying for position. Do CJ want to get into a fight? Maybe after they've chipped enough health down. They also, looking down, have ignites up across the board, flashes. In fact, all the summoner spells right now are available for use on the CJ side. But the same is in play for MEETYOURMAKERS as well. Ultimates already. We'll see if they do end up going for any kind of fight in this one. 35.3 to 31.2 thousand gold, so healthy 4K lead. 2 turrets in there. But will CJ be feeling that advantage? Because, you know, when the kills are tied at 11-11, you don't always know for sure, you know, how far ahead you're going to be in gold. You've got to keep an eye on those items to figure out exactly when you're going to be fighting. Maybe they'll want to do it before Kog'Maw gets that Infinity Edge finished.
Yeah, but we do have Czaru, though. He has that full penetration builder now building into that GA next. And that's pretty much this, what, 3 core items is that Hunting Guys, Scepter, and that GA. It's going to be really causing a lot of problems for them. But yeah, that's a good point. They need to engage before Makler gets that Infinity's Edge, because when that happens, he's going to completely outshine space. And that will be a huge problem for CJ ENTUS, though. I mean, LongPanda and Dade, if they can get in his face, especially if that Diana, if they get in there together, they're just going to destroy Makler, and that pretty much is all their hopes that MEETYOURMAKERS has.
Well, looks like they're going to go for a bit of time clearing wards out here over towards Baron. Kkinsh has his one here in the back, which just times out. Timed it to perfection to come in there. Nunu going to come in the back, though, and they'll get rid of that one straight away. Can't imagine that MYM would want to right now be starting off Baron, though.
Oh, they might try to go for inSec here. No, instead they don't.
Wow. That was pretty nice play for him. Just going to go a WA on towards that ward and then walk straight through the middle lane. However, Dragon is now up for MEETYOURMAKERS. This is just that one step closer to bringing them back level in the gold totals. Gonna go down without any challenge whatsoever from CJ. Lee Sin a bit pushed up in this middle lane. He can always go out that top side of the jungle if he needs to. Or he could face check into all the bushes. No, obviously not. They were stood on top of a ward there, just clearing that one out.
Oh, there it is, Joe. We do see that Infinity's Edge finished up to Makler now. That Dragon definitely helping out right there. And this is where the fight should happen. And MEETYOURMAKERS and CJ ENTUS, both of them being very hesitant to engage on each other. As it looks like MEETYOURMAKERS might. No, thought they were going to get caught off guard here. Czaru even might get caught as they do go for the engage.
Yeah, inSec coming in from behind. He's actually going to kick him against the wall, but flash used by Czaru.
Mokatte and Libik coming
get
in.
him away. Now Mokatte coming around. Czaru is back in the fight. Can they stop them getting away? There is the stun coming down onto inSec. Here comes Libik. Actually will get the snowball off onto space, and they're going for the AD carry here. Not messing around. There's the ultimate coming out of Nunu. Wow, Lulu's ultimate actually moved Ezreal's position there. So that his ultimate pretty much didn't come in. LongPanda does come in with Ghost running. But what's he gonna do? 1 versus 5. Run away was the best choice for him in that scenario. Blue buff is up and available for the take of MEETYOURMAKERS, who now have that kill lead.
Yeah, but that CS difference between 80 carries is quite surprising. Actually, well, not that surprising considering we did see Space get those 2 kills early on, but 50 CS quite a bit. And, I mean, Darius even losing his lane. Charu's the only one currently winning his lane with that 207 to 188. With Diana getting really close to a Zhonya's at the moment. You still see Czaru working into that GA. Almost has the gold he needs. It's about 200 short. And we have double Shurelias, Joe, for MEETYOURMAKERS.
Yay, double
You're a happy man.
Shurelias. I do like me a double Shurelias, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, it can be a valuable thing, especially when you want to get away from an Olaf who's got Ghost and that Shurelias in the team as well. Or chase an Olaf, which may be the other option that ends up happening. But a solid... I mean, it's that time in the game where neither team really wants to be making a wrong move or engaging on anything but their own terms. Ward trading, it's pretty much all that goes on at this stage. Jockeying for position in there. We are going to see Kkinsh in a little bit of trouble here, but he's got the rest of his team for backup. And in the end, they don't push in afterwards. But you can see how kind of on a knife edge this game is now. Balance just teetering.
It's really a battle of the wards right now. It's who can have most on them and keep this vision long enough. And you know, both sports can be backing out quite often. We do see a lot of wards still on CJ ENTUS and quite a bit for on Mokatte right now. They really don't want to give up this jungle control. As you see, Makler gonna pick up his red buff here. Double buff Kog'Maw. If he's a Fan Dancer, he's very scary. Sitting there at that 1.6 attack speed without that blood boil. And with it, 2. Just 2.
Yeah. He is hitting fast and hard, that's for sure. As Libik just walking over the top of a ward there. Going to get that one finished. We do have a Guardian Angel now with Czaru, which we saw in that last game. I think 8 Guardian Angels by the end of it. 6, 7, something like that. It was a lot anyway in the CJ ENTUS versus CLG game. But look at this, they've got rid of the ward. MEETYOURMAKERS going to start things off. Olaf's at the bottom, he's got no teleport. This is going to be a 4v5 fight if CJ decide to take it. Q goes in there from Lee Sin. They've got wards in there, they've got vision. But when are they going to jump in there? inSec does have his smite available. MEETYOURMAKERS actually backing off here somewhat. inSec will dive out of the pit again. And they decide, okay, let's stop doing Baron. That's not going to bring us anything at this stage. CJ quite happy with their job being done from that. There's a lot of gold for Kkinsh actually in that area as he just runs over the top of a ward. But he's going to have a good time clearing out there. Probably get himself about 200 gold by the time he's finished off, finishing off all those wards in and around Baron.
Smart play by MEETYOURMAKERS actually back out of there because they saw inSec was 2 levels higher on Mokatte at the moment, and he already stole Dragon away. If he steals that Baron away, it's just sealing your fate into a loss here. But yeah, a lot of wards still around. We still have, I believe, that Oracle. Yep, on Kkinsh still.
And I missed this one.
If this was a drinking game, Joe, like the one for IPL. Oh, they are. They're actually, wait. They can't see that ward. They cannot see that ward, but they are spotted by it right now. In that Baron pit.
Oh,
there it is.
An apprehend comes out. We are seeing his Shurelias pop in. Libik going very, very low, but got his ulti channeling Dade. Going low as well. Lulu is actually in there. There's a kill for Kog'Maw, but they've already lost 2. Makler now going to be focused down. Panda will die as well. Finally, Makler actually dies. Well, look at the damage. Here comes Kog'Maw in there as well. And inSec now going to try and get away. Stun came down. He's going to dash off towards Lulu. Where's the slow? There it is. Mokatte not going to get in. And Czaru not getting over the top either to chase them down. So, a 3 for 3. Still really, really close in these team fights. Unbelievably close.
Yeah, they had to pop that exhaust on a charge just to keep him from resetting so often. He had his GA popped up there. He had his flash up in about 5 seconds. Could have hopped over that Baron wall and potentially sealed the deal right there, picking up an ace. But still, yeah, very close. Kubon died very early there. We saw Makler actually get dove on straight by inSec, kicked him out, and was just sticking to him like glue the rest of that fight. And it really caused him so many problems that he couldn't really DPS too much. So all that damage really just came out from Kubon and Czaru.
So, Warden's Mail picked up there by Olaf. And as you talked about that, Randuin's earlier on. Along with the Frozen Heart as well. Nice. Nice touch from Olaf. Also got the Negatron Cloak in there as well. And what else do we have being finished? Aegis was done a little bit earlier on there by Udia. We have Trinity Force finished for... Oh, Czaru's actually teleporting now. Where's he off to? And he's coming down into this bottom lane where Dade may get caught out here. Here we go then. Czaru gonna go right into him. Dade is pretty damn tanky still though. That could be dangerous there as Libik flashes away from the ulti. Here comes Kog'Maw from the back. But we've got Czaru using his ulti in there. Here comes the apprehend. There is the kill from Czaru. That gives him the ability to Shumpo further in, but they decide against it in the end. They're happy with that one single kill onto Dade. What is their next move? Ward's been cleared out. Blue buff's going to go down. A dragon is available for the taking if they want it. Well, MEETYOURMAKERS may just settle for that inner turret here on this bottom lane. However, top lane, Olaf pushing his way straight through there. Let's go to this top lane as we see Makler actually just zoning them out with that range. You can see how fast he's auto-attacking now. Going to be moving up into walls.
Oh, Czaru going head against LongPanda here.
Wow, that's an interesting move. I didn't really expect him to do that, but he is going to go for it. Czaru here will get his Q off. There is the Shumpo. Not quite got the finisher, but the red buff. Red buff finisher. Nicely done. There is Dragon going down for MYM as well. And things are starting to fall into place. You know, this Kog'Maw's only getting stronger.
Yeah, and Czaru is playing so well right now. Kubon actually, he's giving up a lot of kills surprisingly over to Czaru. I mean, he could have dunked on that kill in the bottom lane. Instead, he just let Czaru get it. As you can hear them behind us doing a lot of arguing, trying to really secure this win. Because like we said before, you know, the winner of this moves on to play SK Telecom, and the loser plays Fnatic.
Yeah, I kind of want MEETYOURMAKERS to win this one just so we have a Europe versus Korea in both semi-finals, which means we could still have an all-European final or an all-Korean final. So, you know, it keeps it kind of balanced in that respect. But still, this is an incredible game once again. Maybe a little bit less pressure on both teams because they are already through to that semi-final stage. And at the end of the day, you have to beat everyone anyway in a four-team bracket. So we'll have to see.
Well, Lisa, I mean, this is the point where he starts to fall off. He's not really, I mean, he's known as not being a really strong late-game champion. Doesn't have a last whisper, just still with that brutalizer, but it's his mobility and it's that ultimate that's really setting up his team, trying to get Makler out of position by kicking him into his own team. Though we are having a 5-man push, actually, CJ ENTUS on this mid lane. And currently, MEETYOURMAKERS not really in a position to defend it.
Yep, ENTUS pushing their way in. Can they finish off the turret, though? I mean, with that Kog'Maw ultimate hammering away, and not the easiest thing to be pushing down, especially when he's got a blue buff on as well.
He's level 17, Joe, and actually has a last whisper on top of that. He's the highest level in the game as well as Dade. Well, Czaru 18, but he's as the highest level on CJ ENTUS. And Ezreal sitting at 15, doesn't have that level 3 ultimate just yet, but with that Oracle, they are clearing out all the wards over towards Baron, and MEETYOURMAKERS, they have to do something about this. 2 Shurelets, they have 6 wards on them currently. And do they still have it? Yeah, they have the Oracle still on Libik at the moment.
What's the plan here then for CJ? Are they going to set a trap?
I see Ezreal top right now.
Yeah, Ezreal's top, so they know that they can go in there in a 4 versus 5. But again, afraid to make that one false step that could end it all. 34 minutes into this one.
I like how both teams just pinged. We saw CJ just ping top because it's pushing, and we saw MEETYOURMAKERS ping bottom because it's pushing. But they do get the slow on the inSec mid lane. Are they going to commit to it though, Joe?
Nah, you can't on Lee Sin. It's not worth it. It's too slippery. But they may end up getting into a bit of a fight here around that dragon, around that Baron.
Actually, Baron
comes over. Yeah, they started the Baron there, which was kind of ballsy stuff, to be honest. They're just going to lose health from that. There's not a chance of them taking it down with just 2. Katarina going to the bottom. Doesn't have teleport up now, though, so that's a bit of a dangerous move from MEETYOURMAKERS' side of things. And have CJ ENTUS time this one. And just think that they will have totally timed it. Like, they're going to know when this Katarina can and can't teleport back in. And there we go. They're going to start off this Baron. Katarina got the long walk up there now, but is this Kog'Maw's range enough to stop CJ ENTUS doing this one? Here comes Libik's ultimate, not doing a ton of damage. Ezreal will ulti out as well. Mokatte coming in. Finally, Czaru is going to come in from the side. There is the Lulu ultimate. Czaru is going to get exhausted, and Makler will take down LongPanda. Now they're in on towards Dade, who will pop the Zhonya's. Kubon going low, will be picked off by Space on Ezreal. But where are the next moves coming in? 2 men dead for either side. Flash has been popped all over the place, but Czaru isn't finished just yet. Let's have a look at his cooldowns. He goes in there, gets himself 1, gets himself 2. Yay for resets. Double kill for Czaru. And MEETYOURMAKERS now may well do a 3-man Baron. However, inSec is not done just yet. He's coming around this side. Actually, Charu's hunting him to try and stop him coming in here.
He hasn't even spotted by a ward just yet.
Oh, this could be very, very dangerous. Let's see, there's the Q going over. He's going to come in there, but he doesn't get the steal. And there is another kill for Makler coming down. He is 11-3-5. It's an 8 in the end for MEETYOURMAKERS. They get Baron. Nice play from the Poles.
Makler again in that fight. He was being chased by inSec. We saw him chased. Actually, sorry, he's chased by LongPanda and by Dade right there. And just by his attack moving, and with his help from Mokatte right there, picked up the kills, didn't even die. It was so well played. And Czaru, even though he was so far down in that bottom lane, teleport wasn't up, came in and still helped pick up the ace. And that was very well played at MEETYOURMAKERS. Going to go back, buy a lot of items. We do see currently almost a GA fully bought out for Kog'Maw. And for Darius going for a chain vest. See the random wins on the way to being done. That Warren's Mill for Mokatte. And a GA done for Space as well. So gonna have another long game with GAs, Joe.
Yeah.
Don't think we're gonna hit 6, but still.
Well, who knows? I mean, it's not that big of a difference. Look at the gold overall. 53.6 to 52.9. That is ridiculously close. And now most of that coming from those turrets. If you look at the CS, 227 to 161 in that top lane. More in the jungle for CJ. Only the middle lane actually is currently less CS than what the rest of the team has. I was just going to say, I wonder how much damage this Ezreal ultimate is going to do. Not a huge amount. And they've lost that inner turret for the pleasure. Libik just walking over a ward. I guess one of his teammates saying, wait a minute, there's a ward in there. Make sure you get that one away. Red buff stalling out for Makler as well. And now Libik is going to get rid of another ward. CJ ENTUS actually coming down middle here. They're going to force MYN to come in from behind them. There is the Shurelya's pops. And there is the second Shurelya's pops. They can't quite get in there to get these kills. Q coming out of Lee Sin will land onto Kubon.
Yeah, that Glitter Lance and that ultimate out of inSec is just pretty much their perfect disengage. Not to mention the Undertow out of LongPanda and the Phage procs out of Space, but they really want to go for it. They have them caught off guard. Wow. They're going to have to back out, and they're just going to face tank this inhibitor turret and force CJ ENTUS to come back.
Yeah, they're going to force a fight with this one. Czaru is now joining in the team. Turret is going to go down before they can get involved. And they have to keep pushing in there, as we are going to be seeing Dade going into the middle, and here comes the Nunu ultimate. Makler going to get kicked away. There is the dunk. Kubon taking down Diana. Actually, LongPanda is going low as well. inSec will dash away to him for cover, but Katarina gets on top of him. Kill comes down in the end for Mokatte, and that is 3 men down. Will this be game? Inhibitor is going to fall. Mokatte is healthy enough. Kubon and Libik are all healthy enough. Well, are they going to go for those Nexus turrets? We do have the minions coming in there. There's the Ezreal ultimate to, well, get rid of the minions after all. And now they focus in here. LongPanda going to be the one coming under fire. As another Shurelya's gets popped. LongPanda is surely going to die here right before the fountain. He's pulled back in by Kubon. First Nexus turret goes down. Slow comes in onto Space. That's going to buy enough time for the second Nexus turret. They can do this one. Space hasn't got enough to kill all of them in such a short space of time. And MEETYOURMAKERS going to 3-0 Group B here at the Untitled Cologne. Brilliant day of work from their point of view. They'll top the group. They'll play SK Telecom T1 tomorrow. And it will be CJ ENTUS versus Fnatic in the other semi-final. As I said, great day at the office from MEETYOURMAKERS. They played brilliantly in all 3 games that we've seen them.
Yeah, I know you and Deman actually have to be really happy since you've been coming for such a long time to see them finally, get their dues here. And they honestly look really thrilled and probably a little bit tired after playing 4 games, actually started 3 games today. And now they have to do the research, which I know they have been doing. They were here on day 1. They were doing as much research as possible to go up against SK Telecom. Hopefully they don't party too hard tonight as we see Czaru right there.
Pretty sure they'll be going to bed straight away.
Czaru stretching out his back there with that Katarina. Yeah, he was 6-1-16, and we saw Makler 11-4-7, but with that ultimates, with that GA, he was able to pretty much force all of CJ ENTUS to go for Kog'Maw, and because of that, you had a Kubon on Darius, and you had a Katarina on Czaru on a Katarina, just do free reign of damage.
Yeah, and that was it. You knew that they were going to be going in on towards Makler the entire time, and as long as he got those resets in there, as long as he got those assists when the others were dying, that's really fine from their point of view. You can keep that sustained damage going out. But MEETYOURMAKERS, as you said, going to go through to the semi-final. They'll be extremely happy with that one. Let's not forget they won our last Intel Extreme Masters event over in Singapore. And this is a real big chance for them now. They've got top 4 in this event. Yeah. You never want to finish 4th in event because no one remembers anything outside the top 3 for most events anyway. So you want to have that top 3. You can see just how happy they are. Again, Makler playing the top of his game. Playing the top of his game. I mean, we've seen him in all 3 matches today, playing brilliant in that Vayne performance earlier on. Here with Kog'Maw, we talk about Vayne being micro-intensive, but the way that Makler was moving Kog'Maw in those fights was absolutely brilliant. Keeping an eye on his position the whole time, making sure that damage kept up while he was trying to avoid, you know, the all after Lee Sin, the Dianas that kept diving in on towards him. So just overall, a great day of work from MEETYOURMAKERS.
And the funny thing is that MEETYOURMAKERS, they already qualified for CBIT through Intel Extreme Master Singapore, so they're playing for the glory, they're playing for the fame, because honestly, after playing this long together, pretty much a year, with these 5, they want to be known. You know, it's about time for them to finally be getting their name out there.
Well, let's not forget they're also qualified for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
Yes, they are.
Because they actually are the Polish champions there, so they get that slot through into Katowice, the Polish event. That's actually going to be it from me and Jason today. Thank you very much for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the awesome games that we've had, especially these last 2 were really spot on. Even the games that were, you know, what you might call stomps were actually really, really entertaining to watch because of the fact that there was so much individual skill and teamwork involved in those. We're going to throw it over to the expert desk for one last time. They're going to break down that final game between CJ ENTUS and MEETYOURMAKERS.
Well,
there we go. This is a man right here. He's going to go hug Makler.
Yes.
Because he said if Makler manages to carry this, then I'm going to have to go give him a big hug.
Yeah, and I heard Polish hate people hugging them.
Also,
so probably I'm gonna come back with
because they're all big guys.
Blood eye or something.
Also, where's my honor, dude? Where's my honor?
What honor? We didn't have honor.
we bled for the honor.
Didn't have honor.
Mim took it.
Yeah,
well,
it was
what a game!
Quite
what a game.
Impressive. Game. It was amazingly played.
Now, was that a throne or just a really well played game?
I will say there was some kind of misplace by CG ENTUS. There was some kind of like misposition, like pushing alone, and they get like 3 guys from Mim killing them, and then it was probably a comeback from that Makler. That Makler with Kog'Maw star. I think
with a triple, a quadra.
Exactly. It was the first triple kill. I think it was one of the guys with the passive and 2 guys almost dying, and he was like with the ultimate killing them.
Well, let's show them.
Really
let's show the replays. We've got so many replays
first of all,
for you guys.
We're gonna watch what inSec did at level 2. This is amazing. They knew they had wards in the right and in the bottom side, and he flashed in Drake to get the red buff, and still they get countered. They came for it, but we have to remember that Kog'Maw didn't have flash because he used it at level 1. So at this point, Nunu has Nox Housed, Kog'Maw has no flash, and they keep fighting. And it's a 4v4. And it ends quite bad for MYM, giving a double kill for a space with Ezreal and giving double off for him. Here we have how Ezreal killed Yudi with the Ignite and kills Kog'Maw without attacks. And start really well for CG ENTUS, but slowly they fall.
Where was Makler going with that passive? He was still trying to escape. I just realised he came running off down the bottom. I was like, where are you going, son?
It happens.
Then we have another really nice place by our friend inSec. He played amazing. Even the team lost, he played really good. Here we have the master of the Dukes.
Do you want to say who called it, that this was going to be an interesting...
This was Deman.
Oh, shut up.
Really nice call over here. He was like, Ara, right the minute. Here we have, he was like waiting for Udi. He was perfectly at that corner, waiting for Udi. And here we come. He started attacking him, and all meme team came here. I mean, Katarina was coming, Dade was coming, and I don't really know how he escaped. Because even Nunu was coming now. And here we have the plays. He put a ward, he jumped on the ward, he kicked on Darius, he jumped on Darius and flashed away before the... Amazing. Yes. Perfectly played by inSec, amazing play.
And proving why a lot of the Koreans, even if the Koreans say he's the best Lee Sin, you generally got to listen, because also, he gets banned against them all the time.
Also proving why Deman says always ban Lee Sin.
Always ban Lee Sin, because he's a bad MF.
Next time, sometime.
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, 950 is the next one, and this is really the beginning of the fight
of the
back.
Comeback.
This is the comeback.
Even though the goal was always an adventure for CG ENTUS, you don't want to really fed a Kog'Maw. Like, if you fed a Kog'Maw early, you're really gonna have a problem in late game. And this was the first initiation of the feeding time. We see a dive, we see Diana coming from back of the tower, and we see that in end really bad for them.
And
they let Makler hit in. He was killing the support. He killed the support with the help of Katarina, and there we go. With the ultimate, he kills Ezreal, and with his passive, he kills Diana. And I think even Katarina let him the kill. I'm not sure. I will ask Czaru about that. But triple kill for Kog'Maw, that's something you really don't want to see. But it's not the only triple kill he got.
It's not the worst, most of all.
Even a hard
And then 1450, we're back again. And they just kept on giving Makler everything. You know, after such a 2-0 start, a perfect lane start, perfect, great start, you just kept giving things back.
This moment, inSec playing amazing. He came back and he gave one, but this is the point that I was really thinking, okay, MYM is gonna win this game, because you cannot let this happen. It's one kill for Kog'Maw and a shutdown. Another kill for Kog'Maw. Another kill for Kog'Maw. I don't know why Lulu come back. And then this was a kind of fail, but he has heal, so it's fine. And they kill Olaf. Quadra kill for Kog'Maw. Wow, that's really hard.
I mean, that's immediately, that's put him at 7-2, I think he was, 7-2-0 by that time.
At that point he was 7-2, yeah.
We just want to show a little bit of skill moment. It was 1840, actually. It was the Dragon Steal that inSec did. I mean,
yes.
it was worth it.
Beautiful.
It was worth it. It's one of those things, was it worth it? Well,
it is.
Yeah, it is.
It's 1k for the team and only probably 400 for the enemy, because it's 300 for the kill and, like, I think it's 150 for the assist. He almost survived. I think, like, Nunu were really fast on the snowball, but yeah.
Yeah, I think
so
he realized.
Like 300 and 100.
And the thing is, if actually,
fine.
if he'd have had a ward, maybe he could have got away a little bit more. He would have walked away, maybe got caught, apprehended. I don't know.
The Dragon
next up was a big fight. Actually, it was 3v3 Baron. It's 29-20. Basically, it was a Baron fight. They did manage to get the GA down of Czaru, but they just couldn't focus the damage by that point. But at this point, we thought MYM were already too strong in the team fights. So
there we have the team fight. It's a normally 5-5. They were waiting, but Darius just got someone from the Dragon. It was really amazing, and then we have the team fight. It was equal team fight, but still Makler gets some kills. Makler get Diana there, and I think he gets someone with a passive.
Yeah.
He didn't get someone with a passive, but still.
No, Czaru got it just before his GA box. Yeah. And then actually, he tried to cut him off through the Dragon Pit, but he couldn't quite get to it.
Look at it. This is the cooldown of the Flash currently. So close.
Yeah.
So close.
He could well have got in there and got the ace and maybe turn things around. I don't think that I got the Baron Moby. But yeah, I mean, that was kind of the start. If we move on to 35 minutes, we'll get the last two to go. Already at this time, MYM were just too strong in the team fights, we thought. And once they go for the Baron fight, it was MYM all the way.
So this probably, I would say this was the last team fight where it was completely domination by MYM, because Makler was perfectly positioned. Like, no one was hitting Makler. In this team fight, we saw Diana, but still wasn't enough to kill him. And it was probably the first Diana Thonius. I have to say that.
Yeah.
Because Kingdom is play that.
And as you can see, if we follow Makler, we don't even see the people he's attacking. That's how Kog'Maw works. They're off his screen.
And obviously that's how Katarina works.
This is where Lee Sin tried to, I mean, he tried. He'd already done it once on the Baron, but on the Dragon, but he couldn't quite get it on the Baron, unfortunately. You can see he goes across.
Let's forward a little bit.
Zips around, speed him on, and then he tried to, but it was the bear stun, wasn't it? It was the bear stun.
It's actually funny that Kog'Maw get the Baron, and Lee Sin cool as smited. I mean,
I think he was bear stunned right away. So can you smite while you're stunned?
Of course.
Okay.
That's something that many people doesn't know. You can smite while you're silent. You can smite while you're stunned. You can smite while you're sleeping. You can smite while you're whatever. The only thing stop the smite is the suppression.
Yes, that's
and there are like only a few champions that can suppress. I think it's Malthaja, Warwick, Argot.
Yeah.
And no more.
Just keep them in the full ulti lock. That's all they can do.
No. It's the only thing to stop a smite.
But very well played by MEETYOURMAKERS. So MEETYOURMAKERS top in the group here. ENTUS. That means ENTUS will be playing Fnatic tomorrow, and MEETYOURMAKERS will be playing SK Telecom Team 1. And I believe that's it from the Cool Kids desk. We do have an interview for you guys, though. So Zoe is going to be with Mokatte for one last time
for my hook
of the day.
My hook to Makler.
Yeah, yes. Oh, that's what you're doing. Hack to Makler. Good luck with that, man.
Hope you don't hate me.
If he's not here tomorrow.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm now once more joined by one of the guys from the winning team, and it's once more Mokatte. Nice to see you here again. And of course we have but you really want me to say it every time, don't you? I love you.
I don't want you to say it at all.
Also, I want to mention that he's not wearing sandals. That has been one of the things he actually wanted me to point out. Has someone thought that you're wearing sandals?
A lot of people actually, even on Reddit, they're like, why is he wearing sandals at an event?
He turned all German. Like he's going for the German holiday styles, like wearing sandals with like the socks really high up. It's really nice. So now that we sorted that out, we might want to talk about the game. So let's talk about pick and bans first. We saw you guys banning Zed after we saw how inSec played him just the game before. Danny went for Lee Sin, which he didn't play any less good than he played Zed. Was that even the right English sentence? I don't think so. However, so why did you ban Zed then instead of Lee Sin?
Because we know what Lee Sin does. We all know his skill set, and I can say the same about the Zed. We just don't know his skills. I don't know even one skill. I just know that he disappears, then he comes back and stuff. So yeah, we decided to just ban it out and forget about Zed.
I wouldn't be lying, but actually Joe and I were looking up his skills right before the game. We were casting, we're like, crap, what does he do? What does he do? I'm gonna go through that real quick. But so we saw Vayne banned out for Makler because he had an amazing Vayne game, but then he went with Kog'Maw. Tell us about that.
Yeah, he did pretty well.
Sorry, I mean like his champion pool of AD carries.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he got the Vayne banned out, but if you see his profile, at ranked profile, and you will find out that he has like over 100 game with each AD carry, so good luck with banning him, I guess.
So right at the beginning, it didn't look too good for you guys up until the point where he went for that lovely triple kill. And from then on, it seemed like you start really to get back into the game. You were like 0-2-0, right, like at the beginning-ish. 3? Oh, okay, even worse. Were you worried about that, or were feeling confident that you're going to get back into that game?
Definitely the opposite Lee Sin gave me such a hard time. He played so amazingly. I never met such a good jungler ever before. But we kept in mind that it's not about me. If our carriers do their job, I will do mine as well, because as long as I can survive the first nuke, I can stun and just go and stun one by one every one of them and keep them away from Makler. So it wasn't the case, I think, and the case was just brilliant play from both, not just Makler, but Czaru as well as Katarina.
Okay, as you're hearing,
it's the excitement in the background.
Shirts off over there. Krepo is getting
turning around
shirtless.
And seeing half-naked men. I love this event.
Okay, well, you guys went 3-0 in the group stage. Fnatic did that as well. You're playing against SKT Telecom tomorrow. We have Fnatic playing against CJ ENTUS. How are you guys going to prepare for this? And the real question is, are you going to party tonight?
Thank you, Karma. Thank you. Well, I don't think we'll just wait off the party, and hopefully we will be able to do that tomorrow after the finals. Let's hope. And yeah, we'll just prepare like for every other match. Just make sure we know what our opponent's playing, what to do against them, and think about our strategy that we'll use. We have many of them, and we just have to pick the one that will work the best for us. As we have to double check what we might be lacking, because the early game, our third game in the group stage, was so bad that we have to make sure that it won't happen again in this tournament.
Right, so you guys really played amazing, so thanks a lot for bringing us those really good games right at the end here. And of course, good luck for tomorrow. We have our 4 teams now. Once more, of course, thank you to you as well. Oh, that was the most happy smile I've seen from you. Lovely.
It was fake.
Yeah, so, but I love you. Thank you very much for joining me here as well. We're going to throw it over for a quick commercial break. Afterwards, we're going to be back with the community talk with Nazareth, and also we have Shox, who was answering all the questions you asked her via Reddit. So we will whatever I wanted to say, it was very important. We'll be right back with that.